Next on America's Day at the Races, will third time be the charm for Meet Me in LA. The son of Awesome again shortens up in distance and is the horse to beat in Belmont's third race of the afternoon. In the fourth, 3-year-old filly Behind the Couch will be a short price despite tackling some multiple winners on either side of her in the starting gate. And in our feature race, Storm Prophet hasn't been to the winner's circle since December 2017. Try and end a 10-race losing streak in our feature race from Belmont Park. Coming up this afternoon, a show brought to you in part by America's Day at the Races. I'm sorry, by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. I wanted to get the name of the show in again. Why not? Great to be with you on this Twilight Thursday. We're going to have racing from Churchill Downs as well. We have Hall of Famer Gary Stevens, Jonathan Kinchen out in Louisville. We'll check in with them in just a little bit. I'm Greg Wolf. I'm joined by New York Racing Association handicapper Andy Serling. And in that 8th race this afternoon, you're going to take a little different view of things, huh?
Yeah, I am. I mean, I do respect Storm Prophet, and I can agree he's the horse to beat, but I thought Bluegrass Cat Smile on the outside was an interesting alternative. A horse who has numbers that fit in the field. He gets a rider change to Joel Rosario. Probably was too close to pace in his last start, and I think he'll be a reasonable price. For people that are worried about his races on wet tracks, back in May of last year, he caught a sloppy sealed track here at Belmont, and he ran a very big figure in running second at 17-1.
Started the day sloppy. We've not run a race yet. We've already been upgraded to a muddy sealed racetrack. We're off the turf all afternoon long, and we're getting set for our first race coming up almost immediately here. What are you pointing to?
I'm confused by the TVs here, but I confuse easily, Greg.
Okay. One Turn Mile, State Bred Company here, $25,000 claiming race.
Yeah, you know, I like the one Blame the Thief. It was 5-1 morning line, and thought I'd get a reasonable, facsimile of that price, but I'm not. I feel like the horse to beat, though, is the 4, Play That Funny Music, who looks like he's the controlling speed.
There he is, 6-year-old son of one of my favorite sprinters, Disco Rico for Gary Gullo, second off the claim. He comes in off a win at 7 furlongs at this level.
Yeah, I mean, he's stretching out another furlong, but he's a horse that's been proficient going long before, so it's not supposed to be a problem. It's interesting. A lot of times people equate wet tracks with speed tracks. It feels like our wet tracks here at Belmont have been as fair and even as any tracks we have here. So I don't think the wet track will help him, but I think he's a logical player.
Get signed up, started, play along with all the races we show you each and every day. Bet $200. You'll get $200 in your account with a new member bonus when you use the promo code LIVE at sign up at any track, anywhere, anytime. Go to NYRABets.com to get started and take advantage of that. Here's the rail horse, so our favorite right now. This is Blame the Thief, 5-year-old son of Blame for trainer Timothy Hills, who late last year Aqueduct put together back-to-back wins. It seems like he's done some of his better running on off tracks.
Yeah, he's run okay on off tracks. He's got some mediocre racing off tracks. To be honest, I was hoping for a fast track for him. He's getting bet like they already ran the race. I never imagined this would be the case. What it really comes down to, Greg, is he's just getting some significant class relief, and I thought he'd be sitting second behind Play That Funny Music.
He needs the class relief
yes, he does.
Off what he's done
No
his
doubt.
last 4 starts. As we get a look here at Analyze the Odds, rider switch here, it's Luis Saez who will be aboard. Horse coming off a very distant second in a 50,000 open claiming race.
I agree, but, to be fair, he was kind of chasing around a horse that he was never going to beat in there, and he's getting some real class relief as well, but you have to be a little worried that he got blown off the track by Play That Funny Music when they met 2 starts back for him.
So 2-1 there. We got 3 horses very closely bunched together on the board, and then this one not far behind him either. 10-29, the 2-horse, Jose Ortiz for Jimmy Ryerson.
Yeah, he's not exactly what you call a win machine at 2 for 32 with 9 seconds. And in my opinion, he's overall been racing against probably weaker fields in general. But listen, if you feel like the race can come apart, maybe he has a chance in here. I preferred others, but he is a square price.
Meanwhile, there's Too Hot to Even Speak. He is 4 for 51 lifetime. He does have 3 of his 4 wins. They came here at Belmont. Coming off a decent second on an off track, but that was against easier competition.
It was, and he almost was second by default in that race. We did that race last week, I think a week ago today, actually.
A 4-horse field.
And I just think he's a horse that's better going shorter. One of the reasons I liked him last time and a few races back, less distance is better for him. He's not terrible going longer, but he's better going shorter.
Jose Lezcano will be in the irons on the 3, and it will be Manny Franco on the horse who is still our favorite right there. Manny Franco, Blame the Thief.
I'm shocked that this horse is. Did you ever imagine this horse would be favorite?
I mean, yes, he's facing easier, but the form has just been Terrible.
I mean, last time out, he was engaged in the pace. In fact, the same pace the Bluegrass Cat Smile was in the 8th race, was running against much tougher. So I can forgive him falling apart a bit, but I just can't take 9 to 5. I'd actually bet him, and I canceled my bet, to be honest. I don't want 9 to 5 on this horse, Greg. I think it's a bit short. I think you could make a case to Play That Funny Music. The 4 and 5 are both better bets at bigger prices.
Yeah, I would pass, certainly at that number. We'll see what happens here. Will the class relief help Blame the Thief from post 1? Let's send it upstairs to the voice of New York racing for the call as we kick off our show, our first live race of the day. Let's go to Larry Collmus.
Play That Funny Music is moving into the starting gate now. That leaves the last 2 to go in. Analyze the odds coming up to stall 5. And the long shot in the field, Trance, will be last to load. And they're all in line. They're off. Play That Funny Music broke well. Blame the Thief on the inside with some early foot. Analyze the odds alongside of Blame the Thief, who comes outside of Play That Funny Music to battle for the front. Break of another 3 lengths more. Back to 10:29. Too hot to even speak. And the trailer is Trance. So up the backstretch they go, where it is Play That Funny Music in front by a neck. And Manny Franco quickly guided Blame the Thief to the outside of this front runner to sit second, a neck back. And then it's Analyze the odds, 10:29, and slipping through on their inside is Too Hot to Even Speak, who's just 2 lengths off the lead. Trance is the trailer through a 23.93, and they're racing for the far turn. It is Blame the Thief on the outside, poking ahead in front. Play That Funny Music second at the half-mile pole, the first half in 47.63 seconds. Analyze the odds is going up 3 wide, then 10:29. On the rail is Too Hot to Even Speak, who's under a ride here, 3 lengths to make up, and Trance trails the field. Blame the Thief on top. Midway on the far turn from Play That Funny Music, who continues to battle on second. Analyze the odds is 3 wide in third, 10:29 behind them, and Too Hot to Even Speak. 3/4, 112.19. They're into the stretch. Play That Funny Music battles on from the rail. Analyze the odds is on the outside, and Blame the Thief has retreated to third. And now it is Analyze the odds. Analyze the odds, and Luis Saez pulling away to lead by 3. From Play That Funny Music and Blame the Thief, it's Analyze the odds in the opener. Won it by 5 lengths in the end over Play That Funny Music. And then it was Blame the Thief in 10:29.
Analyze the odds. Picks up the 6th win of his career. 23 starts, does so at 2-1 on the board.
And Luis Saez is picking up wins in bunches after his 4 wins earlier in the card yesterday. He just sat in the catbird seat in the outside and proved to be much the best.
Yeah, and early on, all that money on the 1-horse Blame the Thief was sitting outside the 4. Play That Funny Music. No punch in the lane.
No, he was bet like they thought the race had already been run. And he ran a fairly mediocre third. I mean, the winner was just, it's not like the winner, it's not like the winner was sitting, Greg, 3 lengths off of some rapid pace between the 1 and 4, right? He was stalking right outside of them. He just was much the best.
5-4-1-2, 8-5 favorite. Defeated here in the opener to kick off the early pick 5 sequence. So Luis Saez pick up Mount Victory. Gets it done. What could be the start of a big day for him.
It'll be interesting to see as Luis Saez is now in the mid to high 20s in his number of wins. Jose Lozcano had a big advantage over these guys. Now he's still in front by almost 10 wins. Actually, did he win 3 races yesterday, Jose? Or was that something? No, Jose Ortiz won 3, I think, yesterday. Jose Lozcano, we'll see if he can hold off an onslaught of top riders.
Yeah, Ortiz had 3.
Yeah.
Track conditions for this afternoon, we told you already upgraded before we even ran this first race. They're brought to you by Piranha Fly Spray, the preferred fly spray of Belmont Park. Piranha on, pests gone. So we're muddy, sealed racetrack, off the turf. 5, 7, and 9 were scheduled for the turf. They have all come off, remain at their original distances as you look at our race schedule. Entire card from Belmont, entire card on Twilight Racing at Churchill Downs as well. And again, we'll check in with Jonathan Kinchen, Hall of Fame jockey Gary Stevens from Louisville in just a little bit. They're fast and firm.
Looking forward to some of those races at Churchill Downs as well, actually. Kind of some interesting races. And the 4th race is a nice turf 2-year-old maiden race.
All right, we'll dig into that card in just a little bit. It's Analyze the Odds to start off things. here on this Thursday afternoon. We'll get into the pick 4 coming up next. But this horse, well, I didn't love that last race, but he was dropping out of that 50 claiming race, open company, so you could definitely see it here.
Yeah, I mean, I guess this race was sort of about class relief in his case. I mean, myself and the public thought that Blame the Thief was the one that would take advantage of the class relief, when in fact it was Analyze the Odds.
Yeah, play that funny music. It handled him the last couple of times they met, but not
yeah,
today.
Not today. Just a different situation. And, you know, I'm very big. Play the Funny Music won last time off the claim for Gary Gullo. It was great numbers off the claim, and he wins at 12-1. And today he's a fraction of that price, right?
And you're a big proponent of that. Sometimes
Well,
when you miss the big price,
right,
why jump on a very short number? Although 3-1.
3-1 was fair. I mean,
not
I'm not
12 though.
No, but it's just right. It's just like you missed the opportunity. He was one of the players. He ran fine. Second best.
5-4-1 finish in the opener at Belmont. So Analyze the Odds gets the job done. We're going to set up the second here momentarily and get into the pick 4 in just a little bit. Second race, 6 furlongs, $12,000 claiming event. Exceed the Goal and Riot Worthy, the 1, the 4, both coming out, and the 1 was the morning line favorite.
Yeah, and he looked like a very tough horse to beat. Gary Gullo may have not wanted to run him on a wet track, which is why he came out. Malarkey, the number 3, figures to benefit from the wet track. The speed Wildcat Bell, you just wonder if she's really competitive anymore. And Moondance Joy off the train for Rob Atras. It's kind of the whole story.
There's a quick look at the current odds, but yeah, Wildcat Bell, big drop down, speed outside even money right now.
You know, what do you do with a speed horse like her when she drops that substantially? Because, yes, she's facing easier horses, but, Greg, it's not like she can even hold to the top of the stretch anymore. And I just wonder if she's lost her game.
Maybe against this group.
Maybe.
She'll be able to. It's feeling like 1996 all over again. That's when Frankie Dettori came up with his magnificent 7 and swept the entire card at Ascot. What a day he had at the Royal meeting. We'll take a look back next.
Our summer cruise is here at Spruce Lane Farm, and he's been a really intelligent horse since he got on the farm.
He's just got great balance and presence. He's got a really good mind, and he does everything that we like to do so far. The plans for this colt are probably to take him to Saratoga or to Keeneland Book 1 or 2. He fits those. We paid $250,000 for him, so he was an expensive horse, but that's where he belongs.
Runhappy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
No sport in the world brings the wins home like racing. It's one-of-a-kind, high-speed, high-stakes action, and NYRA Bets takes you there. Place your bets and watch the races live from anywhere. With NYRA Bets, make easy, secure deposits and promotions every day to earn reward points or cash. Download the NYRA Bets app or visit NYRABets.com. Sign up at NYRABets.com for a new member bonus.
Warfront, a leading sire on all surfaces and all fronts. His recent Grade 1 winners include Omaha Beach, Helmsman, Fog of War, Lancaster Bomber, and European champion U.S. Navy flag. Plus Preakness Stakes winner War of Will. And these recent group and graded winners. Sire of the highest price yearling sold in North America in 2018, this son of Danzig continues to dominate both on the track and in the sales ring. Warfront, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Back on America's Day at the Races. Great to have you with us on this Twilight Thursday card. Our show brought to you in part by Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual unusually well. We'll get to the second race coming up in just a little bit on this muddy sealed racetrack off the turf today. Kicks off the early pick 4, but we're going to take a look at what happened across the pond over the Royal Ascot. We were looking forward into Thursday Open in the Norfolk Stakes to seeing the son of American Pharoah potentially get his first ever stakes win. Maven for Wesley Ward. Wesley, they'll walk the turf course. They got a lot of rain today. Decided to pass.
A lot of rain yesterday. It was really pouring. Tough to go all the way over to Ascot and not run. That's the way the game goes.
Well, no Maven, but there was A. Ali, who becomes the first maiden to win this race in 29 years. Frankie Dettori aboard.
Yes, this was a hard-fought victory. I think what was the favorite second this race? Actually, kind of interesting with Frankie Dettori riding for Simon Crisford of course, used to train for Godolphin, and they won a lot of races together,
Yeah,
right?
they teamed up for over 20 years together with Godolphin. Sunday Sovereign, the favorite in this race, actually faded to 8th in here.
Okay, okay. It was a narrow victory, and as a maiden, but they were well ahead of the third horse, huh? 1-2.
Very much so. So a maiden gets it done, and of course, shame, no Maven, because Wesley Ward, he actually won this race last year with Shang, and he won it a few years back with No Nay Never. Not to be this time around. Ali, a maiden in the Norfolk Stakes, the start of a very big day to come for Frankie Dettori.
No question. And let's give some credit to Wesley Ward. He's doing the right thing by his horse. I mean, it must be very hard to do what he did.
In the Hampton Court, Sangarius had a little bit of trouble, momentarily stopped for a little bit of room after traveling pretty smooth into the straights. Gets going, and it's Frankie Dettori again.
Yeah, this was actually a very impressive win by this one. This was a race where the favorite Fox Charm was second here, but this was a very easy win. Once this horse broke through horses, it got clear.
Wins yet again for Sir Michael Stout. I want to say his 82nd all-time victory at the Royal Meeting. And Fox Chairman did encounter a little bit of trouble after the home turn, but that was a huge run from Sangarius.
You know, you just don't see horses win these races by margins like that often, and that's a real suggestion. This horse ran very, very well.
So after 2 races, 2 wins from the legendary Frankie Dettori, and he was far from done. What a start to the Thursday card.
It's remarkable. He's already, you know, he got shut out on opening day, but I think he made up for it today.
Yeah, more than made up for it. In the Ribblesdale, here he is again, teaming up with John Gosden for Anthony Oppenheimer, and it's Dettori with the hat trick here as he finishes a length and ahead in front of Fleeting.
Yes, and I believe Fleeting was actually the favorite in this race. And just, I mean, it's interesting watching these races. It feels like every time you're watching it, he's getting just perfect trips with these horses because he's that kind of rider.
Well, when Starcatcher, she actually broke her maiden, and Dettori got straight off and said to John Gosden, she's in the Oaks, don't go for the Oaks. Go to the Ribblesdale. She doesn't have the strength for the Oaks yet, and it turned out to be the right call.
Wow. So not only is he winning, he's also telling the trainers where to run the horses. So a well-deserved victory for him, and it's pretty remarkable just to start the day with 3 wins.
Incredible. At the premier meet in the world.
And huge fields. It's not like he's winning a series of 4-horse races and he's riding the favorite in every race.
And then the Gold Cup, of course, this is the traditional highlight of the entire meet, 2.5 miles in the Group 1 event. Stradivarius looking to go back-to-back, and Dettori looking for a 4th straight.
Yeah, this was the one he was supposed to win, right? As opposed to the others, this is the one that was expected to do well in here and gets the second win back-to-back, and he's a pretty cool horse, Stradivarius, as well.
He is incredible what he has done. First horse to go back-to-back in this race since Yates won 4 straight a decade ago. Actually, John Gosden, he'd been a little bit concerned with the weather for this horse because traditionally he does not like to go on soft going.
And it was soft. I mean, when you look at how hard it rained yesterday and obviously rained through the night, the nice news for them is they got good weather today as well. It's tough to see such a fun meeting to be hurt by weather like they've had.
7th win in a row for Stradivarius. 4th win in a row to start the day for Frankie Dettori. Look at that. I mean, just exuberant. And he nearly came up with a 5th in a row. He ran 2nd in race 5 on the day.
Yeah, that was one, you know, watching that race live, and you and I were talking about it, we could both see the long shot that eventually caught him in the late stages in that race, but it really looked like he was going to win. Pretty incredible.
What a day for the great Frankie Dettori, winning the first 4 on the card, including the premier race of the entire meet in the Gold Cup, going back-to-back with the great Stradivarius. We're going to take a break. We will be back. More coming up here on this Thursday twilight card. We're about 15 minutes away from race number 2. Kicks off the early pick 4. We will get a Paddock Report. Check in with Maggie Wolfendale when we come back.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than americasbestracing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. americasbestracing.net is a sport for you. Live it, love it, bet it.
An undefeated graded stakes winner on the track, Algorithms now ranks among the leading active sires by percentage of winners to starters. His top runners include multiple stakes victor Recruiting Ready, winner of the Grade 3 Gulfstream Park Sprint Stakes, graded stakes winner Rich Mommy, multiple stakes winner Taylor Spirit, plus these recent stakes winners. In the ring, his 2-year-olds have sold up to $275,000 this year. Algorithms, standing at Claiborne Farm.
No sport in the world brings the wins home like racing. It's one-of-a-kind, high-speed, high-stakes action, and NYRA Bets takes you there. Place your bets and watch the races live from anywhere. With NYRA Bets, make easy, secure deposits and promotions every day to earn reward points or cash. Download the NYRA Bets app or visit NYRABets.com. Sign up now for a $200 new member bonus with promo code LIVE at NYRABets.com.
So my name is Robbie Herzl. I'm the yearling manager here at Claiborne Farm, and we've got the first crop of Runhappies this year. Overall, I'm very, very pleased with them. So we have a colt out of Queen of America. He's really nice, looks just like his dad. Very pleased with how he's coming along. So there was a lot of demand for the weanlings last year. They sold for over 6 times their stud fee, and we're really excited for the yearlings to come through the sales, and we're expecting big things from them.
Runhappy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
You're watching America's Day at the Races. Great to have you with us. Our show brought to you in part by the champion sprinter, Runhappy, now standing at Claiborne Farm for $25,000 next year with a 2-year-old Runhappy. Win in open company maiden race, a $100,000 bonus coming your way.
I think there could be a field like 8 Runhappies.
I would love to see, if you had all Runhappies load up against each other, one race like that. Oh. Race 2 starts this early pick 4, 3/4 of a mile. $12,000 claiming event, so 6 to 5 on the big speedster outside, taking the big drop in class, and she's not been able to finish of late. We'll talk more about this one in a moment. We're going to send it downstairs. Check in for the first time today with Maggie Wolfendale. Hi, Maggie.
Hey, Greg and Andy. I'm going to take a look at the 2 outside runners. They feel like the 2 here in this second race. We'll begin with first off the claim. That is a 7-year-old mare, Moon Dance Joy, for trainer Rob Atras. Now, she was in the barn of Eddie Barker, who does a great job for quite a while. But Rob, and 2, just in general, changing scenery for a horse can kind of breathe new life into them. We'll see what Rob can do with this filly, who looks incredibly fit for her, just very well-defined, well-muscled, too. And her coat looks great, which is sometimes a complaint of mine in regards to her overall appearance. So I like what I'm seeing from Moon Dance Joy, but everybody kind of going to the speedster, as you were saying, Greg, when Wildcat Belle, who does drop down in class here for trainer Dave Canizzo after disappointing efforts, especially in her last 2. She gets a wet track, which doesn't necessarily hurt her by any means, and she looks fantastic here from body-wise. She's well-conditioned. She carries her weight well. So I like what I'm seeing from Wildcat Belle, and at least from my perspective, she deserves to be the favorite. Guys?
All right, Maggie, thank you for that Paddock Report. We're going to have the post parade here coming up momentarily as we get another look there at our 6 to 5 favorite. Oftentimes, failing to finish, taking a big drop down can be a big red flag.
Yeah, I got to tell you, and I won't be surprised if she wins. I would never bet her in this race. I don't like the way her form has gone, to be honest. When she came back in March, even that race, she kind of had the race dropped in her lap, and she didn't finish. Much tougher the next time, to be fair, but she just doesn't. This was a horse that she could get in duels, she could be involved, and she just can't finish anymore.
What if I told you she's just 1 for 7 on an off track, but her only win on an off track came on a muddy surface?
Well, the whole wet track thing is very, very tricky, right? It was on a muddy sealed track, and she was second on a sloppy sealed track, so I don't worry about her handling a wet track.
No, it's a good thing. We got muddy today,
but the question is, does it really help her, right? I mean, was it really any better than her races after it? I think she's just a horse that can handle a wet track.
Okay.
I mean, listen, I'm not going to be. I picked her second. I'm not going to be surprised she wins this race, but I really worry that she just doesn't. That somebody gets near her and she's just going to fold up.
And maybe the will to finish not there anymore. She's a 6-year-old mare, but she's not even the oldest in this group. Next door, you have a 7-year-old mare. That's Moon Dance Joy, who. Well, if you don't love the recent form of Wildcat Belle, how do you like getting beat at 3 to 5 last start?
Yeah, she shouldn't have been 3 to 5, to be honest. Elizabeth Nicole was coming off a claim, and Elizabeth Nicole beat her. She wired her, which maybe the number 6 Wildcat Belle will do here. I think one of the angles with her, frankly, and no disrespect to her prior trainer, Rob Atras off the claim, very dangerous.
Here's Malarkey taking plenty of attention as well. 8-5. Two back was a winner, sloppy racetrack at Aqueduct for non-winners of 3 lifetime. Then they tried to go longer on the turf.
Yeah, let me say something. This does feel like a rare horse that might really move up in a wet track, right? Look at her 2 best races she has showing recently are both sloppy sealed tracks. Now, this is muddy seal, but they're very similar. And I wonder if she's a horse whose connections are very happy with the rain.
Yeah, no, good call. It appears that way, and getting bet like it too. As you say that, now becomes the 7-5 favorite in this spot.
And the turf to dirt angle, right? Though, here's a stat. The trainer is just 3 for 28 turf to dirt, but for whatever that's worth.
Okay.
Just
Here they come. Post-parade coming up. And we're going to see E-Warfare first. Now, E-Warfare, wow, we got some elder stateswomen in this group here. 6-year-old mare, so she's going to be making her 6-year-old debut and running for a new barn. At least Bullet Gate Drill coming in, right?
Well, let me ask you another question, too, Greg. Isn't she a potential speed? If somebody runs with Wildcat Bell or makes her run a little bit early, isn't she the most likely one to do that?
Yeah, would appear so. 3-time winner, yet to win on an off track, but she has hit the board on a couple of occasions. But yeah, Bullet Gate Drill 47-3, June 14th. Here's Malarkey, who we just talked about, 2-back winner in the slop.
Yeah, I think the slop has to be considered a major advantage for her, and it might give her the edge she needs. And she's also got enough speed to stay reasonably close.
Moon Dance Joy, 2-1 on the board. Manny Franco off the claim for Rob Atras.
The Rob Atras machine, while he hasn't won with the same verve that he did at Aqueduct, he's continued to do well, and he's having a sensational first year out on his own.
And the one they need to catch early on, 8-5, Wildcat Bell, a big drop down in class.
And Luis Saez looking to start out today just like yesterday. You know he's got one job, put her on front, and hope she can go the whole way.
That is our field. It starts the pick 4. We're approaching the 6-minute mark to post. Well, when thoroughbreds racing careers are over, the life of becoming an in-demand stallion, that is reserved for the few and far between. For other less heralded runners, programs like Second Chances at Wallkill Correctional Facility allow thoroughbreds to serve a greater purpose. Here's Maggie Wolfendale with more.
You know, I've grown to love them. They're amazing animals. I'm a horse whisperer. I'm a superhero to these guys now.
In 1983, the Thoroughbred Retirement Foundation was born to protect racehorses no longer able to compete from possible neglect, abuse, or slaughter. Championed notably by Secretariat's owner Penny Chenery, Kelso's owner Alaire DuPont, and philanthropist Monique Kohler, thousands of thoroughbreds have been given forever homes. But at the same time, those horses have changed the lives of the men and women who take care of them through the innovative Second Chances program.
Instrumental in the Second Chances program was Senator Howard Nolan, who was a state senator here from the state of New York, and he helped connect the foundation with the New York Department of Corrections. And it was really a large part of his brainchild to put the horses at a prison facility. And thanks to a beautiful and amazing place like Wallkill, where we have the benefit of saving the horses and at the same time really saving the men who are here and changing their lives.
Sometimes we have men who go out there and they don't want to be there and they have an attitude, and the horses usually very quickly put them in their place and make them realize who's in charge. And I think it's helpful for the inmates because then it kind of makes them realize that not everything is centered around them.
This is freedom out here, especially being with the horses. I just try to stay out of trouble. That's why I come here. Treat them like family, and you get treated back.
Well, sometimes they can be very uncooperative, and you have to be patient. You have to give them their time and their space and learn how to deal with them. It's going to take a lot of my skills here to make it out there.
The TRF currently has a herd of more than 750 horses living at 21 different farms across the country. 9 of those are Second Chances farms, like Wallkill Correctional Facility in New York, with vocational training programs to help both thoroughbreds and inmates get back on their feet.
Pretty incredible program, just a couple hours upstate from here at Wallkill Correctional Facility, Maggie. And a great program that allows thoroughbreds to get a second chance and inmates as well.
Absolutely, Greg. And Walk Hill is one of 7 of the Second Chances programs that we have across the country for the TRF. And actually, the one in Maryland, well, the trainers at Laurel and Pimlico have recruited several of the graduates and ex-inmates to come work for them. So it really is a beneficial program for both the horses and the inmates. And too, you guys saw the legendary quick call as we're a couple weeks away from Saratoga. He loved it up there. He is 35, Greg. You don't often see horses live to that age, but he was doing well when I got to see him up there last summer.
That's pretty incredible. 35 years old.
He's an incredible horse in general. In fact, he's alive at 35. But, I mean, I've been around a long time. Quick Call was truly one of those horses that he loved Saratoga. He'd be groovy up in Saratoga. That's how good he is. He's so good, we've got a race name for him in Saratoga.
This is a look at E-Warfare, and we were intrigued by this horse because this is a 6-year-old mare, new barn now. We talked about that bullet drill coming in, but could potentially be the one to challenge the big favorite outside here, going to be sharp and fresh off the bench. We saw this horse warming up fairly aggressively, too.
Yeah, and I mean, sometimes it's not that this horse is going to hang necessarily Wildcat Bell, but if she just goes enough with her and makes her go a little bit faster than she's comfortable with, that could be enough.
With more on this 6-year-old mare by Bluegrass Cat, let's go back to Maggie.
Well, guys, as you see, looking at E-Warfare, she's missing most of her tail. That's because in her last start, she actually got it caught in the gate. So that's why you see that kind of awkward start comment line with her in that turf race. And she didn't show her usual speed. I mean, and I'm sure that's part of the reason why we haven't seen her, because it ripped out all of her hair and everything. So that's why, well, at least she's grown some of it back. And a filly that is a little bit on the, lower profile side as far as connections and everything, but I've always admired, she has a big heart. My husband trained her for her first start ever in her career, and I had ridden her a couple times, and I always said she might be short on talent, but she's got a big heart. And as you had mentioned, Raylu Gutierrez giving her a pretty nice warm-up. She's moving beautifully out on the track as well, and Raylu is a guy who can get one out of the gate and sit pretty comfortably on the front end, as he will be the inside of the other speedster, Wildcat Bell. Greg?
All right, Maggie, thank you. Yeah, you saw that tail there. About half a tail anyway.
Short on tail, big on heart.
Mm-hmm. It looks like she's feeling herself a little bit here for the comeback effort.
She's going to need to run every bit of her best race to be competitive here. It'll just be interesting to see if she can show enough speed to run a little bit with Wildcat Bell and soften that one up. And that's going to be a real key to the race, because if Wildcat Bell's able to just sort of bound out of the gate and open up 2 quite easily, that's going to make her much more comfortable.
So this is the one that she's going to try and battle up front, but this is the one that the race goes through right here, even though she's not favored currently. Wildcat Bell, the big drop from 32 to 12 today. She hasn't won 4 starts back. She got her last win. That was last year, I should say, at Aqueduct. So she was off from April last year to March this year. She has not won since she's returned.
Right. I mean, to be fair, if she ran that race she ran in March, she would probably win this race. For what it's worth, her trainer, Dave Canizzo, 50% or more drop in claiming price like her. He's just 3 for 29 over the last 5 years, the 56-cent ROI. You want him when his horses are doing well.
Meanwhile, here's Malarkey. Can sit maybe just behind the 6 and the 2 if that one's anywhere close to our Wildcat Bell, but might get a nice trip in here.
I agree. She might be the one. She may get the first run on the 5 Moon Dance Joy. Now, whether or not that's enough to give her an advantage, I think the wet track really, really helps her. Because if you look at her, she really does seem to improve on wet tracks, and it's rare. Most of the times, it's a horse won't like a wet track, and a horse will just handle it. She might be one of those rare horses that actually gets a little bit better when she's on a wet track.
So we got 2 on the board, 7 to 5 or 8 to 5 outside, but Malarkey, the 3, 2 to 1.
Yeah,
but I'm with you.
You
sold me on Malarkey.
Yeah, I picked Moon Dance Joy. Maybe if I had thought about it being sloppy, I would have gone 5-3 or 3-5. I still think Moon Dance Joy off the Rob Atras claim is going to get the job done.
And that is the favorite, so the public agrees with you right now by a narrow margin. Pick 4 to, again, starts right here, close to $70,000 in the pool coming up. 6 furlongs here to kick us off in this $12,000 claiming event. There's Moon Dance Joy, Manny Franco. See if he's going to start heating up here as we have our final couple of weeks here before we head upstate to Saratoga.
Yeah, I mean, he had an oddly slow start here at Belmont, but I'm not worried about Manny. I think Manny's going to have a very, very big career ahead of him. A terrific rider.
Moondance Joy for Bob Bone. She is the 7-year-old mare here in this spot. Can they catch that 6-horse, the Speedster, Wildcat Bell? Let's send it upstairs to the voice of the Triple Crown for the call, Larry Collmus.
They're all in line. They're off. Wildcat Bell did not have the best of starts. Malarkey finds herself on the lead. And then it's Moondance Joy with Wildcat Bell going up on the outside, now into second position with E Warfare trailing the field. So it will be Malarkey to catch as they make their way for the far turn, on top by a length. With Wildcat Bell second on the outside, a length and a half clear of Moondance Joy as they zip through an opening quarter mile in 22.64 seconds. It's 6 lengths back to E Warfare. Around the far turn they go. And Malarkey is the leader, with Wildcat Bell ranging up alongside, and Moondance Joy is keeping them in her sights. She's a length and a half behind, and being eased on the far turn is E Warfare. So they make their way to the top of the stretch here, and Malarkey has lost the lead to Wildcat Bell. These two now side by side with Wildcat Bell and neck in front of Malarkey, and Moondance Joy's getting into it too on the outside. So any of the three with a shot as they come down to the 16th pole. Moondance Joy closing on the outside. Malarkey's down toward the rail. Wildcat Bell is third. They're coming down to the line. Moondance Joy is going to do it by a neck on the wire over Malarkey, and then Wildcat Bell.
Moondance Joy as the favorite. Rob Atras off the claim gets the win, and this did not play out exactly the way we thought.
No, Wildcat Bell did not break that sharply, and Malarkey sure did. And she did love a wet track. And I almost felt bad for Malarkey because I think she ran really well in here, but Moondance Joy sat that perfect trip for Manny Franco right behind them and managed to get up for the win. Another win for Rob Atras. And, you know, Rob Atras had that huge run at Aqueduct, and we all sort of said, well, that won't keep up. And obviously you're not going to keep winning it at 70%. But he's having very quietly a very strong meeting here, and his horses have continued to run extremely well.
So Moondance Joy wins for the 9th time in her career. 7-year-old mare at 7-5 is the favorite, with Manny Franco the winner. The two did pull up in this race. That's E Warfare. We'll try and get you an update on that mare as soon as we can, as we take another look here down the stretch.
Yeah, I mean, Malarkey, it looked top of the stretch like Malarkey was finished, and Moondance Joy was poised to pounce and win off quite easily. Well, Malarkey never stopped battling the wire, and I'll tell you something. Malarkey lost the war, but it feels like she really kind of won the battles here. She ran very, very well, taking nothing away from the winner who ran well, but Malarkey ran a terrific race.
Had to battle Wildcat Bell, re-rallied, put that one away, but in the end, Moondance Joy comes and gets her. Prices will set up the third when we come back.
Runhappy was the fastest 3-year-old sprinter of his generation.
Runhappy is stamping his horses. And they all got great necks, great hind legs. They all got a good walk, and this colt moves very, very well. Very smart. He hasn't turned a hair since we had him. First day we turned him out, he was very, very gentle in his paddock and did everything right. He's got an exceptional pedigree.
Runhappy standing at Claiborne Farm.
No sport in the world brings the wins home like racing. It's one-of-a-kind, high-speed, high-stakes action, and NYRA Bets takes you there. Place your bets and watch the races live from anywhere. With NYRA Bets, make easy, secure deposits and promotions every day to earn reward points or cash. Download the NYRA Bets app or visit NYRABets.com. Sign up for a $200 new member bonus with promo code SPRING19 at NYRABets.com.
This successful son of AP Indy has sired 6 millionaires, including Eclipse champion West Coast. This year, Flatter is adding even more stakes winners to his outstanding record at stud. In the auction ring, Flatter topped the 2018 Fasig-Tipton July sale with a $520,000 yearling. And this year, his juveniles have sold up to $375,000. Success on the track, success in the ring. Flatter, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Back on America's Day at the Races, opening this summer at Saratoga, the 1863 Club, the newest must-see hospitality and event facility at the spots located at the clubhouse turn. It offers premium experiences, breathtaking views throughout this 3-story climate-controlled facility. For more information or for reservations, they are going fast. Trust me, NYRA.com/1863 Club. I'll take that room with the windows in the corner, please.
I love those time-lapse photography things. I think it's so cool to watch the seasons go by. I was up there in late March and saw it going up, and it really looks terrific. And it's pretty much done, but it's a good thing. We're going to be up. Opening day is 3 weeks from today?
Yes,
2 weeks from today?
it is 3 weeks away. It's going to be a lot of fun. It's, a week earlier than usual this year.
We broadcasting the opening show from there? I think we should.
Yes.
Sit around the table.
Let's do it. We'll think about it.
Sit around the bar. It's a perfect idea.
Oh, from the 1863 Club?
Yeah, I think we should be in the bar there hanging out.
Let's try and make that happen. Can we get a...
it might shorten the show if we're hanging out by the bar, but, what a better way to start.
Can we get that trending on Twitter? Moondance Joy, that idea, I like it. Second of the afternoon to kick off the Big Four wins for Rob. Actress off the claim with Manny Franco.
Rob has just continued to do a good job. Always happy to see Manny get the job done. Really got a nice trip there and was able to pick up Malarkey, who ran too well to lose.
Race 3. Let's set the stage. It's a 1-turn mile. Maiden special weight coming up. Meet Me in L.A. Even money, making career start number 3 and a short turn back in distance for Jimmy Jerkins.
Yeah. The only, I think, concern with this horse, Greg, is coming back in 19 days, right? Lost to a horse I think we're going to hear something from Highest Honors up in Saratoga for trainer Chad Brown, and ran very, very well. Had trouble in his debut. The horse who finished ahead of him in that debut, Spice Road, is in this race, but Spice Road had experience, and he had a better trip than Meet Me in L.A. Chad Brown's got a duo in here, including a $1 million yearling on the rail, and the 2 Azrael's an interesting one, too.
Do you do a good Dr. Evil impersonation?
Not as good as you, I have a feeling. Which one is even?
Oh, went for $1 million at auction. Yeah, we're excited to see the one-horse Son of Quality Road debut.
And not only that, is Sagaponik went for $1 million. He's a half to Blofeld.
Oh, yeah.
So evil villain.
It ties in even better. Well, if you love this sport and you've ever thought of what it would be like to be on the other side and experience it as an insider, as a horse owner, that opportunity now exists, along with having a Kentucky Derby winning, multiple Eclipse Award winning trainer on your side. Racing manager Tom Durkin tells us about the experience of the Empire Racing Club.
My name is Tom Durkin. I used to work across the street here for a long time calling races. I'm now retired. And among the number of things that I do is work for the New York Thoroughbred Horsemen's Association. I'm on the board. And New York Thoroughbred Horsemen's Association, NYTHA, is now sponsoring the Empire Racing Club. And this is our first horse, as yet unnamed, and she's a beautiful filly. And I'm the managing partner of Empire Racing Club. And it doesn't necessarily mean that I'm managing everything, because we have a guy named Todd Pletcher that will be actually managing the future of this beautiful filly, and she is a very pretty horse.
Well, I'm really excited about the Empire Racing Club. It's a potential to bring new owners to the business, have people come out, get to see what world-class racing's like at Belmont, Saratoga, and Aqueduct. So, I'm really enthusiastic for anything that's going to bring new people to the industry, and for them to be able to participate in ownership of a horse that can run at these type of tracks is super for the industry.
The object of the club is to have people experience the experience of being a thoroughbred owner without the expense. The initial fee, and the only fee, is $500. Now for that, if you're not a member, by the way, of the horse racing, the NYRA bets, if you're not already a member there, have an account, you get $200 free bets to start out. Now at the end of the day, you're not going to make any money on it because it's a social club, basically, and it's a 501c. So it's just to have that opportunity, get in the backstretch, know what it is to be an owner. We'll have various activities throughout the year surrounding our filly, and it's just basically to have fun.
Tom's a lot of fun and you know, great spokesman for the business, and I think he'll add a lot of excitement and fun for the members of the club.
So we're having a contest to name the horse. You go to the website and submit your name.
She's a 2-year-old filly that was bred by Spendthrift by Can the Man. Attractive, racy-looking filly that you know, we anticipate might make her first start at Saratoga.
So as they say in so many spots these days, go to nytha.com, NYTHA.com, and there's also the information you're going to need about Empire Racing Club.
Well, it's a tremendous opportunity, and you heard Tom Durkin saying there that they had a contest to name their first runner. It's a 2-year-old filly. They came up with a name. It's Starlit Daydream they came up with. That's Megan Krebs in Connecticut, who's part of the Empire Racing Club, who submitted that name. So well done. By the way, also any excess funds designated to the nonprofit aftercare organization Take the Lead Thoroughbred Retirement Program.
That's great. I mean, I think it's a lot of fun. I think it's an opportunity for people to have some fun in ownership at a very minimal amount. It just enjoys a part of racing that most of us don't really get a chance to enjoy. And, you know, I know as somebody who has friends who has horses, how much fun it is to root for your friends' horses, and why not be involved? And it's just a total good.
I just feel bad for Todd Pletcher because they're going to have up to 200 owners. He's got to take phone calls from each and every one about how this horse is doing.
I spoke to him. He said 10 minutes a night for each owner. He said he's got 3.5 hours a night set aside for it in Saratoga.
Get signed up, get started, $200 new member bonus. When you bet 200, you'll get 200 in your account when you use the promo code LIVE at sign up at any track, anywhere, anytime. Go to NYRABets.com.
Maybe we should scroll Tom and Tom Durkin's phone numbers in the bottom of the screen.
Yeah, we'll do that next time.
I think they'd appreciate that.
Yeah, we'll give it out on the show.
Good idea.
We're looking forward to this one coming up. 3-year-olds, including a couple of debuters. Sagaponic, $1 million quality road colt. More coming up. Stay tuned.
Eclipse champion Blaine was considered by many as the breakout stallion of 2018. His top runners included Grade 1 winner and Eclipse Award finalist Marley's Freedom, plus Grade 1 winner Fault, and graded stakes winners Moreau, Beyond Blaine, Miss Kentucky, and Blaine. This year, his 2-year-olds have sold up to $700,000. Outstanding results, outstanding value. Blaine, standing at Claiborne Farm.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than americasbestracing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. americasbestracing.net is a sport for you. Live it, love it, bet it.
So my name is Robbie Herzl. I'm the yearly manager here at Claiborne Farm, and we've got the first crop of Runhappies this year. Overall, I'm very, very pleased with them. So first we have a colt out of Rapid Repair. He's a really nice colt. Very happy with how he's come along as a yearling. So there was a lot of demand for the weanlings last year. They sold for over 6 times their stud fee, and we're really excited for the yearlings to come through the sales, and we're expecting big things from them.
Runhappy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
No sport in the world brings the wins home like racing. It's one-of-a-kind, high-speed, high-stakes action, and NYRA Bets takes you there. Place your bets and watch the races live from anywhere. With NYRA Bets, make easy, secure deposits and promotions every day to earn reward points or cash. Download the NYRA Bets app or visit NYRABets.com. Sign up at NYRABets.com for a new member bonus.
Hi, my name is Joel Politi. I'm the proud owner of Serengeti Empress, who's running today in the Acorn Stakes at Belmont Park. This is one of the last tracks that I haven't been to, so it's pretty exciting. You met these guys then? You're like old friends in a minute, right? All right, go get them. It's beautiful. Soak it up. They're about to head into the gate.
They're off in the Acorn. Serengeti Empress veered in a bit at the break, but will fly out for the early lead. She's got company from
Oh, that's Team Serengeti Empress, who in the Acorn Stakes, she ran her eyeballs out. 43 and change for the half, and she winds up running second. Unfortunately, just ran into a complete freak show in Guarana, who was coming off a maiden win. But what a filly for Joel Politi, trainer Tom Amoss, the Kentucky Oaks winner.
Right, and Tom may be a friend of ours and a coworker of ours, but forgetting about that, the job that Tom has done with the filly, who obviously is difficult because she's had some bleeding issues, but to get her not only to run as well as she did in winning Kentucky Oaks, which is something they can never take away from her, but this race as well, where she took significant pressure, and she just lost, as you say, to a freak show. She ran tremendous in there.
Yeah, remained well clear of the rest of that field. Great second in the Grade 1 Acorn for Tom Amoss and Joel Politi. You can see that entire video. It's fascinating. I watched it. It's worth a look. Go to America's Best Racing and catch it on the website. So the third at Belmont coming up, maiden special weight, a one-turn mile, and there are some intriguing runners in this spot. For more, let's head downstairs to Maggie Wolfendale.
And first, Greg, I want to give a quick update in regards to our second race with number 2, E-Warfare, who was pulled up around the turn. She bled pretty badly, so therefore she got a ride home in the ambulance, and we will likely not see her. She'll have a good break after that, according to our track veterinarian, Paul Veterosa. Moving on to this race, very intriguing, as you were saying, taking a look at not your favorite, who I really like, Meet Me in LA, don't get me wrong, but Chad Brown will send out 2 in the face of him, including the comeback horse, number 2, Azrael, and he faced some pretty nice horses. All of the top 3 finishers in front of him turned out to be stakes winners, including Grade 1 winning Complexity, Harvey Wallbanger, we saw in South Florida, running well for Kenny McPeak, and obviously King for a Day, bringing down Maximum Security last weekend in the Pegasus at Monmouth Park. And this guy was a fairly backward, somewhat weak 2-year-old, but boy, has he done well from 2 to 3. Exactly what I wanted to see from him. He has this kind of big, lanky frame in which he just needed to fill it out, and he's done that. He looks fantastic, and I love the stretch out in distance. He's made to go a mile, if not more, here, and I like his energy levels. I love his fitness levels, so I really like Azrael, as he and Sagaponik, who also goes out for Chad, have been working together. I mean, you can watch their workouts together down at Palm Meadows over the springtime, and to my eye, Azrael was doing the better work of the 2 in those workouts, but nothing against Sagaponik here. Big, good-looking son of Quality Road, as you guys alluded to, a fool to Blofeld, who was the accomplished stakes runner for Todd Pletcher, and he's well muscled, but still, he lacks that overall fitness that his stablemate possesses here. I like him. I'm obviously going to take the watch and see approach with him. There might be some talent there. I just don't know if he's ready to put it on showcase first time out. Now, moving on to another first-time starter, that's number 4, Golden Tappet. This one, a half to Patio Prado, as well as a full to Untappable. Now, with this cross since Untappable, this dam has not thrown many successful runners since her. He's a little bit on the smaller side, but still nicely balanced. He's not the fittest of the first-time starters. Neither of the first-time starters are as fit as the ones that have run. Don't get me wrong, but he also worked in company 3 works ago with a horse by the name of Just for One Day for Christophe Clement, who I loved, and he ran here the day before the Belmont Stakes and was a fairly disappointing 5th that day. I thought he'd run a lot better, and in that workout, Just for One Day was going way better than Golden Tappet. So I'm not quite sold on Golden Tappet here, though it's a long line of a nice pedigree. It's just that dam, guys, hasn't thrown one in quite a while.
Maggie, thank you very much. Riders getting a leg up. There's Christophe Clement helping out Joel Rosario, who had a fantastic day a few days ago.
And he's got a big couple days ahead of him. Feels like he's just on a monster run. I believe he's flying after today's card, or very soon, down to Ascot, and he's riding the first race at Ascot tomorrow, and then flying back to ride here on Saturday.
5-win day, being told it was.
He's a pretty good rider.
Including
I think
a Belmont Stakes victory earlier.
We've got a colony here of Hall of Fame riders, but I think Joel Rosario, when he's riding well, takes a backseat to nobody.
Yeah, and among his strong suits, maybe the best finishing rider in the entire game as well. He'll be on board the 4-horse, who's at 8-1 on the board. There's Meet Me in LA, though, so 2 starts under his belt, bit of an experience edge, although the 3 has a couple of starts as well. But this horse, when a mile and a 16th, stretching out from 7 in the debut, was only beat a length for Jimmy Jerkins.
Yeah, I mean, he had a legitimate tough trip in his debut, and he came back, and highest honors is a horse who had run second with a troubled trip at at Keeneland for Chad Brown, who Chad Brown believes could be a major stakes quality 3-year-old, and he gave him everything he wanted. And it's not like you watch this race. I mean, you kept waiting for the winner to just sort of comfortably draw away, and he kept coming to him. And I remember I spoke to Chad Brown after the race, and I said, you might be disappointed because it seemed so close to the finish. Don't be. He just beat a horse that's a stakes horse.
Oh, he's getting bet like he is something serious here. So we'll see if third time the charm here for Meet Me in LA, Son of Awesome again. Jose Lezcano was on board in that most recent start at Belmont. He'll be back aboard today.
Right,
Leading rider at the meet.
You worry a little about a wet track, and you worry about him coming back in 19 days, but Jimmy Jerkins wouldn't run him back in 19 days unless he felt confident.
Here is the $1 million horse who went for that price to the Keeneland September yearling sale 2017, Sagaponax, Son of Quality Road.
And those Peter Brandt silks, and Peter's been enjoying a tremendous meet. He's got a half to Sister Charlie running here on Saturday.
Ooh. Worked with the stablemate, Azrael, and they both fired that bullet on the Saratoga training track.
I think he is a very dangerous horse in this race. I mean, comes out of a super, super tough maiden win, to say the least. Some pretty good 3-year-olds
Complexity
in that race.
won it, right? Harvey Wallbanger was a factor in the Triple Crown Trail for a while.
Won the Holy Bull, and King for a Day, who beat Maximum Security, and Complexity won the Champagne his next start. Might be a key race.
Yeah, might be. Spice Road just went by for Kieran McLaughlin, start number 3 for him, and here's Golden Tappet.
Yeah, we'll give a little love to Spice Road when they finish the post-parade. Golden Tappet, huge pedigree, full to untappable, half to Patio Prado. Tough spot for the debut, though.
And even money on the one we were just talking about for Stronach Stables, Jimmy Jerkins, Meet Me in L.A.
If he runs back to his last race and loses, he'll lose to a horse that's going to go on to be a graded stakes winner.
Can he repeat that effort, though? That is the question on this kind of racetrack, as well as we look at the expensive first-time starter here for Peter Brandt.
Yeah, and he worked in company with Azrael, and Azrael may have gotten the best of him in that workout. We'll see. You know, you spend $1 million. You obviously hope this horse is a runner. Interesting to see $1 million for a colt, too. Horse has to be a runner. We'll find out.
And sometimes they are just a little bit different in the afternoon than they are in the morning.
Absolutely. No question about it. I mean, listen, you don't know. I usually think when a firster's running a mile, it means they probably don't have a lot of speed. You know, they need more distance. Not always the case, but.
A stablemate again here for Double Down Stables, and he has the benefit of a race, and an extremely key race it was, as you mentioned, the runners in that September 3rd race at Saratoga.
Yeah, and the other thing is they knew the Complexity was the real deal.
I'm watching him right now. He's moving right now.
I mean, this is a horse. If this horse was not, if there wasn't a horse like Meet Me in L.A. in this race, I would be betting on Azrael, and I'm definitely going to bet a 5-2 exact. I'm going to box, press the 5-2. That's my play here. I haven't seen what it's paying yet, but I think Azrael's going to run very well in here.
And
Surprise, a bigger price than the other Chad Brown horse.
Son of Street Sense we're looking at now for Kieran McLaughlin and Godolphin. This is start number 3 for Spice Road, and he's been over the Belmont surface before.
And he's supposed to get better with distance, Greg. It's really, the dam actually ran twice. I think she won her second start at 1.8 miles at Saratoga. She never ran again. It's a half to Avery Island as well, the home of Tabasco sauce.
Is it?
That's the Spice Island. That's
okay.
Avery Island. Avery Island is, I'm sorry, Avery Island is where they make Tabasco sauce.
Fountain Youth winner last year?
Did he win the Fountain Youth? I know he won the
one of the
national.
One of the preps.
He got hurt and he came back. He came back and didn't run very well.
Here is another firster. This is the $275,000 Son of Tappet. That seems like nothing when you have Sagaponax in the race.
Well, it's also interesting, Greg, when you've got a full to untappable from Tappet and a half to Patio Prado, and it only goes for $275,000. You feel like that's a real. I mean, I know it sounds crazy, but it just feels like a very low amount of money.
Untappable, 5-time Grade 1 winner, including the Kentucky Oaks, Breeders' Cup Distaff. So yeah, that seems like a bit of a bargain here as we look at our 3-5 favorite, Jose Lezcano for Jimmy Jerkins, Stronach Stables. Second beat just a length, as you mentioned, to a very good one last out.
Yeah, I mean, listen, the horse is 3-5. I'm not telling people anything they don't know, but I think Meet Me in L.A., if things keep going well, is a horse we're going to hear from in stake races in the second half of the season, or maybe into next year. Maybe it could be Frank Stronach's early hope for his Pegasus next year. I'm jumping the gun a little bit, but
maybe just a touch early.
I'm jumping the gun a lot, but I think this horse has a lot of ability.
5 minutes to post here in race 3. Let's get more from Maggie Wolfendale.
I want to check in with your current favorite at 3 to 5 on the board is Meet Me in LA. A horse that first time out, I had noted that he was big, good looking, super laid back. So 7 furlongs was a good place to start, but that he'd want some more ground. So he is coming back off of a very good second place effort, as Andy was just saying, off of somewhat short rest, just 19 days. And sometimes that's a little bit on the short side for horses to, fully kind of recover, and that cycle that comes around. It's an odd timing for horses in a lot of ways, but I can't say that it's had any ill effects on this Jimmy Jerkins runner. I mean, his weight, I think he's put on more weight since the first time I'd seen him, and his energy level, he's been warming up beautifully out there on the racetrack. And in regards to this muddy sealed surface, he of the ones that got solo warm-ups, to me, was moving the best over it as compared to the 1 and 2, and I just saw them up close here as they first went off. So I like what I'm seeing from Meet Me in LA. He's a deserved 3 to 5 favorite in my opinion. Now, number 3 is Spice Road for Kieran McLaughlin. Really well muscled, really well turned out. I love what I'm seeing from this very handsome son of Street Sense with that really fun pedigree, as you guys were saying, going after the Tabasco hot sauce line and their naming of the foals. He was pretty bad to saddle, though. He got really wound up in the paddock. But since coming out to the track, he's calmed down. I like that. And I always love walking out with Christophe Clement. He lets me in on a few little tidbits. And he was saying that Kieran McLaughlin was telling him that he really everybody likes their horse in this spot, don't get me wrong, but Kieran was saying that the numbers for Spice Road were really good, and he loves the way that he's been training. Put whatever stock you want into that. But Christophe also said about his horse, number 4, Golden Tappet, as we just heard the thunder rumble. Ooh, lovely. I love standing here with a metal microphone in my hand out in the open. But Golden Tappet, that he thought he might be more of a turf horse. Look, he's a big price in here, but he was going to run him here, see what he does, and then maybe his next move was to get him on the grass, Greg.
All right, Maggie, thanks. There's the firster for Clement. 11 to 1, and that's another, we talk about it all the time, especially in these maiden races, especially with horses who've not started. Let the tote boards, and you can get burned by it too, but sometimes let it be your friend.
Yeah, I mean, it's not taking any money. All the geniuses have figured out we like the 3 to 5 shot in this race, and yeah, I mean, it's hard to be overly confident in that situation.
So, with a 3 to 5 favorite, though, you have given us an opportunity to try to create some value and tell us how to play this race, because you say maybe the 2, Azrael, use underneath, so hammer that 5-2 exacta.
Yeah, I mean, that's my play. I'll make a small reverse, and I'll press 5-2, but I think it's a reasonable play. I don't know. Feels okay to me. That's what I'm doing. I mean,
there's Azrael.
I mean, sometimes it's, you find a way to make some money, and Azrael's a big price if you like it, 7 to 1, and the exacta, I haven't seen it, but last I looked, we'll see in a second, seems, okay. I think it's $7 for $1, so it's not so bad. It's my idea.
Let's see how it plays out here.
I'm going to try to beat the first-time starter, the 2 first-time stars, and play the horses with experience. That's my play. Lean on them. And it just, I mean, the other thing about it is, I love watching these races for the future, right? Do we have some future real runners that we can see in Saratoga? Whether or not they're stakes-bound, races like the Curlin, obviously the Jim Dandy, the Travers, but whether that they be the non-winners of 1, because this has the look of a field where there's some runners in here. And certainly have the pedigrees to be runners.
Yeah, and look, a couple of horses getting their start here, but we got the big meet coming up 3 weeks away. We'll see. Some can progress very fast. We'll see what happens. And there's some runners in here that have reputations that precede them.
Yeah, and I think that one of the fun things at Saratoga is watching 2-year-olds. I mean, there's nothing, it's one thing you see a very flashy 2-year-old and you're excited about it. But I think one of the things that we also love as fans, you see some horse, a 2-year-old that runs 3rd or 4th in its debut, and you think, look at that horse. It kind of had a little bit of trouble, and it maybe wasn't ready, and it want more distance. And you start following. I mean, there's nothing more satisfying, right, than seeing a horse run at Saratoga first time out, and whether it's Saratoga or at Del Mar out west, and thinking, nobody really noticed that one. It didn't run that well, but I'm looking forward to that one. And then having the horse come to fruition. It doesn't happen a lot, but that's really exciting.
Case in point, the 3rd place finisher against Azrael, the 2 horse in his debut. Who would have thought that horse would have come back and beat the horse across the wire first for the Kentucky Derby? in the Pegasus last time out, King for a Day. And that was the horse who, you know, we said this the other day on the show. Don't hold it against Maximum Security. He ran a very good race, but that's a horse who Pletcher considered his best 2-year-old.
Yeah, and he was right. You know, and I mean, think about Palace Malice, who Todd always said was his best 2-year-old. And there were a whole bunch of horses doing more than Palace Malice early in their careers. But when the chips were down, everything was said and done, Palace Malice was the best of that generation for Todd.
Loading up here, race 3 at Belmont, 4-5 favoritism on the 5-horse. Meet Me in L.A. for Jimmy Jerkins. Jose Lezcano meets leading rider aboard. Let's go upstairs to Larry Collmus for the call.
Last few runners coming up to the starting gate now. Spice Road and Dylan Davis about to take up position in stall 3. They go in. They'll be followed by Golden Tappet, one of the 2 first-time starters stepping up to line. The last one to load will be the favorite Meet Me in LA, who's gone down a tick to 3-5. And we'll be ready for a start. They're all in line. They're off. Meet Me in LA came out of there very well. It's going to be Azrael to grab the lead, though, from the inside. And then it's Spice Road running in second. Meet Me in LA is third on the outside of them. Sagaponic's close too. Down on the inside, just 2 lengths off the lead and 3 lengths clear of Golden Tappet, the trailer. Azrael up top with Spice Road 3/4 of a length behind, pressing the pace through a first quarter mile in a snappy 22.9 seconds. Sagaponic is racing third on the inside, just 2 lengths off the lead. Meet Me in LA is right alongside of Sagaponic, and they've got 3 lengths on Golden Tappet, who continues to trail the field, moving for the far turn. Azrael 3/4 of a length ahead of Spice Road. These two continue to set this pace. Meet Me in LA, 2 lengths off the lead. The half was 46.16 seconds. Sagaponic saving every inch of ground on the far turn is 2.5 lengths from the front, and it's still another 4 back to Golden Tappet around the far turn. And it has been Azrael, Spice Road, and Meet Me in LA, 1, 2, 3 throughout. And right behind them is Sagaponic, trying to keep up with the top 3, running in 4th and drifting off the rail as they make their way toward the top of the stretch. Spice Road has moved up to take the lead as they turn for home. Meet Me in LA comes after Spice Road now. Azrael has given way on the inside, and Sagaponic is 4th. Furlong to run. Spice Road trying to fend off Meet Me in LA, and he's doing it right now. Spice Road by a neck. Meet Me in LA continues to race right alongside. The two of them nose to nose coming down to the wire. It's going to be a determined Spice Road, who would not let Meet Me in LA get by. Azrael was 3rd and Sagaponic was 4th.
Spice Road determined and would not relent in the stretch in a battle with Meet Me in LA.
And he was best, because I know Meet Me LA was lugging in the stretch, and maybe he ultimately loved the track, but Spice Road was dueling with the number 2 Azrael, who finished well back in this race in 3rd through what was a very, very strong pace. I realized Meet Me in LA was right behind them, but I thought this was a very determined effort and a disappointing effort by Meet Me in LA. It was lugging in the stretch badly.
Had a wide trip pretty much throughout as well, but you didn't love the effort?
He should have won. He's supposed to win. I mean, Jose Lezcano was looking over his shoulder on the turn. I don't know what he was looking for because he was still in 3rd at that point. And he had every chance to get by Spice Road and simply just wasn't good enough today.
7-2. Beats a 3-5, holds that one off in a determined stretch run. Start number 3 for this one as well. Breaks through and gets the maiden score, Son of Street Sense.
A very good effort by this horse. He really took a step forward. I'd be interested in seeing the head on the stretch. Did he come out a little bit? But it seemed like it was the 5, Meet Me in LA, that was kind of coming in, and that was the problem for Jose Lezcano. We'll take a look at the stretch, because I'm always curious, did in fact the number 3 Spice Road come out at all in the stretch? You know?
Definitely, yeah, a little green here, Meet Me in LA.
But he was, I think he was, that's not really the head-on. It's not a head-on. Well, actually, right there, the number 3 is coming out.
Like
yeah, the 3 came out. Actually, the 3 is coming out.
And a left-handed stick.
The 3 is coming out. I'm going to be very interested to see if we have an inquiry here, because this one's coming out. I mean, that's not a true head-on, guys. It's not. See if we can get a head-on of that, Greg. But it seems like he came out off a lot, right?
It looked like it from that angle, and it doesn't help, too, that Dylan Davis was going left-handed.
Yep. Now, they're still saying a photo. We know, it's up, obviously. Now, I'll be interested to see, are we going to see an inquiry? And see, guys, do we have the actual head on?
So there it is.
There is
posted
an
inquiry objection. And it will involve that bumping in the stretch here. And from what we saw on that angle, it looks like that was your horse that caused the infraction.
Well, we need to see a true head on because it certainly looked like it from that, what do you call that, an angular head on?
Mm-hmm.
We're working on it. We'll get it for you.
Side view there. We'll have our staff working on that right now, but hold your tickets.
Artist recreation or the actual head on? Mitch doing some stick figure horses running? Yeah, this is going to be interesting because you have to remember, one of the reasons Spice Road started out in the 2-path, right?
There we go.
And here we go. Okay, go ahead, guys.
So Spice Road, Blue Silks on the inside. Meet Me in L.A. to the outside. There's that left-handed stick,
guys,
from Dylan Davis. And again, and boom.
They're going to say he didn't make much contact. I'm going to say, be honest with you.
Continually comes out.
I would take him down because I think he's hurting. I think he probably won't come down, but I consider this extreme hurting.
Well, let's watch the path that the 5 remains in as well.
Right.
So how far does he come out? So definitely at least half a path there, right?
Yep. Again,
now,
path and a half.
Full path, maybe 2. Yeah, and then again.
And the 5 is trying to run, and he keeps sort of coming out into him. There isn't a lot of contact, and around here, the stewards view contact differently than I do. I think when you herd, you cause the other horse to lose his momentum.
Forced out 2 paths, and that means something, doesn't it?
I would probably take this horse down, but judging by most of the decisions by the stewards, this one's close. I'm not sure. I don't want to take a strong stance on it. But I do think
so.
That
again, you can follow that line down the racetrack with the 5.
Yeah.
And just repeated, not terribly.
No, he's not banging him, but he's sort
just
of
gradual.
But the 5 is trying to hold his ground, and he just keeps sort of coming out into him.
Continual, gradual contact.
Yeah,
So if you were a steward, you would say, take him down.
I would, because I believe that the riders should be keeping straight paths here. I don't like the herding. I think it's not. I think it's not a particularly safe way to ride, and I think it creates situations out there that could be problematic. And I think you're supposed to keep your path and not hinder another horse's chance to move forward.
And does this hurt their cause as well? That Dylan Davis, he wasn't really trying to correct. He was going left-handed the entire time.
Well, I think that's a very fair point. Yeah, I mean, he's hitting righty here, which is weird. And then he shifts left. And it's when he shifts left that he starts coming out, right? So that's not going to help Dylan's cause.
There's Jimmy Jerkins and Jose Lezcano waiting to see what the verdict will be.
I know Jimmy Jerkins thinks he should come down, and Kieran McLaughlin thinks he shouldn't. That I'm pretty clear on. I don't want – we've seen worse fouls, to be fair. This is not a wild, egregious. But, I mean, it's a very close finish, and the 5 is coming at him, and the 3 keeps coming out. Now, the other argument is the 5 has a chance to get by, but then the argument is, well, he couldn't get by because every time he tried to go by him, the number 3 was coming out on him, right?
And it's hard to tell how much contact in the rear there was between these two. I mean, that could have knocked something out of the 5.
Well,
tough to tell.
It keeps coming out. It's one of those things.
Jose Lezcano waiting to see if his horse will be put up.
Was not Jimmy. It was his assistant, they told us. That's not Jimmy Jerkins, obviously. Thought we saw Jimmy from the back. It'll be very interesting to see what call is made. It's a tough call. I mean, I would normally say a tough call. You're not supposed to take the horse down. But Spice Road definitely inhibited Meet Me in L.A. from having his best chance to win. Would you agree that's fair?
We have a change.
We do.
This is a difficult job these stewards have. But in the end, you agree with this call.
I agree with the call. I will say that I'm sure on Twitter already it's the worst call that was ever made.
Of course.
Which is good. It gets the stewards off from the Derby.
Right.
This will be the latest worst call ever. I believe this horse should have come down. The question that some will say is they consistently take horses down for this. We'll see.
So a disappointed Kieran McLaughlin and young Dylan Davis DQ'd out of a victory there in a maiden breaking score. Placed second. So the 5-horse Meet Me in LA graduates via DQ. But both these horses seem like they have a bright future.
I agree. I don't want, I still think Spice Road ran very, very, because even he keeps a straight path and he loses by a half length. Are we going to argue that he necessarily didn't run the best race?
We will have the prices when we come back. Meet Me in LA, there on the outside, the 5-horse moved up to victory. We'll be back with more America's Day at the Races right after this. Stay with us.
Runhappy is simply super. He polishes off an outstanding campaign with a dominant victory in the Malibu.
No medication, no problem. Runhappy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
No sport in the world brings the wins home like racing. It's one-of-a-kind, high-speed, high-stakes action, and NYRA Bets takes you there. Place your bets and watch the races live from anywhere. With NYRA Bets, make easy, secure deposits and promotions every day to earn reward points or cash. Download the NYRA Bets app or visit NYRABets.com. Sign up now for a $200 new member bonus with promo code LIVE at NYRABets.com.
Kentucky Derby winner Orb. On the track, his runners have scored on both dirt and turf, including multiple stakes winner Autumn Warrior and Sipacan Harbor, winner of the Grade 1 Spinaway Stakes at Saratoga. On the track, Orb continues to add winners. And in the sales ring, his 2-year-olds have sold up to $250,000 in 2019. Classic winner, classic pedigree, Orb, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Kieran McLaughlin waiting to see what the decision would be, and his son of Street Sense DQ'd, placed second in race 3 at Belmont.
Yeah, and listen, it's an understandably difficult call. I can imagine
Kieran,
it is. That was Kieran. Yes, that was Kieran. And listen, Kieran's been around a long time. He's been on both sides of some tough calls before, and Spice Road will go on to some bigger, better things as well.
There might be 3 or 4 in this race that go on to do some nice things.
I agree. I think it's a strong field. I wouldn't give up on Azrael, and I think the first 2 finishers were both good.
Well, we hope you join us on Saturday. We have the Wild Applause, part of our program, 1 mile on the turf, 3-year-old fillies. And there's a certain trainer who holds a pretty strong hand in the race.
Yeah, Chad Brown with Seek and Destroy, Nava Soul, and Blowout. So he's got Blowout and Seek and Destroy. Did he name them?
3 of the 6 in this field. Let's take a look at the memories of Silver. Feel Glorious would win it. Blowout would barely miss in this spot by a head.
And I don't want to take anything away from Seek and the thing, but the winner. But Blowout in here, you're going to see. I'm not sure if we may have missed it. I'm not sure where we are. You're going to see the 2 Blowout behind horses. She's going to inch up on the tail of the 3, the leader, and going to really stumble badly there. And all the while, the eventual winner of this race was well back in here and clear. And I don't want to knock the winner because the winner's very good, but that may have cost Blowout the race.
Yeah, no question. So we'll see what happens. We get to see him go at it again here in a rematch.
And Feel Glorious was as probably more unlucky when she lost to Seek and Destroy than Blowout was in the race we just saw, because she was completely buried in traffic while Kendra Carmouche was out in the clear with Seek and Destroy.
Yeah, Seek and Destroy, that was a win in the Grade 3 Soaring Softly, where she was a length in front of Feel Glorious on that occasion. We're going to take a look at it right now.
Yeah, now to be fair, Seek and Destroy was 3-4 wide around the turn, and the other horse was saving ground. But Eric Cancel, this is another incident of him burying a horse on the rail in one of these turf races and just losing the race because she was buried in traffic, while Seek and Destroy got the clear trip. And there's a rider change now to Joel Rosario. But I don't want to knock Seek and Destroy because she ran very well to win this race.
She did, but that is a big switch with Feel Glorious. We shall see. Seek and Destroy, though, has put together 3 consecutive victories, and she is owned by E5 Racing Thoroughbreds. That is Bob and Christine Edwards and their 3 children, Cassidy, Riley, and Delaney. They comprise the E5 group. Relatively new to the game. They got started just in August of 2015. They have very quickly risen to the very top of the sport.
It's 5 Edwards, my wife, myself, and our 3 children, Cassidy, Riley, and Delaney. So my wife's cousin was getting married, and I kind of had to duck out, you know, during the ceremony and get on the phone as Mike was going through the auction, and we ended up buying our first horse, Lucky Bug, and that was 2015. She said, don't buy a horse, and that was never the plan, and I swear my daughter will agree, we didn't have a plan to buy a horse, it just kind of fell in that way.
I thought it was extremely crazy. When he walked out the door that morning with my daughter, I said, don't you dare buy a horse. I just knew in the back of my mind when he grabbed my daughter, who has loved the horses since the time she was 3 years old, there was just something, I just knew something was going to happen, and this was going to be an experience for us with the horses.
Dad, this is my chance to get a horse. You've got to go home with a horse today. And I know she was telling him no, but I was like, Dad, you got to get this horse. Yeah. So kind of just went from there.
So yeah, we roll into kind of town for a family reunion, and left with a $250,000 horse. Yeah.
Because he lives for that thrill, you know, that excitement, that energy. And she begged us all through her young years to purchase a horse, which we got through all those years of raising her without purchasing any horses. And now everything has changed.
I think that it honestly stemmed because I was such a big horse lover and I wanted one my entire life, and now I have like 70 plus, so I'm like extremely happy. And I do try and take the time to like visit them all, and I always have the treats with me and I give them affection.
We've had a lot of luck early, right? So it doesn't hurt to make it exciting, make it fun. We won 3 Breeders' Cups together. Didn't know what the Breeders' Cup really was, you know, going into it. I remember Mary Ryan, you know, saying, Bob, this never happens. You know, this never happens. There's a lot of numbers, as you know, in the sport. It's almost more overwhelming at some level. And you have, you know, the analog and digital side. A lot of the breeders don't care about the numbers. They look at a horse and how it should match up, and they breed that way. And you guys like me who look at the numbers, and then I can like kind of have a conference with Mike and defer to him ultimately on if this will work.
He has more energy than anyone I've ever met in my life before. He's got like that Midas touch, you know what I mean? He seems to never fail at anything.
I think a lot does have to do with luck, but we do have a lot of good people working with us, and I know my dad has spent like hours and hours and nights going through this and trying to be the best at the business, which he's got to be the best at everything he does. So I think it does take a lot of knowledge and skill to get where we are, but definitely luck too.
Why did this happen to us? And I can't answer that. You know, we're blessed. I don't know. I can say we're just very fortunate. But I will say that there is a portion of luck involved, but Bob's business concept has always been like, hire the best and you'll get the best.
I bring the luck to the whole equation, right? So skill and smarts, I'm going to defer to Chad or Mike Ryan or Scott Pierce or, you know, any Rudy. You know, it could be Brad Cox, whoever, you know, Jimmy Toner, or Dave, all the guys that are training horses. Those guys are the I'm just the luck portion of it.
Just an incredible amount of success in a very short amount of time for Bob and Christine Edwards and their 3 children with E5 Racing. They'll have Seek and Destroy Saturday in the Wild Applause, trying to win 4 in a row. Of course, 2016 Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies Turf. They had New Money Honey. They won it again next year with Rushing Fall. And then the 2017 Breeders' Cup Juvenile with Good Magic. How in the world do you put together that kind of run a year into the game? And they're continuing to do it. Race 4, it's the start of the Pick 6. It is a 1-turn mile. New York bred entry-level allowance coming up. My Last Million is the current favorite. Let's head downstairs for a Paddock Report with Maggie Wolfendale.
And that's kind of shocking, Greg, as the horse who will probably be your post-time favorite is number 5, Behind the Couch. Now, she will stretch out another furlong here, and if she was facing a more contentious and deeper field, I'd be a little bit scared about her getting the mile because she is smaller. But then again, that is typical of her sire line in Awesome Again. She's extremely fit and really well turned out here for Jeremiah Englehart. She just might be better than these, even though this isn't her distance. Now, My Last Million, she does like this distance, at least least she's shown that she's feeling good in here. I mean, she is the main competition to behind the couch, in my opinion, based upon looks, as she is second off of a layoff, getting a little bit more tucked up, dappled head to toe. She looks great. Both these outside fillies look tremendous, but stay tuned. You're watching America's Day at the Races. We'll get more from the guys, including Paul LoDuca. Stay tuned.
Grade 1 winner Lee traveled the world competing against the best of his generation. A graded stakes winner on both dirt and turf, he set a new track record in the Grade 1 Don Handicap and retired with earnings of more than $2.3 million. With yearlings bringing up to $650,000 and his first crop 2-year-old selling up to $430,000, the sky is the limit for this promising young stallion. Lee, standing at Claiborne Farm.
No sport in the world brings the wins home like racing. It's one-of-a-kind, high-speed, high-stakes action, and NYRA Bets takes you there. Place your bets and watch the races live from anywhere. With NYRA Bets, make easy, secure deposits and promotions every day to earn reward points or cash. Download the NYRA Bets app or visit NYRABets.com. Sign up for a $200 new member bonus with promo code SPRING19 at NYRABets.com.
This is a colt by Runhappy out of Addison Run. We bred here at Moffra Hall. Well, he's a big, strong, good bone, big old hip on him. Moves really well, has that kind of big cat-like walk when he just relaxes and gets rolling up and down the lane.
Runhappy, standing at Claiborne Farms.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than americasbestracing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. americasbestracing.net is a sport for you. Live it, love it, bet it.
Welcome to America's Day at the Races. Storm Profit will line up at our feature races. The 2-1 morning line favorite trying to return to the winner's circle for the first time since December 2017 and put an end to a 10-race losing streak. Good to have you with us. Our show brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Did you ever see the movie The Fog, John Carpenter?
Maybe a long time ago.
Beware. It's rolling in.
It
Greg
does
Wolf
feel like
alongside New York Racing Association handicapper, Andy Serling, and Storm Profit in this 8th race today. What do you make? A lot of second-place finishes on the resume.
I agree. And, you know, he's a 2-1 favorite in the morning line. I have a tough time seeing anybody that short in this race. He's run well at 2 turns. Maybe the 1 turn will help a bit. I think he is one of the major players in here. But honestly, there may be a lot of ways to go in here.
We'll talk much more about it as we get closer to that 8th race coming up. We're going to send it downstairs to the paddock right now as we get set for the start. And we'll actually keep it up here, but 4th race kicks off our pick 6. It's 10 minutes away as we get a look at the 2 here, Party in the Sand. Carlos Martin, Jose Lezcano meets leading rider on board at 9-1.
Yeah, Party in the Sand. This might be a tough start for people in their pick 6 getting it done. I think so much the money will be towards the outside, but Carlos with a nice win yesterday in the card.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
And, of course, his Come Dancing.
Pointing towards the ballerina up in Saratoga.
Okay, just second.
She's going to bounce back.
In the Ogden Phipps behind a monster performance for Midnight Bisou. But Come Dancing, he has done a tremendous job with her, being so patient with that horse. A lot of stops and gaps in the running lines. As we had a quick look at the 3 right there. That's Maiden Beauty, Gary Contessa, Luis Saez.
Probably the 3rd likeliest winner of this race. I think the strength of this race is very much towards the outside. And our biggest fan, Jeremiah Englehart, of course, saddling behind the couch. This horse broke its maiden in a slop. I don't know this was necessarily better in a slop, but handles a sloppy track and just a little over her head last time against the talented newly minted. And to me, she looks like very much the horse to beat. I agree with the public.
Yeah, she broke her maiden impressively second time out on the sloppy going at Aqueduct. She was even money morning line. 7-5 right now, and that could get even shorter here as we look at My Last Million. Put together a couple times, back-to-back wins. So behind the couch, who has 1 win, 3 starts on the resume, facing a 6-time winner to the outside.
Well, I mean, not just 6-time winner, right, Greg? I mean, 11 for 16, first and second.
Yeah.
This horse shows up and runs. Now, a lot of those races are at Finger Lakes, but I thought the last effort was very solid here. No problem with this horse stretching out. She to a mile. She has races a mile and 40 and mile 70, around 2 turns at Finger Lakes. Charlie Baker, she is a major threat.
And you would think, put a line through that last race. She needed it. It was her first start since late November. She came back May 27th.
Yeah. And it wasn't even a bad effort. I mean, Kep True won that race for Leah Giamatti as a talented 3-year-old. More mischief for Chad Brown's okay as well.
There's Dylan Davis. He'll be aboard Not About the Nail, who just ran 5 days ago.
5 days ago for Not About the Nail. We'll see. I mean, she did run. Listen, she ran a fast figure last time. 6 furlongs, and we know she can get the mile. I don't trust her. I thought she picked up the pieces last time.
There's Charlie Baker. Usually see him with a smile on his face. He sends out the 6 horse in here, My Last Million. And he's also got one that you like later in the card, in the 8th, our feature race, Bluegrass Cat Smile.
I agree. I think she's very interesting, or he's very interesting in that race. Good to see Charlie here. Charlie getting ready for Saratoga. He's been doing well up there recently.
Yes, he has. Last few summers, we have called his name a lot. Done tremendous work. Here comes our post parade. 23,000 and growing in the pick 6 pool coming up. And we're going to see a long shot who actually is taking a little bit of money right now. Peaches and Spice will kick things off. 5-year-old mare who is coming off a couple of performances that don't get you too excited.
No, she should have been second in her last start. The rider was over-aggressive early and ended up costing her second-place finish. She's sort of a fringe player. I wouldn't be surprised she could get third in this race.
Jose Lizcano for the aforementioned Carlos Martin, Party in the Sand.
I think Party in the Sand is better actually closing going shorter than going the mile.
10-1 on the board. Here's Maiden Beauty for Contessa Racing with Luis Saez.
You know, she's got races recently that put her in the ball game here, and that's second at a mile at Aqueduct behind the talented Shelly Ann. That makes her a player in this race.
Well, Not About the Nail. She returned on 20 days rest back in March. She came back to win. Now she's returning on 5 days rest.
And she really improved. She got back to her better form, and her better form would make her a player in this race.
6-1. Here's our 6-5 favorite. Behind the couch, Jeremiah Engelhardt.
She ran the best figure she's ever run last time, but I've liked all of her starts, and she's never run a bad race.
And My Last Million for Charlie Baker. Joel Rosario on board. You talked about that gaudy record, 6 wins, 5 seconds from 16 starts.
Yeah, I mean, you got to admire this horse, right? She just shows up, and she always seems to run well.
2-1. So the top 2 players on the outside here, but this is the one that the public believes, and the morning line maker, David Aragona, believe you got to beat here. And we're going to take a look at that maiden win in the slop at Aqueduct.
Yeah, I thought she ran well in here, running down Cash Offer and Rumor Driven, both who came back with wins, albeit they won. I mean, Cash Offer actually won its next start by a pole, but under very favorable circumstances. The same thing for Rumor Driven. But she's run well in these races, and, you know, she handled the slop in here. I thought she ran very well in her debut also, where she had a real trip. She had trouble at the start, and she just kept on running. I just think she's a talented horse and is going to move forward for Jeremiah Engelhardt.
And looking at that, she looked like she did that pretty easily.
Yeah, I like this horse. I know she's the pretty strong favorite here. And listen, there are others in here that have run good races, but I think she has some real upside.
Yeah, that's the key word, I think, right? She has a lot of upside here, where others, they've been around for a while. You know what you're getting, but she's a bit on the rise.
Right. I mean, she's a favorite. You're taking a short price, and I mean, she doesn't have to improve. She runs her last race. She's probably going to win this race, right? But I feel like she's got more improving to do, lightly raced. Good barn.
Meanwhile, the quick returner here, Not About the Nail, a 10-time winner in her career. She's won over $220,000. We're going to check in now for the first time this afternoon. Joining us on the show, 4-time Major League All-Star, Paul LoDuca with us.
Thanks, Wolfie. And yeah, I'm going to actually go with Dylan Davis in this spot, who just got taken down in the last race. I'll give you a little report on that. Him and Jose Lezcano are on the same horse. I actually like Not About the Nail. When you look at this horse, his last effort was very good. His 2 efforts before that, the start was what sort of did this mare in. Her other sloppy start that she had for Eddie Barker, she won by 2 1/4 lengths. I think she has a really big shot. She looked good to me coming onto the racetrack. She also is a 10-time winner. Now to get to the favorite, the 3-year-old filly behind the couch. Obviously, he's going to take some beating here. I thought she looked very good. Junior Alvarado came in the paddock. I asked him what he thought about this filly. He really thought she'll take to the muddy racetrack, and then she's been training well. And then the 6, My Last Million on the outside. Listen, a horse to catch and a horse that likes to win races is very, very dangerous. So, listen, she's been in the exacta 11 out of 16 times. Look for her to get sent here by Joel Rosario, by the way, who was blowing me kisses in the post-break, having a little fun. Now, to get back to the inquiry, in the last race, I talked to Jose Lezcano on the way out. When Dylan Davis was coming in, I go, did you think you were going by that horse? He goes, yes, I really did. And I said, what was the factor? What did the stewards tell you? And the steward said that the second bump, not the first one, cost him. When he hit him the second time, Dylan Davis, that's when they thought that it cost the horse the race. So that's why they put up the favorite, guys.
Paul, thank you. Yeah, that was back in race number 3. Meet Me in LA moved up to victory after getting gradually bumped by Spice Road and Dylan Davis to graduate and get that maiden breaking win via DQ.
Yeah, and I think we talked about it, you and I, too, a little bit. Just the 5 never, the winner, Meet Me in LA, never, not to dwell on it, never got a chance to get his momentum going, right? The horse just kept coming out. And Dylan, and we're big fans of Dylan. You don't like to see him get disqualified. He didn't really try to correct. In fact, if anything, he exacerbated it.
Yeah. Well, back to the 4th here, and Paul was talking about, and we're looking at the 4 here, who's, again, returning in just 5 days, and there is Dylan on board. He'll try and rebound here. But Paul was talking about the 6-horse My Last Million, potential to be the speed in this spot. Who do you see going to the front?
I think he's right. No, I think this horse has the most speed here, and you have to imagine Joel is going to take advantage of that. I don't think that, assuming everybody breaks, I don't think that Jeremiah's horse behind the couch will be too far behind, but My Last Million is in a position to try to wire this field. Can't disagree with that at all.
Again, on a couple of occasions, she has put together back-to-back wins, a couple of route races at Finger Lakes late last summer, and then did it again back in November at Finger Lakes in a 5.5 furlong sprint and then a mile and 70.
Yeah, I mean, stamina is not an issue for My Last Million. I think that's really Junior Alvarado's job here on the favorite. You cannot let My Last Million get that advantage, because I look at the pace projectors from Timeform US, and I really like them, and they project this as a, quote, no pace, unquote, race, which means that's going to hurt the closers, but it's going to mean the favorite's not going to be allowed to let My Last Million get a big advantage.
6-5 on the horse who was even money in the morning line, the 3-year-old filly. One of just 2 in this field, the other one being the 3. But behind the couch, lightly raced, the most lightly raced in this group, and often that's a good thing because she's shown talent early on.
Right. I mean, you feel as though the more lightly raced horses have the more upside, and the others have sort of proven themselves. I don't want to totally dismiss the 3 Maiden Beauty, by the way. She's not without talent, and she's not without a chance in this race. But Luis Saez, I think, will he be a little aggressive with her and try to get her a little more forward?
Yeah, potentially. Look, second start of her career. She was second in a stake at Saratoga.
Right. I mean, it's not, well, she won a stake in her debut.
Yeah, the Lindbrook.
I mean, it's not, and the second is Shelly Ann. I mean, a lot of people may not pay as much attention in the winter as some of us do that are there every day at Aqueduct. Shelly Ann's a very, very talented runner. I want to say for Jimmy Jerkins. I know Phil Bursch owns her, and I mean, I think she ran well enough that day to win this race, right? So we'll see.
But, well, yeah, that was 4 starts back. I was going to say she was certainly she was precocious early.
She was. She's been out for a couple of months since that, and she's facing some reasonable rivals. But I don't. You want to give the credit to some of the others. They've got to go out on the racetrack and do it, though.
But on the negative side, last couple of starts off tracks for Maiden Beauty, and we say it all the time. No 2 off tracks are the same. Didn't appear to love it. Right. But maybe some of that was the competition in the Matty May as well.
Yeah, though her last race was here at Belmont, so you think it would be a similar type of off track. We'll see. I don't think she's impossible.
And now it is even money. Behind the couch, right at her morning line, Jeremiah Engelhardt filly trying to win for the second time in her career from post 5. Let's go upstairs to the voice of New York racing for the call. Here's Larry Collmus.
And the last couple runners moving into line here behind the couch. The favorite into the starting gate will be followed by My Last Million up to the outside stall. My Last Million goes in. They're all in line. They're off. My Last Million on the outside. Maiden Beauty, these two out for the lead. And Not About the Nail came out running in third behind them, with Behind the Couch right on her outside. And now she takes third and heads after the top two up the backstretch. Then Peaches and Spice, and the trailer is Party in the Sand. Up the backstretch they go. Maiden Beauty a half length on top. My Last Million second. Behind the Couch third on the outside. 23.74 quarter. Not About the Nail sits fourth and races 2.5 lengths from the front. Then Peaches and Spice, who's 6 behind and 4 clear of Party in the Sand, who has trailed so far. So they move for the far turn. Maiden Beauty and Luis Saez a half length on top. My Last Million kept close by Joel Rosario as Behind the Couch and Junior Alvarado come up there 3 wide, just a length off the lead. Not About the Nail waits in fourth, 3 lengths behind after 47.31 half. Then it's Peaches and Spice and Party in the Sand as they make their way around the far turn. Maiden Beauty on the inside, just a narrow lead. 3 wide, it's Behind the Couch. My Last Million between those two. Not About the Nail is fourth and going to come outside the leading trio as they make their way to the top of the stretch, where it is Maiden Beauty and Behind the Couch who fight it out here. Behind the Couch and Maiden Beauty, and they kick away. They're still nose to nose with a furlong to run. Not About the Nail is taken third, down to the 16th pole. Behind the Couch on the outside, Maiden Beauty just keeps on digging in. Behind the Couch, Maiden Beauty won't go away. These two down to the wire. Maiden Beauty comes back and beats Behind the Couch. Not About the Nail was third, My Last Million fourth.
Maiden Beauty outduels the short-priced favorite at even money here Behind the Couch. We talked about her precocity early on in her 2-year-old campaign. Picks up just the second win of her career.
Yeah, and we talked about Luis Saez perhaps being aggressive at the start, and he was in fact aggressive, and he took that pace away from the number 6, My Last Million. She also took all the late money, going from around 5-1 down to 5-2 right at the end. It looked as though the favorite Behind the Couch had her measured, but no dice. She comes back for the victory, a hard-earned victory.
And on the inside as well. So Maiden Beauty, daughter of Revolutionary, picks up her first victory since her debut back in July on a sloppy track at Belmont.
Right. Well, she got it done here, and I guess she benefited from a little time off. And this was a game victory. It wasn't a particularly fast pace, but we knew it wasn't going to be a fast pace, and that's the value of a guy like Luis Saez, taking advantage of that. A nice win for him, and a nice job by Gary Contessa.
Crafty ride, gets to the front, and then confronted by your favorite, and actually gets headed.
I thought this horse, I believed the favorite was going to beat her Behind the Couch, but no, she did not finish out up as well, and Maiden Beauty able to come back.
So Maiden Beauty gets the job done here in race 4 to kick off the pick 6. An even money favorite defeated to start off the sequence. Over $60,000 bet into that pool, and a 5-2 second choice on the board. She did take a lot of late money.
Yeah, I mean, I think she may have even been 4th choice when we were talking.
Very happy Gary Contessa getting hugs all around.
How about that uproar in the winner's circle? I thought it was Belmont Day for a second.
It sounded like it momentarily, yeah. It's gonna be a fun picture downstairs.
They scared Maggie.
Well, we're gonna check in at Churchill when we come back. We have their entire card coming up on this Twilight Thursday. Hall of Famer Gary Stevens, Jonathan Kinchen coming up when we return. Stay tuned.
Our summer cruise is here at Spruce Lane Farm, and he's been a really intelligent horse since he got on the farm.
He's just got great balance and presence. He's got a really good mind, and he does everything that we like to do so far. The plans with this colt are probably to take him to Saratoga or to Keeneland Book 1 or 2. He fits those. We paid $250,000 for him, so he was an expensive horse, but that's where he belongs.
Runhappy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
No sport in the world brings the wins home like racing. It's one-of-a-kind, high-speed, high-stakes action, and NYRA Bets takes you there. Place your bets and watch the races live from anywhere. With NYRA Bets, make easy, secure deposits and promotions every day to earn reward points or cash. Download the NYRA Bets app or visit NYRABets.com. Sign up at NYRABets.com for a new member bonus.
An undefeated graded stakes winner on the track, Algorithms now ranks among the leading active sires by percentage of winners to starters. His top runners include multiple stakes victor Recruiting Ready, winner of the Grade 3 Gulfstream Park Sprint Stakes, graded stakes winner Rich Mommy, multiple stakes winner Taylor's Spirit, plus these recent stakes winners. In the ring, his 2-year-olds have sold up to $275,000 this year. Algorithms, standing at Claiborne Farm.
You're watching America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2. Good to have you with us. Also on MSG Plus. Into the winner's circle, kicking off the pick 6. Maiden Beauty scoring the minor upset here for Gary Contessa and Luis Saez. Sharp ride.
6th win in less than 2.5 days, 1.5 days of racing here for Luis Saez. He's really, he's winning almost half our races, and this was a very heady ride by him, getting the money in a thrilling stretch run.
3-5-4 finish. Let's head downstairs to Paul LoDuca.
With winning trainer Gary Contessa here in the winner's circle, jubilant winner's circle. Gary, this is obviously a filly that you thought very highly of, sticking her in a stakes race, basically her whole career and her first start.
And she's always shown us a lot. She's always been a very promising filly. And she delivered in the Lynbrook, and then it took me forever. I almost regretted putting her in the Lynbrook because it took me a year to get it back to the winner's circle. But she came back with gusto, and she likes this track, and, you know, she's at least headed in the right direction now.
Now, I was asking you right before we were doing this interview, were the plans for you to go to the front end? Tell everybody what you told me.
I told Saez, take it back and make one run. But I also tell every jock, don't listen to me. Do whatever the heck happens when that gate opens. But I assume she'd be coming from off the pace like every start of her life.
Yeah, and so I heard Louis look at you and say, basically, she broke so cleanly, I'm just going to go. But talk about the winner's circle. This is a group that you've trained for so long, and wow, they were going crazy. By the way, if the one horse wins the next race, there's going to be even a bigger party down here.
The winner the picture guy is going to be having a field day. There was so many people here. But it's Pine Stable. They actually gave me my 2000th winner, and we've been together for about 10 years, and it's a great group. So it's a great group. They come, they bring their kids. It's like 3 generations, and they really have a good time with it.
Well, a lot of fun. Gary Contessa gets the money, guys.
Paulie, thank you. And hey, it worked out, right? Even when jockeys don't pay attention to instructions, sit back, make one run. He did not listen, and it paid dividends.
And that's why they should have listened.
And Paul was referencing the one horse. Yeah, Classy Sadie, same ownership, Pine Stables. Gary Contessa team up in race 5 with the inside runner. A quick look here at the current odds for the opener on this card on Twilight Thursday, Churchill down. $75,000 maiden claiming event. It is at 5 furlongs. Only 2 runners with any experience in the race. That is the 3 Warren Officer and the 4 Nucky, with more on the entire card this afternoon. Let's check in with Hall of Fame jockey Gary Stevens and Jonathan Kinchen.
Guys, how you guys doing? I'm here with a Hall of Famer. This doesn't take not too often in my life. I've been standing next to one, Gary Stevens. I don't know, I'm not sure how much Gary listened to instructions when he was riding.
Hey, you got to call some audibles out there like a quarterback. Somebody drops the ball, you got to pick up the fumble, Jonathan.
Absolutely. We're going to try to pick up the fumble here. Obviously, the rest of the horse racing world has been rained on. Royal Ascot, you guys look like you've been rained on a little bit. We've dodged it. It's fast and firm here. We're looking forward to it. We got 8 races for you here today. There's going to be 2 on the turf. 1 is a 2-year-old turf sprint. 1 is going long for older horses, going 1 1/8 miles. The rest will be on the main track. We're going to start this thing off in race 1 with a 2-year-old maiden claiming race for $75,000. And I think Gary and I kind of agree on a horse here. The 6 for Steve Asmussen, Bubba Bling.
Yeah, I like Bubba Bling. He looks the part, but I also like the 8 horse, first-time starter for Norm Cassie, Julian Leperoux. He looked the part in the paddock. He looked fit. He looked fast, and he looked like he was paying attention. So that's who I'm going to have my eye on, those 2.
And he's got a great name, right? Don't hate the player.
Don't hate the player.
Don't hate the player, hate the game. This horse is actually the same connections. We had a winner last Thursday, I believe it was, in the first. She Dares the Devil. Same owner, same trainer, same rider. Hopefully they'll be looking for some magic here. But my top pick's going to be Bubba Bling. On form, we'll talk about that when we get trackside. Gary gave me the stamp of approval on how the horse looks in the paddock. I don't know what I'm looking at. I just make sure they got 4 legs. So we'll see you guys trackside.
Jonathan, Gary, thanks you guys. Much more from that duo coming up over the course of the show as we are just getting started out in Louisville and Churchill, down 6 minutes to post in their opening race on this Twilight Thursday card.
I'm betting Nucky, the 4.
You like Nucky. Peter Miller. We'll see if he can get going. Corey Lanner, he's got the right rider in the irons. We're going to take a break. Maggie Wolfendale going to step in for me after a short break when America's Day at the Races continues.
Runhappy was the fastest 3-year-old sprinter of his generation.
Runhappy is stamping his horses. And they all got great necks, great hind legs. They all got a good walk, and this colt moves very, very well. Very smart. He hasn't turned a hair since we had him. First day we turned him out, he was very, very gentle in his paddock and did everything right. He's got an exceptional pedigree.
Runhappy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than americasbestracing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. americasbestracing.net is a sport for you. Live it, love it, bet it.
Mastery retired undefeated, winning his 4 starts by a combined 20 lengths. A 6-figure September sale purchase. He won impressively in his 2-year-old debut at Santa Anita. From there, he captured the Grade 3 Bob Hope Stakes and completed his juvenile campaign with a dominant performance in the Grade 1 Los Alamitos Futurity. At 3, the top-rated son of Candy Ride sizzled in the San Felipe. Now his much-anticipated first crop has arrived. Mastery, standing at Claiborne Farm.
What could be better than standing 1 Triple Crown winner? Standing 2.
Here comes American Pharaoh. Justified, turning for home in front. And American Pharaoh has pulled. Justified. He's unstoppable. The 37-year wait is over. American Pharaoh, Justified, has won
the Triple Crown. Coolmore, America, home of Triple Crown champions.
Claiborne Farm, beautiful out there in Kentucky, as they are one of our proud sponsors here on America's Day at the Races. Oh, some foals having fun out there.
A great shot or what?
I'm jealous of them. I wish I was out in the paddock with them. The geese and the ducks hanging out in the Belmont Park Pond. Welcome back, though, to our 3rd floor clubhouse studios. I'm Maggie Wolfendale alongside NYRA handicapper Andy Serling. Nice to be up with you, as always.
Nice to see you. I know.
Yeah.
I love when you come up.
I'm
favorite times of the week.
I'm hoping that the storm comes through while I'm up here with you and I can dodge the rain, the howling.
I was hoping none would come, but you're hoping Paul gets wet? Is that what we're really
saying? No, I
here?
didn't mean that. I just don't
Whatever.
want to get wet.
Paul.
All right, we do have a late scratch here in race number 5. So now we're down to a field of 4 in here, Andy. Number 3, Kit Kat Katie, would have been the likely post-time favorite in here for Jeremiah Englehart. Would have to think that something may have happened here in the paddock, as we do see our NYRA State veterinarian there, Kristen Pastor, taking a look at number 3, Kit Kat Katie. So I would have to think something happened when they tried to saddle her.
Yeah, tough 15 minutes. Jeremiah Englehart just lost by a nose, and now his horse gets scratched, and we are left with the field forward. Keep in mind, this race was scheduled for the turf as well. We'll see. We've got 2 firsters and 2 with experience here, Mag.
Yeah, exactly. Now, the one with experience, for Gary Contessa, was on the turf, but pedigree-wise, it looks as though she could go either way.
I agree. I mean, it doesn't seem like a horse that's supposed to be bothered by that, and Gary Contessa could be in a very good position to win 2 straight races here.
Yeah, with the same connection, with the same ownership group as
yeah.
well. So
there'll be a lot of noise up here.
Yes, it was very noisy for Maiden Beauty in her win.
Nice
I would think the decibels would be even louder, as we will check in back out at Churchill Downs. They have 2-year-olds as well, as we will check in with Jonathan Kinchen and Gary Stevens. Guys, what's going on out at Churchill?
Well, like I said earlier, the sun is beating down. It's sweating on the forehead a little bit. It's better than getting rained on. Gary, this has always been a class level that's tough for me. maiden 75s, maiden claimer 75s. I've always struggled. What's really the difference between a maiden 75 and a maiden special weight? You've sat on a lot more of these than I have.
I think it's a great race, Jonathan, just for the fact that a lot of these horses in here are homebred. Some other ones, they didn't pay a lot of money for them at the sales, and they think enough of them not to run them for maiden 32. They don't know if they're good enough to run maiden special. But the pot's good in here. The purse money is good. And if you lose the horse, you've done good. You've hit the jackpot there. And you can see a horse go on and possibly do some better things down the road. But it's a good starting point. And looking at all these babies out here right now, they look terrific out here. Everything's warming up good. The 7 horse is a big price. Looks like he might need a race, but he's a handsome colt.
Absolutely, 20-1 on that one if you're interested. We talked earlier about my top pick here is a 6, Bubba Bling. The thing I want to talk about real quick with Bubba Bling is that horse worked on June 9th. It's a Texas-bred horse. Worked on June 9th at Lone Star. He worked at the same distance and the same time as a horse by the name of Good Judgment, who's even money in a $65,000 Texas-bred stake. For Asmussen to put him on the van, bring him up here and run against, I guess you'd call it a little bit of a higher level, at Churchill Downs versus Lone Star Park says a lot about that one. And then Andy mentioned a horse, the 4, Nucky for Rockingham Ranch. Rockingham Ranch, these guys have great TV taste. Nucky was a character off of Boardwalk Empire. They had Bobby Axelrod from Billions. Thought that horse was a little bit interesting. They obviously have some really talented horses all the time. And then the 9, Majestic Johns. I know you've ridden for John Ortiz a little bit out at Oaklawn Park. Not known for his ability to get a first time to run, but obviously you have some respect for him.
Yeah, I have a lot of respect for him, and I'll tell you, a lot of these guys that don't do real well with first-time starters, that's half the time intentional, because I'll tell you, starting a first-timer at a horse, they get to a certain level and works, and they're going no further. You get a race in it acts as 5 works, and you can expect a second race to always be better, but he looked the part as well out in the paddock.
They're getting ready to load. We'll throw it back to Maggie.
As they are loading in here for today's first at Churchill, I like what Gary said about number 5, Majestic Johns. I have a lot of respect for Johnny Ortiz as well here, Andy, and I think he's a young trainer with a lot of talent.
I thought he was great on Luck as well.
I missed him on that.
There was an actor named John Ortiz, a different person on Luck. It was a joke.
I totally stepped right into that one.
He does do a very good job. You're correct.
Now, Nucky, I thought your horse broke a bit slow. It was a bit green after that, but kind of stayed on.
Yeah, I just like a horse with experience in these kind of races. It doesn't mean I'm in the right direction, but with all these firsters, I'm going to take a little chance experience. Obviously, Peter Miller, his barn has struggled since coming from California, but two-year-olds...
It's funny, only at Churchill, really. I mean, he does well with his horses he brings to New York, typically.
No, I agree. He's done great with his horses he's brought to New York. Roy H. kind of emerged on the scene when he brought him to New York and won our True North.
That's number 3 going in there. Warrant Officer, the only other one with experience with Nucky. Gets Lasix, though, for this start, and like Nucky, was wired by a horse that day in Rowdy Yates.
We'll see what happens. We'll see. I mean, the experience can be such a huge advantage. How many times you see it in Saratoga where a horse with experience beats a hot first-time starter? And the hot firster ends up being the better horse, but the experience makes such a difference.
Absolutely, as they are almost loaded in here for race number 1 to kick things off with this Twilight card at Churchill. Well, at least somewhere it's sunny as they are fast over there at Churchill. We'll throw it out to Travis Stone with the call.
They're in the gate. And they're off. Warrant Officer with a good beginning. Majestic Johns on the far outside away well, too. Bubba Bling is up close, and Nucky comes on through. Those 2 fastest out of there. Nucky on the inside with an arrow lead. Bubba Bling running in second. 2 lengths back to Majestic Johns in third. Warrant Officer is 4th. Feeling It is 5th. Archability is 6th. Then is J.J. Creed in 7th. Don't Hate the Players back in 8th, and a break of 5 to My Mayday at the back. 22 and 3 the quarter. They round the far turn. Nucky going head-to-head with Bubba Bling. Bubba Bling on the outside. Nucky at the rail. Feeling It. Pops outside, right in behind, putting in a bid from 3rd. Archability, shot on the outside in 4th. Don't Hate the Player, trying to come on from 5th. Down to the final furlong now. Bubba Bling head-to-head with Nucky. Nucky on the inside, Bubba Bling outside. Bubba Bling roused to a narrow lead. Nucky battles on, but is back into second. Bubba Bling opening up down to the wire. Nucky is very game, though, but will have to be second best to Bubba Bling. Bubba Bling, the winner. Nucky was second. Majestic Johns rallied for 3rd. Feeling It was 4th.
Bubba Bling. Andy, as this first-time starter, the Texas bred for Steve Asmussen gets it done with Ricardo Santana, had the speed, and you could see he's almost bigger than the rest of his foes. And in two-year-old racing, that has a lot to do with the outcome.
I mean, you look at him, right, he really looks like he just swallow the other ones up. Too much bling. His sire, of course, an Ohio bred, I think, too much bling.
Was
Actually,
he?
Yeah, he was Ohio bred.
I thought he was a Texas bred as
He
well.
was Ohio bred. I'm almost certain. Ran for Bob Baffert, of course, and Bubba Bling took the money and got the job done. And it's funny, he and Nucky, it looked like the field was sort of coming to try to swallow him up top of the stretch. They opened up a pole on them in the stretch, just ran away from the others.
I mean, honestly, I think the ones behind weren't probably that much. Then again, number 9, Majestic Johns, was perched right there, shuffled back when they got to the head of the lane, and then switched down to the inside and re-rallied to get a distant third placing.
Yeah, but it was a distant third placing.
Exactly. Well, we will switch gears and getting back to our 5th race here at Belmont Park. These are the 2-year-olds. We had that late scratch of number 3 in here, that Kit Kat Katie, as she flipped completely over on her back, as we were told up here on our 3rd floor clubhouse studios. And so that's an automatic scratch here at NYRA.
Yeah, I mean, you have to protect the horse, and you have to protect the public as well. And she was standing in her stall, so you imagine she was probably fine, but you can't let the horses run. It's just something that's clear-cut. And it seems like the firster, Miss Marissa, taking a lot of money right now. It's the co-favorite.
Miss Marissa on the outside, accompanied by the pony. This one going out for Jimmy Ryerson, a daughter of He's Had Enough. I mean, I haven't had that much experience with him. It feels like sometimes they went more synthetic than anything.
Yeah, I saw him, and I'm thinking, geez, when's the last time I saw He's Had Enough? I agree, and obviously his son, a Tappet. Was he the horse that was second in the Breeders' Cup?
Yes, to Shanghai Bobby. It's funny, my husband trained and now still owns, and in a somewhat unfortunate way, I hate owning horses, by the way.
This horse hanging out in the backyard?
No, this one's brother, actually.
This horse's brother?
Yeah, Miss
Really?
Marissa. Yeah, this dam has had 2 foals.
They
They've
won
been
on the
much
turf.
better on the turf.
They were on the turf, yeah. 2 for 2, actually.
Yep.
One was okay.
Yeah, the first one,
Yeah.
the X, was very good. Ours, Unnamed Soldier, not so good. Anyway.
Oh, I remember that horse.
So they're making their way through the tunnel as we will check out a post parade momentarily, but all the money going to Classy Sadie. I mean, people just kind of gravitating to a horse who, albeit, although it was a turf race, ran very well.
I'm not sure she didn't run every bit as well, if not better, than Kit Kat Katie, who finished
Absolutely.
a neck ahead of her. Kit Kat Katie was on the rail. She was chasing outside of her. She never gave an inch. I agree.
And
She
she
ran
will
fine.
kick things off as Gary Contessa sends out this daughter of MC, now a New York bred running against Open Company, but we see that this time of year with the 2-year-olds.
Yeah, I mean, obviously that race was on the turf. This is on the dirt. You don't know if she can handle it all, but given this field, she is supposed to be favored.
Secure Connection is going out for Shug McGahee. Now, speaking of 2-year-olds, this is kind of weird seeing Shug with the 2-year-old this early, but this one has turf pedigree.
She really does have much more turf. Right? It's the first foal from the dam, and though she didn't win in the turf, it's a data link, and he was a very talented turf runner.
Blinkers coming off, number 4, Lil Morning Star, who will be making her 3rd start of her career.
I love the Central Bankers, but this is not one of his better foals.
Miss Marissa has Louis Saez in the irons for Jimmy Ryerson.
Is this horse taking money, or is it just the alternative that people have sort of landed on in this race? We'll see. As you said, much more interesting in the turf than dirt. I actually picked her on top on the turf.
Oh, did you?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, I thought she was really interesting. Well, she'd have to do turf winners. And,
Absolutely.
You know, he had enough to tap it, so there's some turf influence there.
All right. Well, we see them warming up. Big warm-up there from the Shug McGahee horse. So those horses tend to have experience over the wet track. But we want to get downstairs to Paul LoDuca, who's going to run us through his late pick 5 to get the NYRA Bets late pick 5. Paulie?
Thanks, Max. As you can see, my ticket right there on the screen. 1, 2, 3, 5. Obviously, the 3 scratched out of here. I thought this was a little bit more wide open, even though the 3 opened up at 3 to 5. She flipped over in her stall, so automatic scratch. Everything is going to be okay, and she'll live to fight another day. 2, 4, 7, 8. Radjakowski in the next race, the 5-year-old mare that everybody bet last time. Do you want to trust her this time? I just cannot. I can't do it. I landed on Cartwheel, the only true dirt horse in race number 7, and then I landed not on Amos, on Amos in the last race, guys.
Yeah, I don't think you can go wrong with getting to Amos in the last race, as that one off the turf, and she was the lone MTO.
I just can't get over the idea that they think the horse's name is Amos. And apparently that's what they're claiming the horse's name is.
That's what the connections have said.
It's spelled Amos.
But don't we say Tom Amoss,
Yeah,
but he has
Amos,
2 S's?
Amos is a person's name, has 1.
Okay.
They're
like Seamus.
They're redefining the English language here. I can't take it.
I know. I'm sorry.
I know. I'm hurt. I'm deeply hurt by
I think
it,
in an alternate life, you should have been an English teacher.
Yeah, I like that. I wish I had studied English, actually, in college. My life could have gone differently. I could have been a success. But I'm sitting here with you, Maggie, so...
I think that's fairly successful.
At least for now, it's successful.
All right, you see those Churchill Downs official prices. Bubba Bling coming in at returning $560. He took a lot of money. Can't go wrong with those Steve Asmussen first-time starters over Nucky to complete the exacta as we were watching horses warm up for the 5-furlong start here on the main track. So horses will come out of the paddock and go straight around the wrong way to get behind the gate as we see horses emerging over there on the backside here at beautiful Belmont Park. As number 1, we are checking out Classy Sadie. I mean, I think we need to get our earplugs ready if this is a close race and she wins.
Yeah. Love the enthusiasm. I agree. And I think the rain seems to be tapering off a little bit. Nothing major out here.
Nope.
You got to think with the experience behind her, Eric Hansel really has one job with her. Get her out.
Yeah.
Break sharply. She has that experience and get to the front. I know she didn't show much speed in that turf race, but I mean, you just don't know if the others have it. And from that rail position, don't get yourself shuffled out.
No, absolutely. Now, Foolish Humor, who convincingly won that day, she didn't do much running over at Ascot, but then again, it was very deep ground.
And this is not Ascot.
Correct.
And this horse ran fine. I have no problem. The problem, of course, is there's a possibility this horse won't be able to handle the dirt at all. I mean, there's always that possibility, right?
Yep, absolutely. You know, I never know what to do with these MCs. I think we saw the one of Mike Stidham's run well when she got back to the dirt. So, I mean,
he was a dirt horse. You think
right.
of him as a dirt horse, and Grand Slam, the dam sire can go either way.
Exactly. As we were checking out number 5 in here, Miss Marissa, well-behaved first-time starter, it seems. She was very comfortable when she got with the pony there in the paddock, and she hasn't left her side or his side since. But Jimmy Ryerson, he's a guy that can win with a sneaky first-time starter.
Absolutely. Jimmy's a guy who just needs a good horse, and he can win a race, or a horse good enough to win, I should say. And I scratch into this horse as my top choice, and I don't mind. I bet this horse runs okay. And the other thing is, you know, with Louis Saez, if this horse has any speed, you know that Louis is thinking coming out of the gate and looking to fire away and get to the front if he can.
You're talking about MC, well, his Sire Unbridled Song, originally with Jimmy Ryerson.
Jimmy Ryerson, that's right.
Yeah.
I saw his debut. Won his debut by 10 lengths at Saratoga. He was quite the talk because he had sold for $1 million at Barrett's as a 2-year-old, and they turned it down. And they kept him. Turned to be a very, very good choice. By his connection. And that was $1 million. You're talking about 1995, I believe he was a 2-year-old. And he was well talked about, and he came up on a Saturday, and I believe Mike Smith rode him that day, and he, obviously lived up to it. He was a tremendous racehorse.
Yeah, very special. As we were all, I mean, anybody else in here, number 2, Secured Connection. I've always talked about it, that Shug McGahee works his horses, trains his horses, no matter what the track condition in the morning. And these horses are very adept to handling a wet track. I mean, he's gotten me dropped and run off with because, in the mornings my husband just jogs them the wrong way and because they're galloping by in that sound. But anyway, what I'm saying is number 2, Secure Connection, she knows about handling this wet track.
Well, let me ask you a question about that. Do you think in training your horses over wet tracks, it increases the likelihood they'll be able to handle it, especially for a first-time starter?
Absolutely, because a lot of times with a wet track, you're dealing with a horse that, if they haven't trained over it, they don't really know how to use their hind end as much. It might break away from him, or they're kind of stabbing into it. If they have that conditioning over it, they've built up those muscles to adapt to it.
So they just, in other words, when they get on the track, they're not sort of surprised by
right.
what's going on.
They're not kind of
of
digging in their toes and getting stung by it. They're like, oh, okay, this is fine.
Been there, done that.
Right.
Could make a difference. And listen, I agree with Paul. The 1-2-5, I think you're supposed to use all of them in this race. And the public's seeing it very similarly. Obviously, the one, Classy Say, is an edge and experience and does have, as you say, MC. So supposed to be able to handle dirt, but you don't know until they run on it.
Well, we see number 2, Secure Connection, loading in a daughter of Datalink. Shug's hands all over this pedigree, training the dam, the second dam, and this dam also, half to my impression, nice turf runner for Shug.
Yeah, I mean, there's always turf. These Stewart Jane, these running lines, they all have good turf horse in there. But
we're on the dirt.
A lot of them handle the dirt too. You get into there, and there's good dirt runners usually in those families. It seems like those Phipps type pedigrees, you see both dirt and turf in all of them.
That's why they're so good. As we'll send it up to another guy who's so good, Larry Collmus with the call of race number 5.
Marissa has moved into line, and they're all in line, ready for a start. They're off. Classy Sadie sent along from the inside for the lead with Miss Marissa outrunning in second. Little Morning Star's third, and then it's Secure Connection 4.5 lengths off of the front running Classy Sadie, who leads the way around that turn in front by 2.5 lengths. From Miss Marissa running in second, Little Morning Star is third on the inside. Secure Connection now 5.5 lengths behind the favorite Classy Sadie, who ran a 22.71 quarter, and Eric Consell and Classy Sadie are coming toward the quarter pole with a 2-length lead. Miss Marissa trying to close the gap in second. Secure Connection has moved up alongside of Little Morning Star and has now taken third, still with 5 lengths to make up and just over a furlong to do it. Classy Sadie by 2 at the 8th pole. From Miss Marissa in second, and Secure Connection is third on the outside. Classy Sadie came out of the gate quick, and she never looked back. Classy Sadie by 3.5. Miss Marissa second, Secure Connection, and Little Morning Star.
Well, Classy Sadie, Eric Consell had go on his mind. He did just that, and it paid off.
And you see it so often with the experience. It just somehow makes them sharper coming out of the gate. She broke on top, and Eric said, no, I'm going forward. I'm not going backwards. And felt like Miss Marissa was making a run, but she lugged it a bit in the stretch, and this race was pretty much over from the start, Maggie.
Yeah, her inexperience showed with Miss Marissa just not switching leads, and as you said, lugging in. That cost her, but maybe we can look forward to next time and possibly getting on the turf, as it is loud. As we said, Pine Stable et al., they are celebrating a big last hour with Gary Contessa.
Tremendous last 35 minutes for them, right? Winning 2 races back-to-back, and you got to love the enthusiasm. It's a dreary day out here at Belmont, but for them, it's Belmont Day. That's great.
It is sunny where they are standing in the winner's circle, as we will have official prices for you as we check out Classy Sadie. She's coming back to the winner's circle, a winner in only her second start as a 2-year-old. Even money over 8-5 with Miss Marissa. Stay tuned. We will have those prices for you, as well as a fun New York bred coming up, maiden special weight in race number 6. And we'll check in with Jonathan and Gary back out at Churchill. You're watching America's Day at the Races.
Runhappy is simply super. He polishes off an outstanding campaign with a dominant victory in the Malibu.
No medication, no problem. Runhappy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than americasbestracing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. americasbestracing.net is a sport for you. Live it, love it, bet it.
Trap Shot, a graded stakes winner and multiple Grade 1 performer by Tappet. His 10 stakes horses last year included Grade 2 winner and track record setter Hot Shot Anna, plus graded stakes performers Untrapped and Beautiful Shot. At the sale, his 2-year-old sold up to $290,000. This year, he's added stakes winner 6-shooter to his list of recent winners. Trap Shot, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races. Well, in the winner's circle, we see the Gary Contessa trained Classy Sadie getting the job done at even money for Eric Consell and Pine Stable John Irwin. Paul Daly, daughter of MC, out of the Grand Slam mare Gems Classy Lady. She's a maiden no longer. As race number 6 here at Belmont, as I was saying, is that maiden special weight for the New York breds. 6 furlongs. We'll have that coming up in just a bit as we'll scratch the horse on the outside. Queen of Everything she was coming back off of a long layoff here, Andy. We'll see. Said the track condition, they didn't like that. Obviously, she didn't run that well in it in her last start.
Well, you wonder, she's coming off a long layoff after running in the slop, and maybe they thought something happened in the slop, and you don't want to take a chance coming back. Can't blame them for that.
But Radijkowski, we'll see if she can live to the billing that she took first time out, the 5-year-old mare, making only her second start of her career, as we will check back in with Churchill Downs. Race number 2 is fastly approaching. It's a optional 20, going a mile and a 16th here, and we do see 5-2 currently on number 5. Mind Your Own Malone for Dave Vanson here. And Andy, I thought there was a good bit of speed in this race where it could set up for a horse that might want to close from off
Well,
of it.
especially with both halves of the Diodoro entry running, right?
Yep.
Because the 1A above board, if nothing else, is going to add an enormous amount of speed. And between above board and Flashy Jewel in this race, you have to think they'll be moving early, right? And Red again, the 2 may be stalking behind them, but those 2 horses have lots of speed.
Yeah, and Mind Your Own Malone, I thought or maybe people are thinking that he's just going to sit that perfect trip right behind those 2.
No, I agree. And listen, he's coming off of reasonable efforts in his recent races, and he's got an incredible record. I mean, he's 13 for 41 lifetime.
Wow.
So you're talking about a horse that has won 41% roughly over 30% of his career starts. Pretty
and
impressive.
Earning nearly $250,000 the hard way, as they like to say, with all those starts in here. I thought number 6, Stuart Hall, big price right now on the board. First start for Jason Barkley. Maybe he's not as battle-tested these. He hasn't run quite as fast, but I thought he was a little interesting first off the claim.
I agree, but I got a stat for Jason Barkley.
Oh.
He's 5 for 31 overall off the claim in the dirt. Moderate numbers. He's 0 for 13 with only 2 hitting the board off the claim in dirt routes.
Okay.
Now,
Never
it's not
mind.
a huge sample, but it's pretty telling, and not just over 13, but only 2 of them hitting the board.
I know. That is very telling. I feel like you want Jason more if he's claiming one and turning it back. He seems to, get him a little bit sharper.
Right. I mean, you look at those numbers, and the converse is he's 5 for 18, which is 28% off the claim in dirt sprints.
Absolutely.
And obviously the ROI at that case is probably around $2.70. So he's terrific off the claim with sprinters.
A horse that I thought could also show speed is From the Rail. We'll get to him in a second, but we'll kick off the post parade with one of 2 Robertino Diodoro horses, which is the gray 8-year-old son of Exchange Rate in here. Yes, I see these Churchill Downs post parades always confuse me because they take forever to get switch shots here. Coming out of the paddock. But, yeah, this one shows being claimed by Robertino Diodoro, possibly bought back after the 8,000 claim there at Oaklawn Park.
I don't know how to read those myself. I'm not sure.
Yeah,
It was 2.5
lot of
months
guessing.
ago. It feels like, it's a perfect entry, right? Yes, I see is the deep closer, and
Right.
the other half of the entry is the speed.
All right, we see Gabe Saez picking up the mount on that one as David Cohen will be aboard the 1A above board.
Yeah, above board is the one who's going to be going out front. With the speed of the 4 Flashy Jewel, it's not going to be easy, but maybe that helps set things up for Yes, I See.
Another speedster from the rail is number 2, Red Again for William Short and Channing Hill.
Yeah, now this one has rated and won before, so even though he looks like a horse that's sort of a need-to-lead type,
Sure.
he might not, and he figures to be sitting behind the 2 Speedballs.
The Biscuit will be aboard number 3, Pear Lemonade for Angel Montano.
Is it the Biscuit because it's hard to pronounce his name?
Yeah, he says that. He's like, I know it's hard, just call me the Biscuit.
That works. There's another horse that could get a good trip behind some speed. Somewhat logical player, but it's ex-Tom Amoss, which scares me.
Ooh, red hot Eddie Keneally and Corey Lanery teaming up with number 4, Flashy Jewel.
Yeah, I mean, the question with Flashy Jewel is whether or not he can deal with the speed of the 1A above board. Otherwise, he's a major player.
Lots of play on number 5, Mind Your Own Malone for Dave Vance and Julian Leperoux.
Yeah, I mean, I guess he's coming in from Indiana, but he did win at Churchill 2 starts ago, and he was forwardly placed in that race. That is not going to be the case in this race.
Stuart Hall for Jason Barkley, as you were bringing up those poor stats for him in dirt routes.
Yeah, I mean, he figures somewhat on paper. I just worried that those numbers off the claim with routers, but he found a router off a big win, albeit against cheaper.
Another first off claim is number 7, Street Trust. This one going from Steve Asmussen to Tracy Young.
Yeah, and, you know, I didn't really find any stats on that. Tough to claim from the Asmussen barn. The horse does come off a win, though.
All right, well, that will complete the field for race number 2. Stay tuned to America's Day at the Races. We'll check in with Gary Stevens and Jonathan Kinchen on the other side of this break.
Whether you have Derby dreams or Midsummer Derby dreams, this is Tom Durkin to tell you a registered New York bred can take you there.
Diversify.
That New York bred Exact and the Whitney by multimillionaires Diversify and Mind Your Biscuits shows the kind of quality that allowed New York breds to earn more than $93 million on the world stage last year. On-track successes have spurred New York bred sales result. At the March OBS sale, Chestertown sold for $2 million. And this New York bred 2018 yearling brought $1 million at Saratoga. So get with the program at nybreds.com.
Coming on strong. Coming home.
Wild About Star, shining big here in Berry 1.
Here's Minute to Stardom, making her papa proud. The Star Guitar filly.
Oh, why did I wrong?
Testing, 1, 2. The Star Guitar filly leads Champagne Diva close to home. It's testing, 1, 2.
Feel my love for you. Coming on strong.
So my name is Robbie Herzl. I'm the yearling manager here at Claiborne Farm, and we've got the first crop of Runhappies this year. Overall, I'm very, very pleased with them. So first we have a colt out of Rapid Repair. He's a really nice colt. Very happy with how he's come along as a yearling. So there was a lot of demand for the weanlings last year. They sold for over 6 times their stud fee, and we're really excited for the yearlings to come through the sales, and we're expecting big things from them.
Runhappy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
This proven son of Giants Causeway has sired 4 millionaires, including Claiborne Farm stallion Lee. Recent top runners include Cutting Humor, winner of the Grade 3 Sunland Park Derby, plus 3-time graded stakes winner Sharp Samurai, and international star Shamal Nibras. This year, his 2-year-olds have brought prices up to $310,000. First Samurai, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Welcome back. You're watching America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. Make sure you check them out, americasbestracing.net, for all the latest news about, well, this wonderful world of horse racing. As we got to check in with another world, that's Churchill Downs. Beneath the Twin Spires, standing by Jonathan Kinchen and Hall of Fame rider Gary Stevens. Guys, what's going on here in race number 2?
We're going 1 mile and 16, starter allowance. A little bit interesting, I think, is the pace scenario. I think Corey Lanery obviously probably wants to try to get to the rail. He's going to have to deal with someone else. How do you see this pace unfolding in this race?
Well, there's plenty of speed. I mean, the entry, the 1A's got speed, and Corey's got speed on the 4-horse out of the gate. Corey's a smart rider. You know, he's going to probably see how it plays out of the gate, but this horse, he's extremely fast leaving there. I think he's going to have more gate speed than the horse just inside of him, but if the 1A comes out of there flying, then you know, he's going to get to the place he likes to be, down on the fence. But I look for him to try and get away and clear going into the first turn.
I'd imagine the 1A will go. And, you know, I think that happens very often when you see an entry. You see one will go and one will take back. It makes a lot of sense to do those team tactics. Interesting with the 1, Yes I See. If you look at the PPs, and we talked about this and we've had conversations about it, is Diodoro and M&M Racing, the horse was claimed from them for $8,000, but still running with them. I have a friend who claims a lot of horses at Oaklawn Park, and I asked him maybe what happened there, and he he suggested that possibly they wanted the horse back, bought the horse back privately. As long as they wait 30 days, they can do that. Within 30 days, it'd be a problem. So I'm assuming it's something along that. But I would take it as a vote of confidence for the horse.
Yeah, most definitely. So I mean, they took the horse back, and obviously doesn't look like they wanted to lose him for that price. And Teodoro trying to keep the barn full here at Churchill Downs. So it makes sense. It's kind of frowned upon from racing officials, but they did everything by the books according to the 30-day rule.
Absolutely. I think the two horses that we can probably talk about here coming out of the same race, my top pick, the 3 Pear Lemonade, which does not sound like a delicious drink, but Pear Lemonade was coming out of a race, was down, spent a lot of time down on the rail, and I'm not really sure the rail is where you wanted to be that day, so I'm going to look for that one to improve. 6-1 on the board right now. I have no problem with that. And the 7 Street Trust, I wanted to get involved with the 7 at 6-1, but I'm not crazy about a horse being claimed off of Steve Asmussen.
Well, I'm not really either, but this horse, all he does is win races. He's won 6 out of his 12 races, likes to win races. Tyler Bay's aboard. There is going to be a good pace setup for him.
Maggie, back to you.
Jonathan, I completely agree with what you guys said, except for the Pear Lemonade. Man, I could kill for a Pear Lemonade right now, Andy.
I'm with you. It was a very bad call by Jonathan. He lost a little respect for me right there. I'm gonna trash him on Twitter.
There you go. At least you got a fair warning, Jonathan. Be expecting the Twitter annihilation from Andy Serling here, as we are just about loaded in the gate for race number 2 from Churchill Downs. Travis Stone has your call.
They're in the gate. And the rough. Pear Lemonade made a left-hand turn out of the gate. The SIC was squeezed back. Red again bounces out on top. Flashy Jewel is there. Mind Your Own Malone on the outside. Above board was in some traffic early. Pulls back off the pace to settle in 4th while down inside. A margin of 2.5 back to SIC, who slips up into 5th. Just at a Pear Lemonade, who's now running in 6th. Steward Hall is 7th by 6 or 7. Street Trust outrun in the early going. 23-4 for that opening quarter mile. So they move for the backstretch run. 6 furlongs to go. Flashy Jewel on the outside with a narrow lead. Red again keeping pace at the rail. Above board, not far behind, cruising along in 3rd with Mind Your Own Malone to that one's outside. In the clear while 4th with 5 furlongs to go. SIC moving up the inside from 5th within 4 lengths of the lead. Now it's 6 lengths back to Steward Hall, who moves up 1 spot ahead of Pear Lemonade. At the back is Street Trust as they round the far turn. 47-1 for a half-mile time. Mind Your Own Malone putting in a bid. 3 wide on the far outside. Red again trying to keep pace at the rail, and Flashy Jewel boxes on between them. Those 3 across the track. 5 lengths back. SIC is now 4th and closing in as Above Beyond goes the other way. Then it's Steward Hall mustering up a late bid with Pear Lemonade. They're off the turn. Red again is still in front, top of the stretch. Red again a tenuous lead. Mind Your Own Malone's been trying to get by throughout. SIC continues to close. Flashy Jewel down inside and Steward Hall. 1 furlong to go. SIC on the outside, up for the lead. SIC takes over, kicks away by 3. A late bid from Street Trust down inside, runs out of racetrack. SIC the winner. Street Trust was 2nd. Mind Your Own Malone was 3rd.
SIC. Well, we didn't see the plans go quite accordingly with the entry mate Above Board not getting away that cleanly, but SIC, it didn't matter. The 2 and the 7 went out, or not the 2, the 7. The 2 and the 4 went out and did the job for him anyway.
Right, we were laughing. It was the imperfect use of an entry, but it didn't really matter. It's still SIC, enough tertiary speed to get it done, and sat the perfect trip. Which one did David Cohen ride? The winner or the other one?
No, the other one.
That's the kind of meat. That's the kind of meat David Cohen's having. I mean, it's just, you end up on the one that
you just always make the wrong turns. When things are going bad, they just go even worse. But Gabe Saez aboard here for Robertina Teodoro and M&M Stable. This one staying in the barn. 8-year-old gelding, son of Exchange Rate, as he got that pace to close into, just like they planned, I'm sure.
Nice run from the 7 off the claim as well to get 2nd in here.
Yeah, kind of went outside, was inside, way behind, went outside, then ducked back to that golden rail there at Churchill Downs. They always seem to find a little more down on that fence.
So should we be looking for Steward Hall to cut back, or should we be looking for 2nd off the claim?
Dude, I don't know.
that effort, I wouldn't be. I don't know what I'd be looking for.
I don't know. Maybe,
looking for a drop.
Exactly. Ooh, as
Getting
that
ready
rain?
for you. I think they're getting ready for you to go back outside, Maggie.
Yeah, no, kind of messed
Looks
up
like
my
night
timing
around
there.
here.
Yeah, the rain is coming down here. The rain is coming down here at beautiful Belmont Park as we hear it on the roof. At least it's not thunder and lightning, so I'll take that as we are checking out Joey
Good news
Martinez.
this is supposed to be it.
Okay,
This is
I can
supposed to
handle
be the
that.
last one looking at my phone.
All right,
We
Bob
could use a
Dunham,
break.
Joey Martinez in the paddock. They'll send out bull feathers with those blinkers on. Long shot outsider here at 25-1 currently. So check out Radijkowski. Now, second-time starter as a 5-year-old daughter of Drosselmeyer, getting Lasix though. But let's check out her first start, Andy, where she didn't get away that cleanly. I mean, she didn't. I mean, she did get away cleanly, but it's not like she hit the ground running.
Yeah, I mean, the head-on is... It's funny, you watch the pan, and it doesn't really look like she breaks that badly. She's towards the outside, maybe a half slow. But when you watch the head-on, you can see what happened, and she actually ran very well in here because it was a quick pace. The horse setting it ended up sort of coming apart a little bit, and it's not like she completely collapsed, even though she was a very short price. And here we'll see it, and this is the old Richard Migliore, right? Horses running to open spaces.
Yeah.
She sort of does that, first-time starter, but here's the problem I have, and she's obviously the horse to beat. She's a 5-year-old who was cranked up to win her debut. How confident are you that she's going to come back and run as well?
Exactly. That is the eternal question with the horses that have this makeup of Radijkowski. And two, you wonder why has she not made it to the races till now. And you look at her work tab, and she's got a 46-1 coming in here. She's probably one that's too fast for her own good and does it at the wrong time in the morning. You don't get paid for workouts.
Right. Now, if she breaks, she's supposed to be in front in here. Now, I scratched into her. I hate to scratch into a favorite because I like the number 9 in this race. The problem is you've got the number 4, Blame It on Mom, who's coming off a long layoff. And then you've got Toss Up, the number 2, who did absolutely no running off the long layoff, but ran very well as a 2-year-old.
I feel like we're not experiencing the same toss-up that we had last year.
I know you didn't like her last time.
The late Rick Violet, he was just so good with these types of horses, and the fact that she didn't win for him leaves a bit of a sour taste in my mouth.
Yeah, no, I don't disagree. But listen, Elegant Zip, who beat her, is a nice horse. It's not
yeah,
like
and
she
we
lost
saw
to a
Maiden
bad
Beauty.
horse.
I mean,
yeah, right. She lost to Maiden Beauty, and she actually ran very, very well. Arguably ran the best race that day. But she did not run last time as the rain is falling down as they're heading out the track.
Yeah, and it's gotten dark here. Luckily, we have a nice seal here on the racetrack as we have gotten pounded here in the tri-state area with the rain recently.
When Greg comes back up, which is supposed to be pretty soon,
Yeah.
are you going to just stay in the seat and just not move?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think I'm going to protest.
I think that Greg really wants to spend the next
sit-in.
couple hours in the paddock. Can he borrow your hat? The real question is if you'll lend him your hat. He's definitely not going out there without a hat on.
Exactly. All right, time for a post parade here for race number 6. It is at 6 furlong, maiden special weight, state bred fillies and mares. Number 1 is Moon Heist for Peter Kazimias. Owner, trainer, Harry Hernandez in the irons.
Yeah, not a lot of pedigree in this one. Sometimes these Peter Kazimias horses, though, have speed.
Exactly. As number 2 is Toss Up. We see those front bandages on once again for Pat Kelly, Junior Alvarado this time around.
Now, did Anno Sloppy Seal track at Belmont Park in her debut? The question is whether or not she can improve, and she has to improve mightily.
Summer Fantasy switching surfaces for Jeremiah Engelhart.
We'll see. Not for me.
Yeah, Mike Luzzi aboard this daughter of Freud as number 4, Blame It on Mom for Bruce Levine will come back in for only her second start. Narrow defeat, but a long break in between.
She got a good figure in her debut, but horses have not run back out of that race to duplicate the number.
Absolutely not. As number 5 is Bull Feathers. Blinkers go on this Bob Dunham trainee.
Source will absolutely have to improve of her first 4 starts.
Number 6, R. Crafty's Legacy as first-time starter for the Toscano Barn and Benji Hernandez.
This is the second foal of Madame, who had a lot of speed. The first foal did no running.
3 to 5 currently on. Number 7, Radijkowski gets Lasix for Brian Lynch and Jose Ortiz.
Yeah, obviously the horse to beat, and I think they're looking for a cleaner break and a sharp getaway.
I thought the wild card horse in here is number 8, Appletini for Ray Handel off that trainer change, Manny Franco.
I agree. In some ways, I'm thinking if they had run this race, I would have picked this horse on top and take a shot with her. Much more of a dirt pedigree, and they ran on turf first time out.
Absolutely. McLean's Music, the bottom side's been all good dirt sprinters. And, I don't know. I'm not Ron Moquette. I don't have Ron Moquette here to talk to about why he entered her
Should
on
we call him? Do a photo with him.
He is a fun guy and a very obliging person as well. So
maybe the race came up. Sometimes the race comes up, and it's a New York bred also, and maybe the plan was to bring New York anyway,
right.
and you just want to get a race into the horse.
All right, Head of Plains partners in on this one with Ray Handel as Paulie. Can you see down there? Are you staying dry? We're very concerned up here.
Thank you very much, Maggie. I'm actually concerned for myself. It is actually coming down in droves down here in the winner's circle. I'm just by like where the Clerk of Scales is. They have a Clerk of Scales is at. They have this little room with the TV. I'm actually watching myself on it. It's actually pretty cool. To get to the favorite, Retta Jackowski. You know, I'm with Andy a tiny bit. Like, okay, is she the horse to beat? Most definitely. Did she break that slow? I think she just broke more flat-footed than anything else. You know, the way they're betting her in the exotics, they're betting her like she's a good thing. I think the 4, even though I'm not in love with this name at all, blame it on Mom. You should never, ever blame it on your mother. Kids at home that are watching us on MSG Plus and Fox Sports Prime Ticket and Fox Sports 2. Never blame it on your mother. I like this horse a little bit. A good race, first time out, and now makes her 4-year-old debut. It's usually their best, and I think that, you know, Bruce Levine is the kind of guy that's starting to break out. His horses are starting to run a little bit more. And I agree with you, Maggie. I think the 8 is the wild card in this race. There's dirt pedigree all over. And in this type of race, especially with fillies, 3-year-olds and 4-year-olds, they can just change overnight. She might be worth a look at 11-1.
All right, Paulie, thank you. Yeah, Appletini, as Andy and I were saying, tried the turf first time. It didn't go that well. We'll see how she does here on the main track, a sloppy main track, as we've been downgraded after this burst of rain that we've had, that we seem to have for the last 3 or 4 days. But Andy,
2 months.
Yeah. 6 months, a year, anyway.
Yeah, year plus, yeah.
Can't do anything about the weather. Appletini for Ray Handel. And the only problem is, did you think that maybe she'd take more money than what she's showing right now?
Yeah, I wondered if she would. And that's an interesting question. I guess when you have a 3 to 5 shot in here, and they're going to bet some money on the 2 and 4, it's getting a little bit lost. It's not like she did any running. You know, you'd like to think so, but you know what? I bet a few dollars on that horse to win, and got those Churchill results up as well.
Yeah, yes, I see returns 880 over Street Trust, and Mind Your Own Malone was the beaten favorite, finishing 3rd, rounding out the trifecta over at Churchill. Stay tuned. We will have more from Churchill Downs as we have Jonathan Kinchen and Hall of Famer Gary Stevens out there. They are soaking up the sunshine as race number 3. We will get to that very soon here as horses are circling behind the gate for this 6th race at beautiful Belmont Park. This is part of the late pick 4 as well as the pick 6 and the NYRA Bets late pick 5. And I mean, you know, the first-time starters, none of them are really taking any money, Andy.
No, I mean,
and rightfully so.
The question is the number 2 toss-up taking a little bit more money, or is it just there's sort of nowhere else to go besides the favorite, Rajakowski, and that's why she's taking some money? Blame it on Mom's okay. I'm not going to knock Paul's pick. Obviously, she has a real chance in here. I just don't love the race that she comes out of first time.
Well, going back to toss-up, you know, I just didn't think she looked fit at all last time out. And that's kind of typical of Pat Kelly's horses. I'm terrible at looking at horses on TV screens. She does look slightly more tucked up, and plus they're kind of mired.
Lights.
Right, we have bright lights in our
face
and raindrops in between the camera lens and the horses. But she's taking some money, I thought.
She's taking a little bit of money. She is. I mean, you know, listen, I hope she runs better. I always like to see Ralph Evans do well, and Pat Kelly as well, and sort of racing for Rick Violet, who is, you know, obviously a great friend of racing's and a great friend of ours as well. But she's going to have to improve a lot off that. But she could. I mean, listen, she ran well enough as a 2-year-old that she could win this race. So clearly she could win.
And just this past week, Ralph Evans and Jonathan Thomas announcing the retirement of 2-time Grade 1 winning New York bred Diversify. So we'll keep everybody updated on where he ends up in his happy retirement.
What a horse he was.
Oh, he was incredible.
He is still.
I mean, he is. He just ran as fast as he could for as long as he could. And boy, he brought such a smile to everybody's face there on Whitney Day.
No, I agree. He was that was terrific. You know, seeing Rick win that race, and Ralph as well, who's a wonderful guy and has given so much to the game.
And it was truly poetic as we had that long delay. What was it, an hour and a half in the paddock for the rain and then the rainbow when they walked back into the winner's circle. Certainly something very kind of symbolic about that day and the rainbow and the Whitney for Diversify and Ralph Evans. As we're having a little bit of a holdup here, Andy, at the gate.
I'm not sure what's going on.
Exactly know what's going on. Maybe the 1's not in there yet. 2's not in there. The split load of the 5's not in there, so I don't know what's going on. Okay, well, thank you, Terrence, who our producer just said maybe they're just waiting for an official off time, which was supposed to be 5:44. Still 5:43 here, and that very well could be it.
Well, no reason to speed it up. I mean, it's basically stopped raining, so
Right.
there's no reason to speed it up at this point.
Okay, that's probably what it was, as they are now proceeding with the load. Here we saw Moon Heist go in, will be followed by Toss Up. Any last thoughts? Ratajkowski, does she get it done here?
She probably does. The break will be important for her if she breaks out in front. I just worry, a 5-year-old second-time starter, and Brian Lynch gets them ready for the first time out. They don't always come back and run as well the next time out.
And on a sloppy track. We'll see what she does with Jose Ortiz aboard, getting race 6 for Brian Lynch, as we'll send it up to Larry Collmus for the call of race 6.
Appletini's just the last one to load here. Steps up and in, and they're all in line. They're off. Blame It on Mom had the best beginning and goes out to the front with Appletini on the outside now. Rushing up, and Ratajkowski between horses. Moon Heist and Bull Feathers are there too. And the 5 of them are bunched up as they move for the turn. It's 3.5 to Our Crafty's Legacy, and then back to Summer Fantasy and Toss Up at the back of the pack. Ratajkowski has come up on the lead with Appletini on the outsides alongside. 22.75 of the two of them opening up now. 4 lengths on Moon Heist running in third on the inside. And then it's Bull Feathers, Blame It on Mom down toward the rail. Followed by Our Crafty's Legacy, who's backed off 10 lengths from the pace. And a long way behind Ember Summer Fantasy and Toss Up as Ratajkowski shakes away from Appletini at the top of the stretch. 45.71 the half. And Ratajkowski comes splashing home by the 8th pole with a 5-length lead. Blame It on Mom up into second, trying to close the gap. Up into third position on the inside now is Moon Heist. Ratajkowski by 3. Blame It on Mom second best. Ratajkowski and Jose Ortiz won it by 3 on the wire over Blame It on Mom. Then Moon Heist and Summer Fantasy.
Ratajkowski, she didn't disappoint this time. She was looking good out there on the racetrack. I can see why they named her after Emily Ratajkowski. Big, good-looking filly.
I found out this morning that apparently she's a model. So
yeah, in the Blurred Lines video. That's where she got her start.
Yeah, I'm not paying attention to that stuff as much as apparently I should be. I think it's actually a more impressive win than some might think, because this was a wicked pace. Look at the toll that this pace took on Appletini, who completely fell apart. They were flying out front, and while the number 4, Blame It on Mom, and a good job of Joe Rosario taking back after the sharp break, she really didn't get to her at the end despite that quick pace.
Yeah, I know. And, I mean, I thought a decent return to the races for Blame It on Mom, but Ratajkowski, well, she finally lived up to the billing here. She graduates at second asking for Jose Ortiz, Brian Lynch, and Gary Broad. So she's going to get her picture taken, big girl, as we will get those prices for you on the other side of this break. And we'll also check back in at Churchill. Race number 3 is coming up there in the paddock with 12 minutes to post. Make sure you stay tuned for all the racing action and catch it right here on America's Day at the Races.
This is a colt by Runhappy out of Addison Run. We bred here at Mockra Hall. Well, he's a big, strong, good bone, big old hip on him. Moves really well, has that kind of big cat-like walk when he just relaxes and gets rolling up and down the lane.
Runhappy, standing at Claiborne Farms.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than americasbestracing.net. From From the sport to the lifestyle. The best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. America'sBestRacing.net is a sport for you. Live it, love it, bet it.
Warfront, a leading sire on all surfaces and all fronts. His recent Grade 1 winners include Omaha Beach, Helmsman, Fog of War, Lancaster Bomber, and European champion U.S. Navy Flag. Plus Preakness Stakes winner War of Will. And these recent group and graded winners. Sire of the highest price yearling sold in North America in 2018, this son of Danzig continues to dominate both on the track and in the sales ring. Warfront, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by Runhappy, standing at legendary Claiborne Farm. The champion sprinter, race medication free, and stands for $25,000. And looking forward to Saratoga a couple weeks ahead of us, as we're offering that bonus as well. $100,000 to Runhappy's.
Well, we'll see those Runhappy yearlings selling at the Saturday auctions in that first, I think the first Monday in Saratoga of August.
Yeah, exactly.
Looking forward to seeing them. Imagine that Mac will be here for that.
Yes, he will. A big proponent of his horse, rightfully so, as Ratajkowski returns $290 as a 2-5 favorite over Blame It On Mom, but Moon Heist 27-1, rounding things out for the trifecta.
Yep, getting the job done. But a nice winning performance. Heavy favorite, but ran very well in winning.
Race number 7 coming up, claiming 35 here. We're off the turf, so therefore we have a couple scratches. And Cartwheel, the MTO entrant for trainer Mark Hennig and Jose Lascano, 9-5.
She's the horse to beat in here, but I don't think it's like a fait accompli. I think there are other players in here, like the 5 Theodosia and the 8 Factoring. Absolutely.
We'll see how they do. On the main track today is race number 3 over at Churchill Downs, Non-2 Life for $16,000. A mile and a 16th here, 2 turns around, and number 2, meantime, Andy, talk about falling from grace a bit.
Well, I mean, you can see it in the PPs. I remember almost 2 years ago when this horse came out of the Belmont, was second in our Peter Pan, but was second at 4-5 up in Saratoga in an allowance race.
Love those braids on the Steve Asmussen runners, as number 1 is Taylor's Sense, Ricardo Santana in the irons.
It ran very well off a long layoff over a year, and can the horse improve because a tougher spot today.
Meantime, looking his usual washy self there out on the racetrack for Darren Miller and Florent Giroux.
Certainly didn't look like 2 years later he'd be a non-winner as a 2 lifetime.
Number 3 is Lighthouse Point for Bob Hess and Jesus Castanon.
Would have to improve a bit. Bob Hess saddling horses everywhere. Won a race here yesterday.
That he is. Exciting to see him back on this coast. His number 4 is A Man Called Bodie for Mike Maker, Gabe Sias.
Appears to be running on the wrong surface.
Correct. As number 5 is Overanalyze Fake News. Robertino Diodoro puts blinkers on this one first off the claim.
Track announcer Travis don't much love a long name like that.
Way Too Wicked. Another Diodoro entrant here. This one claimed last time out. Miguel Mena rides.
Both of these horses coming off the claim for Diodoro. This one claimed from your friend Brendan Walsh.
Yeah, half ours to keep for Donnie Von Hemel and Chris Landeros.
Yeah, I mean, doesn't seem impossible. He's a well-traveled horse, dropping down significantly off a poor effort last time.
Scooter Dickey with number 8, Rage Away, and Julian Leperoux. I thought this one was interesting.
Yeah, I would need some speed up front to get it done.
All right, well, that's your field for race number 3 at Churchill Downs. As always, we'll check in with Jonathan and Gary. And look, Andy, they're playing Jenga out there.
What is that?
Aren't you jealous?
I don't know
Andy
what it is.
doesn't even know what Jenga is. Stay tuned. You're watching America's Day on the Races, and he's a loser.
I wouldn't wear those pants, but that would be me with a big fall.
Tom Durkin letting you know New York breds start with an advantage. At the sales, buyers pay up to 7 figures. And there's over $2 million in stakes money limited to New York sired horses in the New York Stallion Stakes Series, like the Park Avenue for 3-year-old fillies.
Newly minted wins it for fun.
For fun and money. The winner's share generates an additional $55,000 from the New York Breeding Fund.
Funny Guy's gonna do it.
Funny Guy's win in the Times Square division generates the same money. So get with the program at nybreds.com.
This successful son of AP Indy has sired 6 millionaires, including Eclipse champion West Coast. This year, Flatter is adding even more stakes winners to his outstanding record at stud. In the auction ring, Flatter topped the 2018 Fasig-Tipton July sale with a $520,000 yearling. And this year, his juveniles have sold up to $375,000. Success on the track, success in the ring. Flatter, standing at Claiborne Farm.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than americasbestracing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle. The best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. americasbestracing.net is a sport for you. Live it, love it, bet it.
So my name is Robbie Herzl. I'm the yearling manager here at Claiborne Farm, and we've got the first crop of Runhappies this year. Overall, I'm very, very pleased with them. So we have a colt out of Queen of America. He's really nice, looks just like his dad. Very pleased with how he's coming along. So there was a lot of demand for the weanlings last year. They sold for over 6 times their stud fee, and we're really excited for the yearlings to come through the sales, and we're expecting big things from them.
Runhappy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races. We are here at Churchill Downs. It's the third race coming up. We've got mile and 16 non-winners and 2 lifetime. We've got a favorite in here. The 2 meantime was running in the Belmont at one point. He was 13-1 in that race. How does a horse, obviously physical issues can come about, but how does a horse like that kind of end up in this spot?
He looked like, to me, he was having mental issues in the paddock. He was uncontrollable in there, to say the least. The groom was having his hands full. Florent Giroux, when they legged him up on the horse, he was dancing in place, stepping all over himself. And a lot of times, when a horse is overmatched enough times, their head goes. I mean, they lose their brains a little bit, and that looks like was the case there, the way he was acting. Not saying he can't win this race, taking a significant class drop, but there you have it.
There you go.
Him.
Yeah. I think the last race, you could make an excuse that he might have needed that one off the break a little bit, and maybe he'll run a little bit better. He didn't run poorly last time, but definitely the behavior in the paddock is not something that makes you feel good if you have him singled in the pick 5, and I'm not talking about myself. On to another horse I thought that was a little bit interesting was the 4, a man called Bodie. The horse has been running on turf for Mike Maker. I think Mike Maker's a sharp guy. What did you see from this horse on the track to suggest whether or not he'll like the turf?
He is a sharp guy. You really can't tell on a warm-up whether a horse is, liking what he's doing. It's when the gates open that you can tell. But Mike is sharp. He's had some regular workouts on the main track. He was tried on the dirt one time. It was a disaster. That day he was beating double figures, and he's willing to try him again for the 16,000. He ran him back for a 50 starter last time out. He's off the layoff, and Ken and Sarah Ramsey own Bodie Meister offspring, and he's willing to give him another chance on the dirt today.
The other horse I thought was a little bit interesting was the 5 overanalyzed fake news. Andy mentioned. I'm sure Travis is not happy about that. Let's see if I'm sure he'll get it right, though. That horse has been claimed 3 times in the last 5 races. I've always said that when horses are getting claimed a lot, that there's something there that these guys are seeing. They feel like they can improve.
Yeah, Diodoro's trying 2 different things today. He's adding blinkers for the first time on his 14th start, and he's trying to route a ground for the first time as well. And my idea with putting the blinkers on and stretching him out, put him on the lead, see if he can get the job done there. He put his maiden claiming on the lead, and he hasn't been on the lead since then. So I'd say maybe that's his intentions, is to go ahead and put him on the lead today.
Well, at 9-1, I love having a horse who's on the front end. Greg, well, I think you're back now. And look, we got the shoe parlay coming up a little bit later. I decided which race yet. Probably got to hit the ATM, too. I didn't bring any cash with me, but glad to see you back, and I'll throw it back to you, Greg.
JK, thanks. Unfortunately, I got some bad news to report. We're gonna have to make it more than show parlay because I've gone mental.
He's really gonna bury you with these shoe parlays.
And I can't afford any more off the board finishes. It's becoming a problem. Good to be back. I have an issue with you. You just seem to have so much more fun with Maggie than when I'm here. I mean, I thought we were friends.
You know, you caught me. we were gonna
no
kick you
line.
out. We were gonna kick you out.
I know. I felt
like
you didn't even want me to come back on.
You know, Maggie and I have a very long history together.
Third from Churchill. I'll work on it. I guess it's over time. I can't be sad. Meantime,
I'll work on it too. I feel a little bad now. You've hurt my feelings too, and I'm sorry.
It's okay.
I didn't mean it. It wasn't personal.
Just don't like me as much.
You don't have a hat on.
That's true. She does have a nice. She is well dressed today.
I love that dress.
And braving
she's wearing.
the elements.
Yeah.
Meantime, the 2-horse 5-2 favorite here in this third at Churchill Downs. Travis Stone with the call on a beautiful day in Louisville.
They're in the gate. Ready for a start. And they're off. Taylor sends down inside, off to a good beginning. Meantime is showing some speed. Overanalyze Fake News, way to wicked, and on the far outside, half hours to keep as they race into the clubhouse turn. Meantime out there setting the pace, so it is Meantime in front trying to cross over. Taylor Sense broke alertly but defers back to be second and now third as Way to Wicked moves up one spot. In tight there, Overanalyze Fake News, very restive as that one, passed by half hours to keep, who's now racing up into fourth. Farther back in the field, Lighthouse Point comes away in sixth. A Man Called Bodie is seventh, and Rage Away's at the back in eighth. 24 seconds flat for the opening quarter mile, and Meantime heads up the backstretch run. Unopposed so far, leads by a length. Way to Wicked is prompting the pace on the outside in second. Half hours to keep is in the clear while third. Taylor Sense is working out a good trip so far, saving ground at the far turn as well in fourth. And then it's Overanalyze Fake News racing in fifth, 4 lengths off the lead for the far turn. A Man Called Bodie moves up one spot, now 2 spots. A Man Called Bodie's on the move with a wide bid on the far turn. Farther back in the field, Rage Away is starting to pick it up to within 4, and now trailing as Lighthouse Point as they round the far turn with Meantime to catch. Meantime rounding the far turn in front. A Man Called Bodie is now second and coming after that lead. Overanalyze Fake News pops to the far outside for the stretch drive. Half hours to keep is back into fourth, passed by Rage Away in fifth. Racing for the mid-stretch marker. Overanalyze Fake News continues to rally. So does Rage Away. Meantime is boxing on. A Man Called Bodie's flattened out. 16th to go. Rage Away with the momentum down the center of the track has gone to the front and will win. Rage Away the winner by 2.5 in the end. It's dead tight for second. Overanalyze Fake News or Meantime. A Man Called Bodie was fourth.
Rage Away with a win, and Scooter Dickey owns and trains.
Yeah, and got the pace he needed to run at. I mean, didn't look like there was going to be that much pace up in front, but got enough pace to get it done and made a big run from the back of the pack for Julian Leparoux.
There he is, about 4 or 5 wide there.
How about Meantime? Ran the Belmont Stakes, and he is still eligible for non-winners of 2 lifetimes.
Unbelievable. Yeah,
Tough game,
13 to 1 as a maiden winner in the Belmont back in 2017 against Taprit.
Second to Timeline in the Peter Pan. Looked like he could be a really nice horse. Just such a tough game.
Meanwhile, Rage Away, 3-year-old son of Tiz now, collecting his second win in the last, 4 starts? And the last one actually came on turf.
Yeah, first win actually in the dirt, you're right. And drop down, you know, it's interesting. Didn't seem to run the same 2 races, at once running in a tougher last time out, but dropped down and got the job done. Nice for Scooter Dickey.
Solid effort, and he scoots away from this group pretty good.
Yep. Who was second?
5.
I think so. Just nailed Meantime.
Yeah. Photo finish, but we'll make it official. Looked like it was the 5 Overanalyzed Fake News there for Robertino Diodoro off the claim. Back here to Belmont. This is one of the races that was taken off the turf. As you see that rain coming down here, sloppy rain track now as we're approaching the 10-minute mark to post. And that's the remaining half of the entry. That is Cartwheel will break from post 3. Jose Lizcano will be a bark for trainer Mark Hennig. The only prior time on an off track, it was muddy that day, the beginning of the year in January at Aqueduct. 4th beat 5 lengths against Fair Regis.
Yeah, I feel like this. I picked this horse on top, to be honest with you. I could have picked somebody else on top, like the number 5 Theodosia. If she runs her best race, Cartwheel, the one up in Saratoga, and even the second place in October at Belmont, she's going to win this race. But I don't know how reliable she is because her recent form is not that terrific.
We will have the post parade coming up when we return. We're going to take a short time out. You're watching America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2. MSG Plus, Fox Sports Prime Ticket, Fox Sports San Diego. We'll be back. More coming up right after this.
Eclipse champion Blaine was considered by many as the breakout stallion of 2018. His top runners included Grade 1 winner and Eclipse Award finalist Marley's Freedom, plus Grade 1 winner Fault, and graded stakes winners Morale, Beyond Blaine, Miss Kentucky, and Blaine. This year, his 2-year-olds have sold up to $700,000. Outstanding results, outstanding value. Blaine, standing at Claiborne Farm.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than americasbestracing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. americasbestracing.net is a sport for you. Live it, love it, bet it.
Runhappy was the fastest 3-year-old sprinter of his generation.
Runhappy is stamping his horses. And they all got great necks, great hind legs. They all got a good walk, and this colt moves very, very well. Very smart. He hasn't turned a hair since we had him. First day we turned him out, he was very, very gentle in his paddock and did everything right. He's got an exceptional pedigree.
Runhappy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Back on America's Day at the Races. Good to have you with us. Our show brought to you each and every day in part by that champion sprinter right there. That is legendary stall number 1 at Claiborne Farm. Some of the greats of all time have stood there in the past. Now Runhappy is there, standing for $25,000. And we're going to see his offspring in 2020 hitting the racetrack.
Can't wait to see him run. Can't wait to see him in the Saratoga yearling sales. And what, Greg? Just a little over a month.
But that is one of my favorite things about going to Saratoga, going to the sales right across the street from the racetrack. If you do make a trip up to Saratoga, you have to try and include hitting the sales as well.
It is the most fun. It's really my favorite nights to meet. I love those nights.
Back at Churchill Downs, Rage Away. Scooter Dickey trains, owns part of this 3-year-old son of Tisway. Julian Leperoux aboard for the winning ride.
Yeah, gets the job done and made a big run. Took a ton of money, huh? $880.
Yeah.
Was that a day new?
Second win from 11 career starts. And we got a turf sprint coming up next to Churchill. We'll set the stage for that momentarily. Right now, post-parade back at Belmont for the 7th race that was scheduled for the grass, now on the sloppy going on the main track. And we're going to see the remaining half of the entry first. That is Cartwheel, Jose Lizcano. We'll be aboard. We'll break from post 3 for Mark Hennig, daughter of Flatter.
She unquestionably has dirt efforts that would bury this field. The problem is that her recent form isn't as good. She is still the horse to beat, though.
Hood again on the 2, Discreet Image, 9-2, Luis Saez.
She's likely to show some speed in this race, but she's only run once in the dirt, and that was an off track and did no running.
Yeah, did not hit the board. Dancing with Daffodils for Edmund Pringle, coming off a win. That was on turf at 6 furlongs here.
Yeah, she has some dirt form, but I think a mile is stretching for her. I think she's better shorter.
Ladrona is at 5-1. Been first or second, half of the 10 career tries.
I agree, but her one dirt effort is not going to get her the money in this race.
Yeah, that was at Keeneland. It was only the second start of her career, though. Here is Theodosia. Kendrick Carmouche for Gregory DePrima.
You know, I think she's dangerous in here. She dueled for the lead in her last dirt race, and she's got dirt races that give her a chance.
Factoring is the 8 for Michelle Nevin, 5-year-old mare by the Factor with Irad Ortiz Jr.
So she's got a Jekyll and Hyde thing going on, right? A sloppy seal track at Aqueduct, she wins the 66 buyer. Sloppy seal track at Belmont, she runs 5th, beating a pole for the 43 buyer. Which one shows up today?
Well, you said that you thought the 5 sneaky. Wonder what she's going to do with this kind of warm-up with Kendrick Carmouche.
Yeah, you know, I liked her on the turf of this race. I actually liked her a lot. I thought Kendrick will be aggressive with her, and that'll help her to race where there wasn't that much speed signed on. I think she is very interesting as an alternative here at 8-1. I'm going to bet her and box her with the 1 in the exacta.
Okay. Well, and, I mean, the 3 could put some pressure on, right?
Oh, there are other horses potentially have speed. The 3 could show speed in here, absolutely. I mean, listen, Ladrona could show speed, but don't you get the feeling here if somebody wants to be a little aggressive, they might just find themselves in front?
Yeah, and on this kind of racetrack?
Yeah.
Some others might not handle it, might not be as brave down on the stretch.
Listen, there's a lot of randomness here. one thing's for sure. If the one horse that Paul and I both pick, Cartwheel, runs her better races, she's almost she should be 2-5 at here. But I don't know how much you can trust her to do that, right?
Really?
Her best dirt races? Well, she was running high 70 buyers in Saratoga and running pretty well.
She's not come. Yeah, I mean that's a big if.
No. I agree with that. Absolutely. But on the other hand, she's 2-1 right now. Now, is that a negative sign? I mean, do you really think that the number 8 horse in this race, factoring, is really supposed to be the same price as her? She's got one sort of okay race in a sloppy track. She's also got a dreadful effort in a sloppy track.
20 maiden claiming.
Right. I mean, I'm going to tell you, they should not be. It's crazy. Now, maybe they know. Is this a they know? Another they know?
Who is they?
I know,
they're
but
very
I
good
know,
out
but
here.
I can't tell you.
Okay, you do. 8-5. That is very strange.
Yes.
This one. Yeah, so you see the dirt win on the sloppy track against Maiden 20 when she was forwardly placed, got the lead, which she probably will not get here, right?
Yeah. I don't see how she's getting the lead in here unless she gets. I mean, that was a crazy slow pace. I mean, I'm wondering if this money's going to continue to play like this or if it's going to change a little bit, right? It's not impossible.
No, could win. Should not be that price
favored
by any stretch. As we take a look at Ladrona. So again, Ladrona, the last time, the only time she was on dirt, it was the second start of her career. It was at Keeneland, going a mile and 16th back in 2017. She did not appear to show any type of ability to run on dirt.
Yeah, and I mean, listen, obviously she could run differently on a sloppy track. Maybe that'll be the case. She certainly has a pedigree that she could handle the slop, but it's not very encouraging, right?
It is not. And even the recent form on turf is not very encouraging either. But Ladrona getting
Well, that's
a
the
little
other
support
thing.
at 5-1.
Her dirt form is kind of falling apart as well, right? Is the board going to stay like this? Is Cartwheel really going to be 5-2 in this race? I don't know. They're screaming down there. They must be excited about Cartwheel.
We got music coming up later, right? That's what. Or no, is that?
No,
that's
no. I think
night.
the music
That's
got
tomorrow
canceled.
night.
I think the music was canceled. Music is tomorrow.
Oh, okay.
It was canceled because of the weather, unfortunately.
Here's a discrete image. David Donk, Luis Saez, and this horse might be sneaking. Look, you have the rail. You have shown the ability with sprint speed on turf.
Oh, she could go. She could be
Yeah.
a speed in this race, no question about it. The question is, can she run it all in the dirt? Suddenly we're making this a fast pace? Is that what we're talking about?
It might be, right?
Listen.
There's 3 or 4 that might want to go.
Yeah, I mean, it'll be interesting to see how things play out. And I think a lot of times it's the one person that's aggressive that gets the lead. Now, that's not necessarily going to win the race for you. And once again, we've seen on a wet track today, we're not exactly seeing a track that's carrying speed. I mean, obviously the last winner, but that was a heavy, heavy favorite. Seen a very fair track. We saw one yesterday. I think we're seeing one today. Is the rain gone?
It has
Kinda lightening
sounds
up a
like
little
it
bit.
has stopped.
Yeah.
As you get a look at Jose Lezcano, we have talked so much about the tremendous meet that he has had. It's going to be very interesting to see how this carries over for him going into Saratoga.
I completely agree. It's so hard. I mean, he's still leading, and he's still riding very well. It gets so much more competitive over time, but Jose's having just a great, great year. And he's not just winning because he's here this winter and other guys aren't here. He's winning because he's riding very, very well, and he's getting live mounts. I think Jose's a terrific rider, and I'm glad to see him doing well.
And I think what in the past, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I mean, especially known as a very strong turf rider, primarily.
Yeah, I mean, he is. I mean, when he rides well, I just think of him as a good rider, aggressive rider, and he greatly benefited from staying here this winter. He had a tremendous winter, and he had a couple of small injuries, so he even missed some time this winter. I mean, he's got to be close to having 100 wins for the year. He's got 94 wins when this was printed, so, I mean, he's got almost 100 wins this year. I mean, relatively speaking, he won an average of around 14 races at Belmont the last 3 years for the entire Belmont Spring-Summer meet. And here we've got 3 weeks left, and he's already got mid-30s. I mean, that's a huge, huge difference.
And still leading the way here over Irad Ortiz Jr., who's creeping up.
And Luis Saez, too, who's had, right? Does that include yesterday we're looking at? That does not include yesterday, and Luis had 4, and he won 2 today. So Luis got 6 to join this, so he's at 27 too.
Wow.
Dylan's right behind him.
Just a few back.
Yeah.
7th race.
they're coming.
Coming up, 7-5 favorite, main track only entrant, Cartwheel with the meets leading rider Jose Lezcano. He'll break from post 3. Let's go upstairs. Larry Collmus with the call.
One left to load here as Factoring comes up to the outside stall to complete the line. Goes in, and they're all in line. Factoring is broken through the starting gate here, and we're going to have a delay. Factoring again breaking through the starting gate will be.
So Factoring doesn't get too far away here. Irad Ortiz Jr.
Not a significant runoff, so this horse will likely get reloaded and run again.
Yeah, quick once over, and then put her right back in, you would think.
And, of course, the money keeps pouring in on Cartwheel, and I think that'll only make her a shorter price, as you imagine some people will not be thrilled with that situation. So,
but the good news, didn't exert a ton of energy.
No.
Didn't get too far away.
Saratoga a few years ago, breaking through the gate, almost made you a guaranteed winner, right? Didn't we see like 3 of them in a row win at Saratoga?
Yep.
I think only 2 of them were for Linda Rice. Maybe all 3 of them.
All right, so quick reload, back in Factoring. Behave yourself this time.
Yeah.
Here we go again.
Wants to run.
And they're all in line. They're off. Theodosia stumbled coming out of there. Discreet Image on the inside, out for the early lead, with Factoring on the far outside. Cartwheel right there to his Ladrona, Dancing with Daffodils behind them. And it's 4 lengths back to Theodosia, who trails the field after that stumble at the start. So they're moving up the backstretch here. Discreet Image, the leader. Cartwheel pressing on the outside in second position through the opening quarter mile in 22.74 seconds. Dancing with Daffodils is third, 3 lengths off the lead. And then comes Ladrona, who's backed off to be about 6 lengths behind as Theodosia draws up alongside of Factoring at the back of the pack. And now Factoring is last as they race for the far turn. So Cartwheel is taking charge here, pulling away by 3 over Discreet Image in second. Ran a half mile in 46.01 seconds and scampers away on the far turn. Cartwheel and Jose Lezcano have put 7 lengths in front of the field. Theodosia has moved up into second position now. And into third is Dancing with Daffodils. Discreet Image has had enough. And then Factoring and Ladrona. They're coming toward the top of the stretch as the sun comes out here at Belmont Park, and Cartwheel comes off the turn after 3/4 in 111.79 seconds with a 7-length lead. Theodosia is second, and it's a long way back to the others. Dancing with Daffodils currently third. And then comes Factoring in a spread-out group here. Passing the 16th pole, it's all Cartwheel. Cartwheel coming down to the finish all by herself. Theodosia second, and then it was Dancing with Daffodils and Factoring.
Easy time here for Cartwheel. Gets the job done, wins by daylight.
It was a quick pace. I mean, they were moving up front, but Cartwheel was just much the best, and the money eventually showed on her. A nice effort by Theodosia, who stumbled badly at the start, and she was a distant second. She's galloping out well, though. She's galloping towards the rainbow, Greg.
Yeah, we got a beautiful rainbow that has just emerged as we take a look at Cartwheel. And at this point, it is race over. Just stay on and job over here. But Theodosia, did not break well. Winds up second in the race, but difficult beginning that really compromised her chances.
Yeah, don't know that she was going to beat this horse anyway. I mean, Cartwheel does win. She was doing cartwheels. I'm sorry I wasn't able to get 5-2 on her.
1, 5, 3, and 8 short price with your win. Can you see it in the picture? Okay. Our monitor's tough to see here, but a beautiful rainbow there. I think everyone can see it. Let's go back to the beginning and see what happened with the 5 Theodosia here.
Yeah, we'll take a look at the start. Let's see. This one looked like a bad one. You know, she didn't go quite down to her nose. She just kind of jumped back off of that and dropped out.
But for a filly, too, who we thought was going to be out in front potentially, took her out of her game.
It did, but they were moving up front, so I'll settle for second.
Even money winner, Cartwheel. Main track only entrant gets the win. Daughter of Flatter winning for trainer Mark Hennig. Prices when we come back, and then we have our feature race coming up. Mile and 16th on the main track. Storm Prophet trying to win for the first time since December a couple of years ago. We'll be back.
Mastery retired undefeated, winning his 4 starts by a combined 20 lengths. A 6-figure September sale purchase, he won impressively in his 2-year-old debut at Santa Anita. From there, he captured the Grade 3 Bob Hope Stakes and completed his juvenile campaign with a dominant performance in the Grade 1 Los Alamitos Futurity. At 3, the top-rated son of Candy Ride sizzled in the San Felipe. Now his much-anticipated first crop has arrived. Mastery, standing at Claiborne Farm.
What could be better than standing 1 Triple Crown winner? Standing 2.
Here comes American Pharaoh. Justified, turning for home in front. And American Pharaoh has Justified. He's unstoppable. The 37-year wait is over. American Pharaoh, Justified, has won the Triple Crown.
Coolmore, America, home of Triple Crown champions.
Runhappy is simply super. He polishes off an outstanding campaign with a dominant victory in the Malibu.
No medication, no problem. Runhappy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than americasbestracing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle. The best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. americasbestracing.net is a sport for you. Live it, love it, bet it.
Back on America's Day at the Races, and it might have been raining all afternoon long, but look what comes after, a beautiful, gorgeous rainbow, and the sun has emerged here in Elmont, New York.
I don't even know what you're talking about, Greg. It's a beautiful day.
That's what I just said.
I'm kidding. You know, I'm trying to see. Maggie would have gone with that joke. I'm just trying to work on that there.
Oh, see,
It
we
was-
just
you
we're
know,
not
you're
we're
just-
not
you're just-
vibing.
you're
I'm
just
sorry.
It's just not working here.
Maggie, come back. Here's the winner cartwheel in the 7th, the main track only. Jose Lezcano, Mark Hennig, and William Parsons. David Howe, your winning connections.
Always happy to see my friend Mark Hennig get the win, and Jose Lezcano, he extends that lead. They may
that.
be nipping at his heels, but Jose says no, 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 no. And what has he got? 13 more racing days after this. I'm rooting for Jose to hold on.
Oh, I am absolutely.
I am rooting for Jose to get it.
Well, those silks, how about this? Long time coming for Tracy Farmer to get your first win in a Triple Crown event. It happened with Sir Winston in the Belmont Stakes.
Yeah, that's cool for him. And Tracy Farmer has owned 2 of the better racehorses over the last, let's say, 25 years, and Albert the Great and Commentator. Albert the Great will never get the respect he deserves. He was a tremendous
Almost felt like you should have done it with Nick Zito,
Yeah.
but happens with Mark Casse, and he's going to team up with Mark Casse in the 4th at Churchill Downs. 5.5 furlongs on the turf with the 6-horse. Tracy Farmer Silks on Fly So Pretty, a daughter of Sky Mesa, who will debut.
Yeah, and this is an interesting race. I like these 2-year-olds, most of them firsters on the turf.
Here's a look at Fashionable Lady for trainer Michael Ewing, first-timer by declaration of war.
The dam did win on the turf, so there's a little pedigree there.
Big long shot at 20-1. Here's the 2 Just Fly, Joe Sharp.
I'm going to bet this one to win in here. I like this. This dam was a nice turf winner.
30-1 shot. The 3 here, Abramax by Albertus Maximus out of a Smart Strike mare.
And speaking of Albert the Great, the sire of the sire, Albertus Maximus, no turf pedigree.
Fed Policy, the 5-horse for Buff Bradley, 29-1.
Here's an amazing thing for you. The 5 and 9, their dams are half sisters.
Okay.
Isn't that cool?
Re-entry of the dam of the 5.
There's no turf pedigree, by the
Harlotry
way.
Holiday, dam of the 9. Here's the 6 Fly So Pretty, major player for Cassie with Tracy Farmer Silks.
The dam was mediocre on the turf, but if you go back in the family, there's some very good turf pedigree.
Well, this horse opened up a monster lead in the debut back on May 23rd at Churchill and gave up that lead in the stretch.
Cannot take this horse off that collapse last time, especially an extra half furlong.
Steve Asmus and Ricardo Santana Jr. Here's the 8 Yellen Tyler Bay's rider change for Wesley Ward.
Little sire Fed Biz is a turf influence, but no turf on the dam
And
side.
taking no money right now either. Urban Diva, the 9-horse, 14-1 for Jordan Blair.
There's a little bit. There's a full, actually, that won on the turf.
Champagne Talking, daughter it is now for Ian Wilkes. We'll have Brian Hernandez Jr. aboard.
You know, this horse is a have to do turf winners, including a very good horse in Thatcher Street.
I like the appearance. Double-digit odds right now. Wheatez, am I close, for Ian Wilkes as well?
We'll never know, but the dam was a 4-time turf winner, actually, who ran some pretty good figures.
More than ready filly. Spartanka tried the turf last time out at 14-1. Blinkers came off that day. It was behind Mom's Pass.
Yeah, I don't want anybody out of that race.
And maybe the horse to beat, well, is on the board right now. Wesley Ward runner did not win first time out, even though she was favored at Belmont here at 5 furlongs on turf, missed by a neck.
Yeah, I think a lot of the others were unhappy this horse got in off the also eligible. This horse the horse to beat.
All right, let's check in at Louisville with Jonathan Kinchen and Gary Stevens.
I woke up this morning thinking I was going to see a Wesley Ward turf sprinter at Ascot, and now we're going to finally see one. Who did you see in the post parade and also in the paddock that kind of got your attention?
For sure, the one horse, she looked outstanding walking in. And the 10, Ian Wilkes, doesn't always win first out with his first-time starters, but Philly, she's pushing 17 hands. She's gorgeous. She looked the part. And then, of course, Wesley Ward, the 13 horse, she's bet down to 9-5 right now. She looked like a colt running against fillies and very focused in the paddock. She's got the one race experience over the turf. That was a second-place finish, so that's where I'm going.
She's drawn outside. You obviously don't have to worry about her getting into any trouble. Also, she's a half to Uncle Benny, who won a 2-year-old turf stake up at Belmont. Also ran second in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf. I was a little bit concerned with the wide draw just because I thought that there's going to be a lot of give in the ground. I think there probably still is some give. With the rain that we saw earlier, what do you think about what kind of surface we got?
Well, that's probably the best draw that you can have. If you remember back to the Breeders' Cup last fall here, and they had the turf listed as good, they later relabeled it to yielding that day, and you saw everybody out on the crest. There is a crest on this racetrack out in about the 8 path where we saw an Abel come down the middle of the race course, the same as she did at Keeneland years back. But I wouldn't worry about that wide draw because it tends to be a little bit firmer. We had significant rain yesterday. They've got this thing listed as good right now, or fast, but it is. I think it's more close to good than fast, so I wouldn't worry about the wide draw.
The other two that probably deserve a mention are the 7 Mom's Pass. I thought she moved maybe a little bit early last time in her last start. She's bet at 4-1. Steve Asmussen, Churchill. She makes a lot of sense. She had a nice figure that day as well. And then the 8 Yellen, I think the 10-1 on the board probably tells you all you need to know. But an interesting fact about Yellen is that at Keeneland, she actually worked on the turf for her 2-year-old Breeze and was the fastest of all the horses that worked on the turf. It was only about 6 horses that worked on the turf that day. But the 11-1, 10-1 on a Wesley Ward first-time starter turf sprinting is not exactly a vote of confidence. So my top pick's the 13, Kauai Sunset. A little hunch play with the Raptors. Kauai, here we go. Guys, back to you in New York.
Jonathan, Gary, thank you guys very much. So, Gary, not concerned at all, it sounds like, with that outside slot for Kiowa Sunset.
Yeah, I mean, listen, she's got the speed to try to get over. Now, obviously, the Steve Asmussen runner that had the lead last time is pretty quick, but she's supposed to clear with that, at least not be that caught wide, but you never know. I'm not overly concerned. Some people worry about those posts more than others. Doesn't make one of us necessarily right, but I respect Gary's opinion a lot.
9-5. Yeah, she's about to step in line. Start number 2, daughter of Uncle Mo, the favorite for Wesley Ward. He also has the first-time starter, the 8, not taking much attention at all. Yellen on the board as we see the 6 step in line in those Belmont Stakes winning silks of Tracy Farmer. That is the first-timer, Fly So Pretty, for trainer Mark Cassie. Been working at Keeneland, some pretty sharp drills on dirt leading up to this debut. Let's send it out to Travis Stone with a call. Here's race 4 from Churchill.
Waiting on Spartanka and Kiowa Sunset. In the gate. And the rough. Mom's Pass like a rocket out of the gate. In front of length and a half right away. Yellen emerging from the pack to grab second early. Spartanka comes away third. Kiowa Sunset on the outside is fourth. Fashionable Lady up into fifth. Just Fly sixth. Fly So Pretty seventh. Urban Divas racing in eighth by two. Champagne Tonking is ninth. Fed Policy down inside in 10th, followed by Wittez in 11th. Abramax is 12th and last. They move for the far turn. Mom's Pass up against the hedge onto the far turn in front. Yellen is right there with pressure. So too Spartanka. 4 wide for Kiowa Sunset on the far turn run. Fashionable Lady working out a ground-saving trip down inside fifth. Fly So Pretty and Just Fly. They're off the turn now. Mom's Pass tries to cut the corner. Short lead at the top of the stretch. Yellen is right there. Fashionable Lady needs to find a seam down inside. Fly So Pretty, Kiowa Sunset, and Spartanka. 1 furlong to go. Mom's Pass is still in front. Fashionable Lady squeezing through down inside. Here she comes now, putting in a bold late run. Mom's Pass has to fend off Fashionable Lady, who surges late to win it at 32-1. Fashionable Lady first on the wire. Mom's Pass was second. Fly So Pretty was third.
Oh, Mom's Pass gave up a 3-length lead in the stretch in her debut. This time she gives up the lead late stretch to a 32-1 first-time starter on the fence, who was in a tough position here.
She really was. Great job here by Florent Giroux to keep her I sort of settled. She was unsettled a little bit, but she was always getting that best trip. And Michael Ewing, she really does a great job with her first-time starter. She's had 7 of them, now 8 of them with 3 winners. You can see she's got a ton of racehorse, or at least Flo has a ton of racehorse with the big white face on the rail. And he's just trying to get her to get the courage to go through that spot. And once she does, and once she evens up with the 7, and the 7 has seen this movie before, like first time out, she had a 3-length lead and she got run down. Very rarely we see a first-time starter go inside, and especially a 32-1 shot. Great chinning drawn by Michael.
Nice job, we should say as well, by the Tracy Farmer first-time starter for Mike Cassidy, who finishes third in here. 1-7-6, 32-1 in the 4th at Churchill. We'll be back with those prices in a bit. We return to Belmont Park. We have the 8th race coming up, our featured event this afternoon. Paul LoDuca joining me on set, by the way. How you doing?
I'm doing well. How you doing, Wolfie?
If those wondering that did not sound like Andy Serling, yeah, it's not. Guys swapped out during the running of that race.
Yeah, got caught in that little deluge of rain, and then boom, now we got the most beautiful rainbow we've seen out here. So it's actually absolutely gorgeous, and the sun's out, and it was absolutely pouring just about a half hour ago. It reminds me of Saratoga a tiny bit. It's like Saratoga weather.
We've had some strange weather out here, but yeah, it is absolutely beautiful right now.
Yeah.
So it's turned into a very nice day, but we're still going to have this sloppy going for the last couple of races as we set the stage here for the 8th. Mile and a 16th New York Breds, an allowance optional 40 group in here. Uncle Si right now favored. Chris Engelhardt off the claim, and that was a 7-length score in a race last time out, Paul, that was taken off the turf.
Yeah, and listen, he's a tough read. We all know about Uncle Si. He's 8 years old now. He's got 600 and some odd thousand in the bank. He's a warrior. He danced every dance at one time in his career. He dropped for 25,000. Actually, he dropped for 40,000 at one time and then got taken, and then 25,000. But he's got a pretty decent record on a wet surface. 6 starts, 1 win, 2 seconds, and a third. Chris Engelhardt takes him, who's very good off the claim, gives him a bullet drill at age 8, and it looks like he's coming in the race good. I'm surprised he's the favorite, though, Greg.
Well, here's Real Dan. He's at 3-1 on the board, so he wins first time out all the way back in February of 2018, Muddy Track Aqueduct. We don't see him for over a year. Comes back and wins again off the bench, and then he faced a pretty good one last time out in H-Man.
Yeah, H-Man's turned into a different horse in the Knizzle barn, right? By Claiborne Stallion Flatter. The gelding, he won his first 2 starts, like you said, and he beat some decent horses, and obviously he's had issues getting the races, but now he gets to string a couple in a row. If you look, Greg, he has trouble getting out of the gate, so obviously maybe there's something on the back end there. We'll see, but also he's got to go a new distance, a mile and a 16th today.
Time for Paddock Report. We're going to head downstairs and go to Maggie Wolfendale.
Guys, I got my timing right. I missed the rain. Now the sun's shining here in the paddock as we'll take a look at the horse you guys were just talking about. That's number 2, Real Dan, as he will go out for Todd Pletcher for only his 4th start of his career. And on paper, it's not much I can recommend. I mean, his last effort, it was fairly disappointing as he will try this condition once more. And when you get into this condition, you are facing some grizzled and accomplished veterans of this New York bred ranks. And the thing is, though, is physically, if I didn't have PPs in front of me, he would be my pick of the paddock. He looks tremendous here, incredibly well muscled. And as Paul was saying, yes, he does have some issues getting out of the gate, but I can't fault him because he looks very strong behind the saddle. And furthermore, maybe the extra distance will mitigate that kind of tardy beginning that he sometimes has. Like I said, really gets a stamp of approval here in the paddock as far as looks are concerned. Now, number 5 is JJ's Dreaming. He's the horse coming in off of a layoff here for trainer Mark Hennig, who looks to secure back-to-back wins here as Cartwheel easily took today's 7th race. JJ's Dreaming, fitness-wise, he looks incredibly fit. Looks like he ran 2 weeks ago as opposed to 7 months ago. The problem is, though, is I wish he was showing me a little bit more energy. He's incredibly docile here, just really kind of lackadaisical, if you will. Coat looks great though, so like I said, I just wish there was a little more energy, a little more pep in his step than what he has displayed the entire time here in the paddock. Now, number 6 is Vincento, who gets back with his friends in New York Bred Company, and that's where he belongs. This is his condition, and he really could thrive in these conditions, going this mount of 16th over a wet track, as he has run well over it before. And for Rudy Rodriguez, the horse that, as far as the last couple of months are concerned, physically has looked very, very good. It's just he's running over his head, and now he's where he belongs. Greg?
Yeah, good point there for Maggie. I mean, he is right where he belongs. The last time he was in at this condition, he was a winner here, and he put up an 86 Spire speed figure.
Yeah, and he's a claim back. Rudy Rod had him, and Linda took him from him in January of 2019, and then in March, as soon as Linda brought him back, Rudy took him. And then Maggie makes a good point. He basically put him over his head in open company. Now he's back in with state breds. So, and he's got 2 wins out of his 7 on a wet surface, three of them here at Belmont too. So he's a player in here at 7-2. He needs pace to run at. That's the issue. He runs his races upside down.
Here's a look at JJ's Dreaming for Mark Hennig. So Maggie didn't love, and it's easy to see what she was talking about, the kind of listlessness from him. But we're going to take a look back at him at Belmont, mile and a 16.
Maybe it's the calm before the storm. You don't know.
Early October here, and puts in a big effort on this day.
Yeah, when you look at the PPs, right, what do you see? The worst 2 efforts are on sloppy racetracks, and they're sitting there right in front of you the first 2 races. But then you go to some of his other races, and you're like, wow, he would win this race by many. He's got a couple races in here that are very, very good, especially one at Saratoga. This race at Belmont is a very good race. He's got an open-length win at Saratoga by 8 lengths. He's got a couple races at Aqueduct. The last 2 races were in December and October on sloppy racetracks, and they just were not encouraging. So he's sort of a horse I don't know what to do with, and I think the public thinks the same way. 9-1 off a 4-1 morning line.
Well, sometimes it's staring you right there in the face. Tough to play off what he's done on the sloppy going the last couple of tries here. Here comes our post parade. We're going to see Broadway Bay first at 28-1. Actually broke his maiden August of 2014 at Saratoga.
17 for 57 lifetime, this 8-year-old. I'll tell you what, this is not the worst 29-1 shot, because you look, one of the best figures he's ever run is over a sloppy racetrack.
That's pretty good strike rate, too. 17-time winner. Here's Real Dan. He won the first 2 starts of his career about a year apart.
By far the most lightly raced horse in here. Only 3 times, but he has won twice, and he's got some talent.
Uncle Si, the old veteran, another 8-year-old in here, and he was just claimed off a 7-length score race taken off the turf.
Yeah, and obviously doing well, coming in with a bullet drill on June 12th for Ronald Brown.
Storm Prophet, he hasn't won since December 2010. He actually broke his maiden routing on the turf.
We always think of Rapoli Stable with Uncle Mo, but he loves the claiming game. He claimed this one for Linda Rice, now back in against New York Breds.
Here is the 5 we were talking about earlier. JJ's Dreamin' appears from the last 2 starts, not his kind of surface
Yeah,
today.
you just never know, right? And he does have a win over a wet surface. If it happens, you'll see him up close early at least.
Vincento, Rudy Rodriguez, he'll go turf to dirt this afternoon. Luis Saez.
He's the opposite of JJ's Dreaming. You'll see him way in the back, and I would think you'll see his 1 run late.
And we're going to see this horse forwardly placed. San Juan Diego, Jose Lezcano for Ron Moquet.
You know,
but we're looking at the 8 right now. 7's out there somewhere. Here's Bluegrass Cat Smile.
Yeah, the 8 goes from Marat to Rosario. Now, Marat's been aggressive with this horse, where Rosario's really not an aggressive rider. So I'm wondering if he's going to take this horse back and make 1 run. 1 for 16 the last 2 years, so something needs to change.
There is the 7, San Juan Diego.
Yeah, you know, I think the horse to catch, and you know, in a 6 furlong race, on a wet, fast racetrack on Oakland Park, this horse broke dead last and was right on a 22:45 pace. So look for the 7 winging out front.
Feature race here at Belmont coming up. We're 5 minutes to post. We're going to take a short time out. When we return, we got some company on the set. Chad Summers, are you ready? Joining us right after this.
This is a colt by Runhappy out of Addison Run. We bred here at Mockma Hall. Well, he's that big, strong, good bone, big old hip on him. Moves really well. Has that kind of big cat-like walk when he just relaxes and gets rolling up and down the lane.
Runhappy, standing at Claiborne Farms.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than americasbestracing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. americasbestracing.net is a sport for you. Live it, love it, bet it.
This proven son of Giants Causeway has sired 4 millionaires, including Claiborne Farm stallion Lee. Recent top runners include Cutting Humor, winner of the Grade 3 Sunland Park Derby, plus 3-time graded stakes winner Sharp Samurai, and international star Shamal Nibras. This year, his 2-year-olds have brought prices up to $310,000. First Samurai, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Well, we're halfway there. We're halfway through the 8-race card here. We just finished the 4th. You can still get involved in the pick 4 if you're interested in doing so. I fell on the 2-horse here, Mississippi, a horse that was bought for $700,000 a couple years ago, and shows up here. Is a little bit of a trainer change. Moquet has him now, and he's been doing well. Did you see anything as they were walking in? They just got here, but did you see anything as they were walking in that might have caught your attention?
I'm looking at the 1-horse right now, and he looks like $1 million. And currently your favorite at 2-1. Just walked into the paddock and looks great. And then the 6-horse, Tickvin Flew for Steve Asmussen's having a great night. All the horses running well, which they always do. But this horse ran actually in the Arkansas Derby. He was even money in the Arkansas Derby. Came back in an optional claimer. Been rested since Oakland Park, and this is his first race at Churchill Downs.
Gary, don't let anybody ever tell you you're a bad guy. You took that one for the team right there. You knew I couldn't pronounce the name of the 6. You jumped in first. I appreciate that. The thing about Mississippi that really caught my attention with the switch to Moquet is Moquet's run him 5 times. 3 times he's run second, good seconds. 2 times I think he had excuses. The first time I think he was maybe on a bad rail. The other time made a little bit of a middle move, and I can forgive riders for making those mistakes from time to time. So the 2, Mississippi will be my top pick, and we'll give you some horses to use underneath when we get trackside. Back to New York.
Guys, thank you very much. That is a big number on Tickvin Flew at 11-1, a horse who was second to High Cal in the Jimmy Winkfield, and then tried the Gotham, the Arkansas Derby. Didn't fire those days, but horse has shown some big-time talent. Was on the Triple Crown Trail for a while.
Yeah, very good field.
Chad Summers joins us on set. Good to see you. How you doing?
Trying to stay dry for once. Seems like every Thursday it rains.
But
it is true, actually.
The bad weather's behind us.
Yes.
It's beautiful right now. We have that gorgeous rainbow although it just disappeared as I said that.
I know, right?
This 8th race coming up, what were your thoughts here in the 8th?
I think the way the track's playing since the rain came, it's been speed favoring, and San Juan Diego seems to be the speed of the speed here. Lescano's riding so good, 2 wins, trying to hold on for leading rider at Belmont for the meet.
Let's head downstairs to Maggie.
Real quick, and what Chad said is true. He got a solo warm-up, a big warm-up beneath Jose Lescano, and he's just suddenly now, as a 4-year-old, has found this early speed that he never had before. As number 8 is Bluegrass Cat Smile. Now, this is a horse that's been trying to get through this condition, but it looks as though Charlie Baker has him looking better than ever. We'll see what plays out for him, but I like the fact that he comes back in here for Charlie, looking just a picture in the paddock and out on the racetrack. He'll be my pick, Greg.
Well, Andy liked Bluegrass Cat Smile as well. That is the 8 horse, 4-1 on the board. Favorite, though, that'll be Real Dan. For trainer Todd Pletcher from post 2, let's send it upstairs to the voice of New York racing for the call. Here's our feature, the 8th from Belmont with Larry Collmus.
Bluegrass Cat Smile steps up to the outside stall and goes in, and they're all in line. They're off. A bit of an awkward break there for Bluegrass Cat Smile as San Juan Diego goes out to the front with Storm Prophet, Vincento, and to their inside Uncle Si. It's these 4 out for the lead together, and then it's Broadway Bay followed by Real Dan. JJ's Dreaming going up on the outside, and Bluegrass Cat Smile at the back is 5.5 lengths off of San Juan Diego, who leads them up the backstretch by 2.5 lengths over Vincento. Then it's JJ's Dreaming up into 3rd outside of Uncle Si. 23.14 was that opening quarter mile. And then it's Real Dan 3 deep, Storm Prophet between, Broadway Bay down at the rail, and well off the rail is Bluegrass Cat Smile, trailing the field, still about 6 lengths behind, heading for the far turn. San Juan Diego by a length. Vincento now edging up a bit closer in 2nd. On the inside is Uncle Si in 3rd. JJ's Dreaming is out there in 4th after a 46.46 half mile. And then it's Storm Prophet in 5th, just 3.5 lengths off the lead. Bluegrass Smile taking that outside route on the far turn, picking up horses now. At the back of the pack, Real Dan and Broadway Bay. So they're arriving at the top of the stretch where Vincento takes over from San Juan Diego as they turn for home. Behind them, Uncle Si and Storm Prophet. JJ's Dreaming gives way. Bluegrass Cat Smiles on the far outside. They're into the stretch with Vincento to catch. Vincento by 2.5 with a furlong to run. Then Storm Prophet in 2nd, followed by Uncle Si to the inside, and Bluegrass Cat Smile 4th. Vincento with a rail in the lead as they come down to the finish. And Vincento and Luis Saez win it by 3. And then it was Storm Prophet 2nd, Uncle Si, and Bluegrass Cat Smile.
Vincento at 9-2 with a win. Luis Saez, Rudy Rodriguez.
Yeah, good job by Luis Saez. Really putting this horse into the race. He's a horse that usually is way out of it, but his last race on the turf, he was more involved early, and he just proved to be best here, Chad.
Looking like the rest of his family, right? Half the dad's cabs, half the Paula Silver Lining. I mean, these are really nice horses. Good to see Vinny Scuderi and Rudy claim this one back, and he's just a house horse. He's a really, really cool horse. He doesn't win as much as they do, but picks up his 8th career victory, and he's a hard trier.
9-2 to get a little bit of a number here in our sequence this afternoon. 6-4-3-8 finish. And that is the 8th win of his career, 2nd win in 2019. Vincento takes the 8th. We still have more coming up. Nightcap to come from Belmont Park. And a whole lot more from Churchill Downs as well. So don't even think about going away. We'll be back. More America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2 and MSG Plus right after this.
So my name is Robbie Herzl. I'm the yearling manager here at Claiborne Farm, and we've got the first crop of Runhappies this year. Overall, I'm very, very pleased with them. So first we have a colt out of Rapid Repair. He's a really nice colt. Very happy with how he's come along as a yearling. So there was a lot of demand for the weanlings last year. They sold for over 6 times their stud fee, and we're really excited for the yearlings to come through the sales, and we're expecting big things from them.
Runhappy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Whether you have Derby dreams or Midsummer Derby dreams, this is Tom Durkin to tell you a registered New York bred can take you there.
Diversify.
That New York bred Exact and the Whitney by multimillionaires Diversify and Mind Your Biscuits shows the kind of quality that allowed New York breds to earn more than $93 million on the world stage last year. On-track successes have spurred New York bred sales result. At the March OBS sale, Chestertown sold for $2 million. And this New York bred 2018 yearling brought $1 million at Saratoga. So get with the program at nybreds.com.
Kentucky Derby winner Orb. On the track, his runners have scored on both dirt and turf, including multiple stakes winner Autumn Warrior and Sipacan Harbor, winner of the Grade 1 Spinaway Stakes at Saratoga. On the track, Orb continues to add winners. And in the sales ring, his 2-year-olds have sold up to $250,000 in 2019. Classic winner, classic pedigree, Orb, standing at Claiborne Farm.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than americasbestracing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. americasbestracing.net is a sport for you. Live it, love it, bet it.
Back on America's Day at the Races, Greg Wolf, Paul LoDuca, Chad Summers, Maggie Wolfendale with you. We also have Jonathan Kinchen, Gary Stevens out at Churchill Downs. Vincento into the winner's circle in our 8th race, winning for the 8th time in his 6-year racing career. For Rudy Rodriguez, Vinny Scuderi, and Luis Saez.
Yeah, congratulations to the son of Include out of the Grindstone mare, seeking the silver. 8 for 39 lifetime.
Let's head downstairs to Maggie.
He's on the phone right now. He's got to tell his wife to turn on FS2, but here with owner breeder Vinny Scuderi. Vinny, Vincento or Vincento?
Vincento. It was named for my son, who they kiddingly used to call him Cento, and my daughter still calls him Cento to this day. So they keep calling him Vincento. Maybe that's the right pronunciation, but that's not what we named, how we named him.
Well, quite a family nonetheless, named after your family, but seeking the silver, I mean, she's just produced runner after runner.
Unbelievable. She's got another one. Well, I hope Liza Jambalaya runs a little better next time. And we have another one that just came in who's doing pretty well, called Prince of Caps. And then I have 2 more babies that I'm very high on, but that's it. We had to retire her. Her knee was barking a little bit, and she certainly paid her way, so we're going to let her live a good life. And that's the end of the gold mine, but she did her job, and she continues to.
Oh, it was so much fun to watch her babies, that's for sure. But Vincento, back in for the 40 with the New York breds. He relished it today, though.
Oh, he did. I mean, Grenig had it in the form. He was back with his friends, and every time I raise him to the allowance race, he goes, no, they're too tough for me. Put me back with my buddies, and I'll run good. And he even showed speed today. He's good. He's paid his way for sure. And
claim today? Or are you going to claim him back?
I don't know. We'll see. Not right away. We'll see how things turn out. I might. Yeah, I might. Who knows? I did once. I might do it again. I hope whoever has it wins again, because I get breeding money. So either way, I'm rooting for the horse.
All right. Well, it was Linda Rice once again, Vinny. Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And good luck, Linda.
All right. It might be a battle of who gets Vincento down the line, guys.
We're just going to call him Cento from now on. But yeah, Linda Rice had claimed him before. Vinny claimed him right back, and now going right back to Linda Rice.
Those two tend to change barns a lot, and so obviously there's no tiff there, but they like to claim from each other. So, and it seems like they can move up, and sometimes they cannot. Depends.
But like Vinny said, though, Breeders' Awards, 15% bonus on that purse. So you're talking about a $70,000 purse. He gets the 55% winner share of the owner, and another 15% for being the winning breeder.
9th at Belmont was scheduled for the turf where the main track now, with the races coming off. The main track only, no shocker, 1 to 5 on the board. We'll talk more about this field in just a little bit. Let's go back out to Louisville with Jonathan Kinchen and Gary Stevens.
Gary, I think the conversation has to start with the horses being bet right here, the favorite, the One Rare Form. I know in the paddock you thought he looked pretty good. I'm a little bit concerned. I know that I'm a Dale Romans fan. I know you are as well. he hasn't having the greatest meet, and he's 3-1 on the board right now.
3-1 on the board, and this horse coming off of quite a long layoff, coming in the Churchill Downs right now. But who knows? Dale can heat up at any time. He's a great horse trainer, Hall of Famer. So one of the horses that caught my eye the most, though, was Stanley Huff's The Rock Says for Sagamore Farm. Won his last out. He's had 3 starts. His first 2 were on the turf course, and he finished second and third both those races. But looked like looked special in the paddock. Spoke to Stanley Huff. They're high on this colt, and he looks like the one to me. He's at 3-1 right now.
I agree. And the third place horse in his last race, Hitch, won here on Sunday when I was here. So that's always a positive when you get horses behind you or in the same race as you that are coming back and running well. And then also the last race was on the slop. We don't really know what he's going to do on a fast surface, and the way they're betting him right now and the form of that race, he definitely makes a little bit of sense as well. The 4 Beantown Boys I thought made a little bit of a sense here. That horse's 2 back exits, a pretty good allowance race that a horse by the name of Al Khatam, who ran in the Stephen Foster the other night. Seems like a very productive race, a quality race. So I think Beantown Boys probably deserves a little bit of a look at 4-1. But I'm going to stick with my top pick in Mississippi, the 2, 7-1 on the board. You know, this is one of those moments where, as a horse player, I have to ask myself, is 7-1, is it cold, or am I getting good value there?
That's what you're getting paid to know. I mean, I get paid to analyze. I don't analyze totes. I analyze the horses. I did my job.
Look, you told me he looks good. That's all that matters to me. So if you say he looks good, he's got 4 legs. He's got a rider on top of him. I'll take the 7-1 that just clicked to 8-1, Greg.
All right, guys, thank you. As they load up in here, you can spell Mississippi, right, and do it fast?
They go, MASSISSIPPIA.
Very well, nice.
But yeah, I like how Jonathan and Gary going at it. That's pretty good stuff. I love the 8. I love the Stanley Huff horse. Anytime a horse runs on 3 different surfaces, fast, yielding, and sloppy, and runs well all 3 times, shouldn't mind fast dirt.
Everyone's writing off Teekvin Slew, huh? Flew, sorry.
He needs to show that he's the horse that was worthy to face Omaha Beach and Hakal. He hasn't shown that his last couple starts.
And we'll find out. He'll break from post 6. Most like The Rock Says, the 8. And here we go to Travis Stone.
Outside 2 are Fractious. Settle down, and they're off. Chess Chief with a good start. Mississippi showing speed. Praetorian is there on the outside. Rare Form flashing speed for that inside post. And he comes on through now to take over the lead. So it is Rare Form in front of the clubhouse turn. Praetorian's going to track from second. The Rock Says 3 wide and in the clear. Racing up into third. 7 furlongs to go. Mississippi settles in at the rail, cruising along in 4th, reserved at that spot. A break of 2.5 lengths back to Chess Chief, who broke on top but is back in 5th. Inside of Royal Medallion, who's 6th to the backstretch run. A break of 3 to Beantown Boys in 7th. Paddock Pick another 5 from there. Tickvin Flew is the last of them all. 12 lengths from top to bottom, 5 furlongs to go. Solid opening fraction of 23 and 2/5 seconds set by Rare Form, who skitters clear by 3 now. Rare Form building a big lead for the far turn run, tracked by Praetorian, a distant second at this point. Mississippi down inside, still saving ground 3rd. The Rock Says is back into 4th. Farther back in the field, Beantown Boys trying to muster up a bid. Royal Medallion goes by that one. Chess Chief is right in the thick of it, 5 lengths out. Then it's Paddock Pick, and at the back is Tickvin Floos around the far turn. Rare Form is still on top, the half in 47 seconds flat. The Rock Says, though, rolls up on the outside. Here comes the Rock Says, looking for the lead off the turn. Praetorian boxing on between them. Mississippi's bottled up inside, has to angle out for the final furlong. That is Chess Chief in 4th, 1 furlong to go. Rare Form is still there. Rare Form the leader, half a length. Mississippi, the Rock Says, Chess Chief all trying to get by, but Rare Form keeps on going. Rare Form, coast to coast. 1.5 lengths in the end. The Rock Says was 2nd. Mississippi was 3rd. Chess Chief 4th.
Rare Form resolute on the front end. Dale Romans, Robbie Alvarado. Maybe this will kind of kickstart their meet. Both those two been struggling a little bit. We want to say real quick, MSG Plus, thanks for being with us this afternoon. They are signing off. Everyone else sticking with us. We're back on MSG Plus 4 to 6 Eastern tomorrow. All right, so gate to wire, rare form, at a post 1.
Yeah, very game, because when you watched it, the Rock Says made that giant move, goes right up to basically his neck. He puts that horse away, and then Mississippi now starts going after him, puts him away, and I think it put away Mississippi's heart because it made the Rock Says go by him late, but rare form put everybody away.
Tote board told no lies, right? 3-1 after an 8-1 morning line, and this horse in the morning time has been touting himself. He's breezing a minute flat, 58 and 4, 47. Dale Romans had this horse raring to go. He was in rare form today.
And you can see when they swing right here, it just looks like the Rock Says has got him right here. And then watch when the 2 swings off like the slingshot right here. Miguel Mena does a great job. I mean, you can't ride a horse better than Miguel Mena rode the 2. And you think it's going to go by. They don't even get to the hip of this horse. This horse is gone.
This has been Mississippi's kind of MO since being purchased and transferred to the Ron Moquette barn. He hangs a little bit and doesn't want to pass that last horse, and it's going to happen again here, but really good effort for rare form. Look for him at Saratoga next time.
1-8-2, I believe Mississippi held on for third there. Yeah, 1-8-2-3 is official order of finish. As we look back at Belmont Park, again, taken off the turf here, and as a result of that, a bunch of scratches, and any chance in the world Amos gets beat here?
It's Amoss.
Thank you for the correction.
I know, I don't know.
Paul.
I know, right? I don't know. I mean, listen, he lost last time at 3.5-1, but I mean, had a clear lead. There is really nobody in here. They scratched all the pace, I guess, out of this race. Maybe the 6 can stay close enough, but other than that, he could probably have the lead by as much as he wants, no?
Look, it's definitely his race to lose, but the problem is with this filly, she was at Monmouth Park this morning. You don't know the race is going to come off until later on in the day. Yes, you're benefited by being main track only and coming in and being the only main track only horse in the field. But can you get beat? Sure, because you weren't for sure going to run today. And so preparations are a little bit different than if you're already in a body of a race.
Let's take a look at her most recent performance. It was at Belmont at a mile. Let's look at the beginning here.
And just going to get squeezed back a little bit there at the start of the race. And, you know, a good job by Jose Ortiz, though, to after that kind of initiate and put her in the race. And, look, she's a talented filly. She's a $180,000 tiered on the training purchase.
Yeah, it's really weird. She sort of made like this little move up the rail. It looks like she's going to win the race. She starts opening up a tiny bit, and she's just going to get tagged here late. She gets a tiny bit tired. You can see he's going left-handed. He can see he's got some of these other ones put away, but the one on the complete outside he doesn't. I don't know if he ever or she ever saw this filly, but this one was going to go by anyway.
Well, it's an experience thing. That's her second career start.
Yeah.
And she's a little green. She's going to get a little bit better with experience, and she catches the right field today, and that's why she's 2-5.
And look, she was well clear of the rest of the field. That was going a mile. Now she's going to go a mile and a 16th this afternoon, but she did put away the rest of that group. And there she is today for start number 3. Meanwhile, Singular Sensation, Mark Hennig, she stretched out to a mile. Her second start, she was forwardly placed near the front, and she was in that Amos race and well behind her.
Well, the thing you can say about her, and she to me is the biggest threat to your favorite, is that she was 6-1 in the newly minted race. So that means that she was training well in the morning. She came back. They made her go a mile. She showed a little bit of speed. She got tired. Now she's going to stretch out just a tiny bit more. But she wasn't that far behind Amoss or Amos, whatever. And doesn't need to improve that much.
I was looking forward to her trying the grass here. She's a half to 3 horses that won on the grass, including Somersault. Those stakes were on the grass. Maybe next time when she finally gets on the grass. She doesn't quicken like she needs to.
Well, she's 4-1 on the board right now. Time for a Paddock Report. Let's go downstairs to Maggie.
Yes, Chad's right. And number 6, Singular Sensation. She does have some good turf horses in her pedigree, that's for sure. But to me, I've never thought, at least now in her third career start, that she was an out-and-out turf horse, because there were some horses who handled the main track. Now, she's been a disappointment for me because I've liked her in both of her starts prior to this one, and she has done little running. But this is a shorter field. And I know that Amos is going to be tough, but I think she is the other horse that you want in here. I think she should be able to handle the wet going as well, and sometimes that translates well to horses who may eventually want the turf more. So I like Singular Sensation in here. I'll try her one more time. And I'll draw up the divorce papers. As number 13 is Amos for Kelsey Danner, and she ships in here. She looks fantastic. I mean, I even think she looks better than what she did before. I feel as though she's carrying more weight than she did back on May 16th. And with these young fillies, I think that's so important. And 2, I don't think she'll have a problem with the mile and a 16th, as I know she did get run down last time, but that was after a tardy start where she had to go a bit quicker in the beginning than what she probably wanted. So last one in, maybe first one out this time around, Greg.
It seems that way. 2 to 5 on the main track only entrance. Definitely holds all the cards in this race. Let's get back to Churchill Downs. Rare Form takes the 5th at Churchill for Dale Romans. Robbie Alvarado aboard for the win. Let's go to Jonathan Kinchen.
Dale, we were talking before the cameras that I'm your good luck charm. The last time I was here, you wired with a race.
You're right, and I hadn't been winning much till you came to town, so you might have to stay a few days.
Well, you got an extra room. Maybe I'll sleep in the back. Tell me about the trip here. I got a little bit concerned at the top of the stretch. It looked like he was running a little bit early. They were running at him. Were you feeling pretty confident?
I mean, on the backside, he has his ears up, so he looks, even though Robbie's got a hold on him, when they've got their ears up like that, they're usually pretty relaxed and in rhythm. What concerned me was the break. You know, it looked like Robbie wasn't quite ready. The horse on the end acting up, and they sprung it, but he got out of there clean. And once he was in front down the backside, I felt pretty good.
Now, you tried him going the one-turn mile previously, and he had won sprinting. What was the decision to kind of stretch him out again?
Well, we're running out of days, and there weren't many races left. But and I knew he was fit. You're working 58 over here. You're fit. So it's just a matter of getting out of the gate clean and having the trip that he had.
You had about 300 people in the winner's circle. What's going on there?
It's a lot of pressure training for Churchill Downs and Frank Jones. Both of my big guns on both sides. People are very important to me.
We'll see you at Saratoga here in a couple weeks.
I'll be there. All right, see you there.
Thanks, guys.
Well, and you bring it up all the time. That's a crowded winner's circle. Wow. But, Paul, you bring it up all the time. Saratoga, he's done some big things, some monster upsets there.
No, he really has. Like we were talking about it. Keen Ice, Shackelford, he almost caused a giant upset with Shackelford in the Florida Derby. But he's a very good trainer, and he can strike you when you least expect it. But this one is the factor out of the Empire Maker Mare Bayou Tortuga for his main man, Robbie Alvarado, now 2 for 6 lifetime. And is that right? That pick 4 paid monstrous. Wow.
6th race. Allowance optional claimant group here, 6.5 furlongs. Halawala. Ricardo Santana Jr., Steve Asmussen won first time out impressively, showed good speed and powered away to win by 2+ lengths. Now comes start number 2.
Very, very professional on the debut. Bet down to 3-1 on Kentucky Oaks Day for her debut. In between horses, had no problem whatsoever. And when Ricardo asked her, she just pulled away willingly.
This horse got left and almost went sub 21. I mean, she's got a ton of talents.
We're about 18 minutes from that race at Churchill. We come back here to Belmont, and a post parade coming up. And it's all about that horse right there. The main track only runner, 2 to 5 on the board, would be the biggest upset of the afternoon if this one were to get beat.
Yeah, I would think so. I mean, she's, wow, $776 in the pick 6. The pick 5 pays $88 to her and like $40 to pick 4.
Wait. What's that?
Pays $88.
The pick 4 does?
The pick 4 pays like 40-some odd dollars to her. But if you're able to beat her, you get paid.
Wow. Here's the 3. Dancing Slippers for Robbie Davis has a son aboard.
Well, he was sent to back when the race was off the turf. I think maybe he's the one that has the best chance to push with his filly here. Maybe a late Father's Day present for Robbie.
Keep my eye on the boys.
This horse looked like he jumped into the quarter pole last time on a sloppy track at Parks. It's going to be interesting to see what happens here running in New York.
6 horse, Singular Sensation, Mark Hennig, Luis Saez.
Definitely does have some speed, does this 3-year-old filly by Mine Shaft. She'll probably use it today with Louis aboard.
4 to 1. And also eligible that gets into the race. 2 Graces for Jimmy Ryerson, daughter of Lemon Drop Kid.
Yeah, draws in off the scratches. Best career race came in the slop 2 starts back. And interesting to see Jose Lascano choose to ride this one over the Mark Hennig horse, Singular Sensation.
And the 2 to 5 monster favorite, daughter of Twirling Candy here with Jose Ortiz aboard.
This is young trainer Kelsey Danner, just getting started. Began her training career last year.
now trying to get a win at Belmont Park for the first time.
And appears to hold all the cards to try and get it done. We'll see if it happens here in our nightcap at Belmont. Still have a late pick 3 ahead of Churchill Downs as well. Stick around. We'll be back. More America's Day at the races coming up next.
Runhappy is simply super. He polishes off an outstanding campaign with a dominant victory in the Malibu.
No medication, no problem. Runhappy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
What could be better than standing 1 Triple Crown winner? Standing 2.
Here comes American Pharoah. Justified, turning for home in front. And American Pharoah has Justified. He's unstoppable. The 37-year wait is over. American Pharoah, Justified, has won the Triple Crown.
Coolmore, America, home of Triple Crown champions.
Trap Shot, a graded stakes winner and multiple Grade 1 performer by Tappet. His 10 stakes horses last year included Grade 2 winner and track record setter Hot Shot Anna, plus graded stakes performers Untrapped and Beautiful Shot. At the sale, his 2-year-old sold up to $290,000. This year, he's added stakes winner 6-shooter to his list of recent winners. Trap Shot, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Soldiers are just like horses. You know, we have a purpose. Things are a certain way for a period of time, and then after it's all said and done, we have to try and kind of find ourselves again. Learning how to cope with that with another animal of a different species that's going through the same kind of transition, being in one situation and then having to go to a completely different situation. I think that's pretty cool.
A very small portion of a piece there, veterans dealing with PTSD and how thoroughbreds are helping them cope with those problems. Thoroughbreds serve such great purposes beyond the racetrack. You can see that entire piece. We encourage you to do so at americasbestracing.net. We got our nightcap from Belmont Park coming up, and that horse right there, it is hers to lose. 2-5. Should be in front. We talked about some others having some ability in here, certainly the 6 Singular Sensation. But who tries to go with this one early, if anyone?
Wow, that's a good question.
The 6 showed some pace last time out.
Yeah, I guess so. I mean, we've seen a little bit of speed from the 3 Dancing Slippers. I mean, she showed a tiny bit. What?
Bullet 3 furlong move coming in?
I don't know. That's the thing. Like, if the 13 breaks at all, if she breaks a little bit better than she did last time, she should clear. I mean, the time before that, they went 110 at Keeneland, and she was only 5 lengths off that cut. So, like, man, I don't try to tell you to try to beat a 1-2. So I just don't see her losing.
Chad, with that 3, so Dancing Slippers, we see a 3 furlong drill, bullet move, best at 32. What's usually the purpose of a bullet 3 furlong drill?
You're trying to wake them up. You know, you have every purpose of trying to send them out of the gate. It's a horse that maybe in the past has lacked that early speed out of the gate. So you just try and wake them up here, couple little moves, and just say, hey, we're going to run in a couple days.
Yeah.
All right, we'll get back to this race in a moment. Let's head back to Louisville and Jonathan Kinchen and Gary Stevens.
Fellas, we were talking before we did this little hit here that this is the race we were the most excited about seeing all day. I think there's 2 really nice fillies in this race. One of them's walking behind us right now. The 6, Holla Walla. It's very fun to say Holla Walla. She looks good as well.
Yeah, she does. She's very relaxed in here, really very quiet. She looks the part, very focused, saddling the 5-horse on the walk right now, Shanghai Rain. It's when a trainer is walking with the horse and the valet. It's not an easy job to do. If you can't get one to stand still when they're saddling or if they're acting up, that's what they do is saddle them on the walk.
The 6 Hollow Walla, she got her head down right there. Is that something that you like to see when you're walking into the paddock?
No, she looks sleepy, to be honest with you. I don't know if that's her normal mannerism. Maybe she was like that when she broke her maiden first time out. For Steve Asmussen, earlier today he had one in that was acting up a little bit in the paddock, went out and ran well. Finished second on the turf, and no, I didn't like what I was seeing there at all, to be honest with you.
The other horses walking by here that we talked about, the 8 Take Charge Angel, this horse was second at Keeneland to a very impressive filly by the name of Kofefi, who'll be running here Saturday. And in my opinion, I think Kofefi's probably a very tepid favorite for the Breeders' Cup filly and mare sprint the way she ran last time.
Yeah, she's 7-5 in the stake race on Saturday this weekend. And this filly, she ran back in the 8 bells. They stretched her out to 7 furlongs, and she ran pitiful. She was beaten 47 lengths. And was it the step up in class, or was it the sloppy track? They put her away for a while and bringing her off the bench. That was on May 3rd on Derby week.
Greg, we're going with the shoe parlay here on the 6. Back to you guys.
All right, Jonathan, we need that money. Good luck. You take charge, you talk about Kofefe. That's going to be in the Roxolana on Saturday. She's going to face off against Mia Mischief in that race. But Kofefe, Miss Preakness, set the new Pimlico track record at 6 furlongs. Let's head downstairs to Maggie for a quick comment.
Did you know I was Miss Preakness 2008? Little trivia question for you there. But number 11, Two Graces, little bit of a hunch play, but mainly because she's a horse that her best race two back came over a sloppy sealed track, which she's getting here, in which Magic Fairy wired that field. And to me, Two Graces was the only horse to really be making up any ground. Now, I'd love to see Jose Lascano keep her a little bit closer to the pace than that day. It's a smaller field as well. And she was the one that was really just moving the best over this surface, guys. And I'm going to land on Two Graces, but acknowledging the fact that Amos is much the horse to beat. Greg?
Wait, hey, hold on, Maggie. You've never told me this. She was Miss Preakness 2008? Why have we not shown pictures of that on the show?
I really was, Greg. I had to do the little pageant thing. I wore a tiara and a sash. 2008, I also got a scholarship.
We are going to talk a lot more about this, and we're going to do it on the show as well. Interesting. I thought she was going to say full disclosure with Two Graces. My daughter's name is Grace. That's why I've gone with the 11. But
okay, yeah, I hear what you're saying. Yeah, it could be a hunch play anyway.
1-2 favorite. That is Amos. The main track only to the outside here for Kelsey Danner. Has Jose Ortiz aboard, trying to wrap up this card with a victory at a very short price. There's the favorite stepping in. Let's go upstairs to the voice of New York Racing for the call. Here's Larry Collmus.
Amos comes up to the outside stall and completes the line here, all in line. They're off. Singular Sensation and Amos on the outside, out for the lead together. Two Graces is 4 lengths behind them already, and ahead of Dancing Slippers and Keep My Eye on the Boys as they head up the backstretch. It's Amos on the outside, now 3/4 of a length in front and well off the rail. Singular Sensation second by another 4.5 lengths. Dancing Slippers paired up with Two Graces third and fourth. And long way back there is Keep My Eye on the Boys, who is now 12 lengths behind after a 1/4 mile in 23.65 seconds. Up the backstretch, Amos on top by 2.5. Singular Sensation now moving on the outside is Two Graces, making a bid up into second position as they head for the far turn. Dancing Slippers is fourth, still about 5 lengths behind. And way back at the end is Keep My Eye on the Boys. They went 48.01 for a half mile, and they're moving into the far turn. Amos on top with Two Graces now just a length and a half behind. Singular Sensation keeping them company third on the inside. Another 2 lengths back to Dancing Slippers in fourth. So they're making their way toward the top of the stretch here with the favorite Amos in front. Singular Sensation slipping through on the inside and coming up there 3 wide is Two Graces. And Dancing Slippers is fourth. They're into the stretch. Amos off the turn in front. The leader by a length and a half as they come to the final furlong from Singular Sensation. Two Graces is backed off in third, and then comes Dancing Slippers. And here comes Singular Sensation up alongside and by Amos at the 16th pole. Singular Sensation gives Luis Saez yet another win. Amos was second, Two Graces was third, and Dancing Slippers was fourth.
Singular Sensation comes and runs down the 2-5 favorite here to close out the card.
Great job by Luis Saez, just always staying on the favorite continually throughout this race and not letting Amos get away. You could tell Jose Ortiz took a peek back, and then the filly switched to a wrong lead on the far turn, and you knew the 13 was in trouble.
Yeah, she looked like she was going to win by many, right? I mean, couldn't have broken any better, sitting in the perfect spot. Slowed it down. Jose goes 23-3, 48, 113, but never given up. Luis Saez riding strong right now.
Yeah, right there you can see she sort of ducked in a tiny bit, but even right here, you're right. It looks like she's going to at least hold sway as Jose's going strong left-handed, but Singular Sensation. And Larry Collmus called it right on the head. Luis Saez had a 4-bagger the other day, or won the first 4 out of 5 races yesterday, and has just been on fire.
Takes the late double here, and does so getting by a 2-5 favorite on a 4-1 shot. Singular Sensation for Mark Hennig, daughter of Mine Shaft. Saez, of course, over the weekend. Ooh.
On fire, yeah.
Talking about Monmouth.
He gets a chance to make amends. He goes back to Monmouth on Saturday, ride the United Nations.
We're talking about Maximum Security getting beat, not crossing the wire first for the very first time in his career. Horse who beat him, though, King for a Day, ran lights out. So I don't think he lost anything in defeat.
Yeah, they both ran over 100 bar, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Listen, the end game for Maximum Security, Haskell Travers.
Yeah.
This was not the end game. And I don't think Jason Service really had him cranked up where he wanted to. He didn't look like the typical Maximum Security we're used to seeing. He was a little bit on the heavy side.
Stumbled out of the gate.
Jason was wishy-washy about running in the race. Don't write Maximum Security off because he lost to a really nice horse in King for a Day. He'll be back.
Well, Saez, he takes the late double here at Belmont. We'll be back with the prices for Win Day this afternoon for Luis. Well done as we get back to Churchill Downs. 6th race. Current look at the odds here. Hala Wala, Ricardo Santana Jr. Steve Asmussen, that impressive first out winner. Not a big surprise here. Favorite at 6-5. But we start with the 3. And here is Caliente Candy for Danny Pish.
This is a horse that was claimed for $15,000 at Fairgrounds in February. Won 3 in a row since then. Confidence sky high right now.
Yeah, moving steadily up the class ladder. 3 wins in a row. Here's the 4, 27-1. She's so majestic.
Yeah, this one is the one that may be going in the wrong direction. That's why she is such a big long shot.
Shanghai Rain for Brett Calhoun has Gabriel Saez aboard.
She hit the board 3 starts in a row, 5 of 8 career starts, but really washy in the paddock.
Here's the favorite, and she is getting bet heavily, 6-5 on Halawala.
Yeah, she was ultra impressive in her debut at Churchill Downs on Kentucky Oaks Day, and she could be the real deal in her second start.
MGR Treasures at 28-1 for Steve Asmussen.
Right off the last start, I don't think she liked the slop. She's going to come late and maybe pick up some pieces to complete an Asmussen Exacta.
Off that performance, 2 back against Kofefe. Look out. Take Charge Angel. 6-1 right now.
Looks the part, 2 on the racetrack. You just maybe got to draw a line through her 8 bells over the sloppy racetrack. She might have hated it.
Into Mystic, 5-1 on the board. Tyler Bays for Jeff Mullins.
Going to go early, but a lot of them are going to go early. Interesting that Spendthrift sold her last November after some early success with Todd Pletcher.
And on the outside, Irish Mischief is at 7-2. Blinkers on. Brad Cox.
Yeah, I'm against this horse. This is a horse that's got lost at 40 cents on the dollar, 90 cents on the dollar. They only win at 60 cents on the dollar in maiden special weight. These are way different fillies than those type of horses.
All right, let's send it out to Jonathan and Gary.
Gary, when we were in the paddock, we were a little bit nervous. We got to get the alarm clock out for Halawala, but she seemed to have woken up.
Yeah, the alarm clock went on as soon as Ricardo Santana was legged up. He was tying his knot in the reins and just put his feet in the stirrup, and she kicked up and tried to buck him off. So she's awake and just got a lot of clash. I guess she was saving her energy.
We talked about Halawala a little bit. We also talked about Take Charge Angel, who's in the race with Kofefe a few back. Irish Mischief, the 10 horse on the far outside. We didn't have a chance to talk about that one. 6-length maiden win, was 20-1 in the fantasy. You talked to Brad Cox a little bit about the blinkers?
Yeah, just spoke to him in a winter circle in here and put the blinkers on. He said he's trying to find out what this filly wants. He freshened her up. He thought that the last race on the sloppy racetrack might have affected things, but he's trying to figure out the distance. He said last year when she finished second to a good filly, he thought she was going to be exceptional, and she's been disappointing. Putting the blinkers on, he said she's wanting to hang a little bit, doesn't want to pass that last horse, so therefore the blinkers are added today.
So we've got even money on the 6 Halawala, who's since woken up since the paddock. The 8 Take Charge Angel is another one. It's that same issue we had with the last race with Mississippi. 6-1. I almost feel like I'm trying to get too cute using this horse like someone knows something I don't know. But I will say this, she was pretty bad here Derby weekend, and I think it was probably the racetrack that had something to do with that.
Yeah, I think so, too. And maybe the 7/8 was stretching things out. They'd tried her at a mile before, and she was beating double figures, so shortening back up to 6.5 today, freshened up. I should say Irish Mischief, just walking behind the starting gate, she was full of energy as well.
I think any of those three make a little bit of sense. The top pick for me will be the 6, Hollowalla, since you got her to wake up. Guys, back to you.
All right, guys, you saw briefly the prices there from the finale at Belmont Park. Singular Sensation with a win. But loading up here at Churchill, even money, you think warranted here on Hollowalla?
Yeah, she has a chance to be a really, really special filly. I'm interested to see what she does first time against winners. She's one that can make a lot of noise in this 3-year-old filly division second half of the year if she's as good as I think she is.
Her debut was something. She's nice, very nice, and she's got a very, very nice pedigree too as well. The mare can run a little bit as well too. Won a Breeders' Cup race, if I'm not mistaken, on Monmouth on the Friday over a sloppy racetrack with Elvis Trujillo aboard.
And Merrifield was a very talented sprinter.
Yeah.
So Hollowalla from post 6, stepping in right now with Ricardo Santana Jr. for Steve Asmussen. Stablemate next door, a long shot. MGR Treasure. Let's send it out to Travis Stone with a call. Race 6 from Churchill Downs.
They're in the gate, and they're off. Pretty even start into Mystic on the outside with a good beginning. Irish Mischief is also there down inside Shanghai Rain. Take Charge Angel comes up on through too. So down the backstretch they go. Take Charge Angel on through to the front. Into Mystic running along in second. Irish Mischief away third and on the outside. Shanghai Rain is fourth and at the rail. She's so Majestic running along in fifth, 2.5 lengths off the lead. Then it's Hollowalla who comes away sixth and is way out into the center of the track with 4 furlongs to go. Caliente Candy follows that one, and it's a long way back to MGR Treasure. 22 and 2 the opening quarter mile. They round the far turn. 3-horse battle up top. Take Charge Angel down inside with a tenuous lead. Plenty of company, though. Right there to Irish Mischief on the far outside. Swinging wide for the stretch drive is Shanghai Rain into Mystic, backside of it. Then is She's So Majestic. They're off the turn. They're in the stretch. Take Charge Angel still in front. Irish Mischief trying hard to get by. Shanghai Rain trying to muster up a final try. She's So Majestic is racing in fourth. Hollowalla fifth and now fourth with a lot to do. Take Charge Angel still in front. Irish Mischief desperately trying to get by, but Take Charge Angel repelled the challenge. Won it by half a length on the wire. Irish Mischief was second. Shanghai Rain was third. Hollowalla checks in fourth.
Take Charge Angel, stubborn in front, would not let Irish Mischief go by.
Yeah, good job. Good call by you, Wolfie. Ben Colbrook is a dangerous trainer and a dangerous sprint trainer too. And when his horses get to the front end, and especially this filly, when she has it her own way on the front end, she gets tough, and she got very stubborn late in this race.
And if you're Brad Cox, you're pulling your hair out because you did the right thing. You put the blinkers on. You think that, all right, finally, Irish Mischief's going to go by that other horse, and still the same thing, just won't go by that last horse.
Wow, the beginning was crazy.
Nasty beginning.
The 6 really came out and crushed the 7 and the 8 out of there. The 7 really got hampered the worst out of it. But the 6 actually really ran on well on the outside to make up a tiny bit of ground, but just a really bad beginning. But again, we talk about that rail at Churchill Downs. You think these horses are by you, and the 8 actually turns the corner, and she's ahead.
And doesn't look back.
Yep, and does not look back. And you can see the 6. She starts to swing completely outside right now. And Ricardo's trying, but after that beginning, she's just left with too much to do. And now it's Corey Lannery and Flo the jockey. Flo going lefty, and then Corey just changed back to his left hand to try to get a little bit more out of Take Charge Angel, and he got it.
She repelled, Chad, a couple of different challenges in here. Back to Belmont. Singular Sensation with the win. $10.60 for the victory. Luis Saez, Mark Hennig, daughter of Mine Shaft. Career start number 3 breaks through.
Yeah, and you get a good price, right? $101 on that pick 4, considering this horse was the second choice. And the reason why is Amos is probably the most singled horse on the late pick 5. And look what you get, $422 with a $10 winner. And Classy Sadie was basically scratched in the favorite there, so you might have it for $1.
Well, we just saw a horse at Churchill ran very good against Covfefe. She's going to battle Mia Mischief this weekend at Churchill Downs in the Roxalana. She's coming off a Grade 1 win, upset score over Marley's Freedom for Bob Baffert on Derby Day at 11:01. We'll talk about the Roxalana this weekend at Churchill when we come back on America's Day at the Races. Stay tuned.
Grade 1 winner Lee traveled the world competing against the best of his generation. A graded stakes winner on both dirt and turf, he set a new track record in the Grade 1 Don Handicap and retired with earnings of more than $2.3 million. With yearlings bringing up to $650,000 and his first crop 2-year-old selling up to $430,000, the sky is the limit for this promising young stallion. Lee, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Coming on strong. Coming on strong.
Wild About Star, shining big here in Berry 1.
Minute to stardom leaves them all behind with an impressive-looking run.
Oh, why did I wrong?
Testing, 1, 2. The Star Guitar filly leads Champagne Diva close to home. It's testing, 1, 2.
Feel my love for you. Coming on strong.
Our summer cruise is here at Spruce Lane Farm, and he's been a really intelligent horse since he got on the farm.
He's just got great balance and presence. He's got a really good mind, and he does everything that we like to do so far. The plans with this colt are probably to take him to Saratoga or to Keeneland Book 1 or 2. He fits those. We paid $250,000 for him, so he was an expensive horse, but that's where he belongs.
Runhappy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than americasbestracing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. americasbestracing.net is a sport for you. Live it, love it, bet it.
Back on America's Day at the Races. Good to have you with us. Our show brought to you in part by Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual, unusually well. Take Charge Angel takes the 6, and now it's picture time. Ben Colebrook, Corey Lannery, Sheffer Racing.
Yeah, congratulations. This filly by Will Take Charge of the Bellamy Road Mare, George's Angel. 2 for 5 lifetime, both wins at Churchill Downs. And like I said, Ben Colebrook, very underrated trainer. Good pick 3 for 50 cents there. If you have that 118, $368. So if you're alive in that pick 5, you're on your way. You just need to get it home now.
Well, yeah, a little difficult to come up with a 32-to-1 shot to start it
No,
off.
I
but
get
if
it.
you went deep in there, yeah.
You're
well
alive.
done.
Hopefully you're alive.
So Take Charge Angel, daughter of Will Take Charge, collects the second victory of her career. And we're going to check in now for more from Louisville with Jonathan Kinchen.
Guys, I'm here with Ben Colebrook. She ran pretty impressively there. Did you feel pretty good at the top of the stretch, or were you a little worried?
I kind of thought, I thought we always had the other filly measured. It looked like Corey was able to save enough the whole way. Like she was always real within herself, and he got her out of there in a good spot. And you could see down the backside she was happy. And I think Corey's the best here. And, I thought he'd saved enough horse to hold him off, and he did.
The performance last time on Derby weekend wasn't ideal, I guess. What do you think it was more the distance, the racetrack? What do you attribute that to?
There was a couple things that went wrong that day. I think we were able to ride them today. Probably running against Covfefe at Keeneland probably took a little bit more out of her than I would have anticipated when you see that what Covfefe was able to do with 2 weeks more under her belt. She runs that kind of race. So, it was, I think, a combination of things that were just against us that day. But, we got her back and put her in the right spot today, and she rewarded us for it.
You mentioned Covfefe, and obviously she ran well against her stakes filly in her own right. What do you think we're going to see with Take Charge Angel next?
We don't really have nothing set in stone yet. Let's see how she gets out of this one. After the kind of the hiccup in the 8 bells, we wanted to just get a good race back under our belts, and there's plenty of opportunities for good 3-year-old fillies. So we'll just enjoy this one for now, but I'm sure we'll be able to find something down the road for it.
Take Charge Angel was game in the stretch. Back to you guys.
She was indeed. She took some heat throughout that race and able to finish as we take a look at the field of the Roxalana coming up this weekend at Churchill Downs, and a filly who outdueled Take Charge Angel 2 starts back, came back to win the Miss Preakness in track record time at Pimlico, 107.3 in that performance, and she has turned into a star for Brad Cox.
She came up to Belmont last year with star written all over her and disappointed in the Frizette going a mile. Since he cut her back to the 3/4, she's a freak. I mean, look at this. So you mentioned it before, set the track record at Pimlico, going 107.3, and just does it with the utmost of ease. But Sean Bridgman going to take over. Castellano not flying down on Saturday, so Sean's got to go back and maybe just hold on.
Yeah, he does. He runs in, and she runs into a tough field of some griddled, old veteran mares here like Honey Bunny, who's a 14-time winner, Ascot Day, a 3-time winner. There's a lot of different horses in here, and then you go to the outside, and obviously you go to Mia Mischief, who does have almost $1 million in the bank, and she won the Humana Distaff last time out at the racetrack, at the racetrack, and that means a lot. She's 3 for 6 over it.
She got that well-deserved grade 1, right? Came so close in the test last year. She's a 4-year-old taking on the 3-year-old Kofefi. The biggest thing might be, though, she doesn't need the lead. Kofefi's won all of her races in gate-to-wire fashion. There's a lot of early speed signed up. Now, Kofefi might just be faster than all of them. It might not make a difference. But Mia Mischief, from that outside post, is going to have the tactical advantage of being able to sit 3rd or 4th early on, where Kofefi, you got to think, from that early post, from post 2, is going to be sent early with Sean Bridgman.
It's going to be fascinating to see this race. Kofefi, that was just a lights-out performance, and now facing a whole different ball game of field in here. But Mia Mischief, long-term goal, looking at the Ballerina for Kofefi, thinking about the test this summer at Saratoga.
Yeah, it's going to really depend. Kofefi is one of those type of horses that we're looking at like, okay, we saw an effort out of her that was just jaw-dropping. Are we going to see it again? Was it for real? And we're going to find out because she runs into some nice fillies and mares.
Well, like Ben Colbrook mentioned, though, with Take Charge Angel, is there enough time between that big race, right? The Kofefi race took too much out of Take Charge Angel for her to come back that quick. Kofefi ran on Preakness Day, now runs back. Is it enough time? I don't think when Brad Cox decided to go into an overnight stake race that he thought he was going to get the 1, 2, 3 finishers of the Grade 3 winning colors and a Grade 1 winner in Mia Mischief. You never see a Grade 1 winner dropping into an overnight stake. Kofefi could be anything dropping into an overnight stake. Great job by Dan Bork and Ben Huffman and the racing office to get this field assembled. We'll see if everybody shows up on Saturday. Maybe some people get cold feet when they see how this race is drawn.
It came up an unusually tough, ungraded stake that has a feel of a Grade 2, maybe even a Grade 1 with all the talent that's assembled in that race. We're going to take a break. We will be back. More coming up on America's Day at the Races. We have race 7 and 8, the late double ahead out at Churchill Downs, so stick with us for that. We'll set the stage for the 7th, mile on the 8th, on the turf, about 17 minutes away on a beautiful night in Louisville. Corner Pocket.
Trap Shot, a graded stakes winner and multiple Grade 1 performer by Tappet. His 10 stakes horses last year included Grade 2 winner and track record setter Hot Shot Anna, plus graded stakes performers Untrapped and Beautiful Shot. At the sale, his 2-year-old sold up to $290,000. This year, he's added stakes winner 6-shooter to his list of recent winners. Trap Shot, standing at Claiborne Farm.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than americasbestracing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. americasbestracing.net is a sport for you. Live it, love it, bet it.
Runhappy was the fastest 3-year-old sprinter of his generation.
Runhappy is stamping his horses. They all got great necks, great hind legs. They all got a good walk, and this colt moves very, very well. very smart. He hasn't turned a hair since we had him. First day we turned him out, he was very, very gentle in his paddock and did everything right. He's got an exceptional pedigree.
Runhappy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
We're back on America's Day at the Races, and an opportunity for you to surf, hit the sun, and head to Del Mar, America's Best Racing, giving you the opportunity to try and win the trip of a lifetime with a surfing, soaring, and scoring contest. Go to americasbestracing.net. Look for the surfing, soaring, and scoring image on the home page to enter the contest. Good luck to everybody. We got two more coming up from Churchill Downs on their Twilight Thursday night out in Louisville. We're going to be on the turf next at 1 1/8 miles. Allowance optional 80 race ahead, where Devamani, the 8th favored right now, Christophe Clement for West Point Thoroughbreds.
Ben Colbert putting his old assistant cap back on, saddling this horse here for Christophe. Obviously, he used to work for Christophe back in the day. And this is an interesting decision from Christophe to send this horse from Belmont to Churchill Downs, not for a stake race, but for a 3 other than allowance race. Obviously, Chad Brown has monsters in this condition up here in New York. He's the favorite, rightly so, at 2-1, and he's probably the favorite off his last race.
Back-to-back wins. Let's take a look at the most recent of those victories. It was here at Belmont on a yielding turf at 1 1/4 miles, Paul.
Yeah, it was well done. And you sort of worry about, okay, is the cutback going to hurt this type of horse, especially around these sweeping turns? But he won going 1 1/8 miles at Gulfstream Park, so it just shows you he's very versatile. He can run well over any turf course. He also ran second at Keeneland over a yielding one. So to me, it doesn't matter what he runs on. He's going to run well, what distance. And it seems like Christophe's barn is starting to take off a tiny bit.
Yeah, and that might have been one of the easiest half-length victories you're ever going to see in your life. I mean, Irad Ortiz kind of never in doubt there. Yeah. Just rode him with so much confidence. And look, he's the son of Dubawi. Obviously, Royal Ascot going on. You hear those great Stallions, Galileos, and the Dubawis of the world. Dubawis will run on anything.
And to your point, with Clement starting to heat up, obviously, unfortunately, there was an injury in the race, but Gucci Factor ran huge in the poker over the weekend. Tremendous performance. Can't take away, even what happened with Clyde's Image, how good and how much he's improved as a 6-year-old.
Yeah, true. Very, very true.
We're going to take a break in the action. We're 10 minutes away. 7th at Churchill Downs. We will have the post parade when we come back, and more from Jonathan and Gary Stevens. Don't go away. We'll be back.
Eclipse champion Blaine was considered by many as the breakout stallion of 2018. His top runners included Grade 1 winner and Eclipse Award finalist Marley's Freedom, plus Grade 1 winner Fault, and graded stakes winners Morale, Beyond Blaine, Miss Kentucky, and Blaine. This year, his 2-year-olds have sold up to $700,000. Outstanding results, outstanding value. Blaine, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Tom Durkin letting you know New York breds start with an advantage. At the sales, buyers pay up to 7 figures, and there's over $2 million in stakes money limited to New York sired horses in the New York Stallion Stakes Series, like the Park Avenue for 3-year-old fillies.
Newly minted wins it for fun.
For fun and money. The winner's share generates an additional $55,000 from the New York Breeding Fund.
Funny Guy's gonna do it.
Funny Guys winning the Times Square division generates the same money. So get with the program at nybreds.com.
So my name is Robbie Herzl. I'm the yearly manager here at Claiborne Farm, and we've got the first crop of Runhappies this year. Overall, I'm very, very pleased with them. So we have a colt out of Queen of America. He's really nice, looks just like his dad. Very pleased with how he's coming along. So there was a lot of demand for the weanlings last year. They sold for over 6 times their stud fee, and we're really excited for the yearlings to come through the sales, and we're expecting big things from them.
Runhappy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than americasbestracing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. americasbestracing.net is a sport for you. Live it, love it, bet it.
Back on America's Day at the Races, our show brought to you in part by the champion sprinter, Runhappy, now standing at Claiborne Farm for $25,000. We're going to see his offspring go through the sales ring this summer, and we're going to see him on the racetrack next year. If you win with a Runhappy in an open maiden race, Saratoga 2020, $100,000 bonus coming to you.
Oh, we're going shopping. Are you in, Paul? I'm buying a Runhappy this year for sure.
Okay.
Let's go.
We were talking earlier,
Can I
joking
reason?
about it as we're at Churchill, but what if you have 4 or 5 or 6 Runhappies line up in the same race? That'd be fun.
Especially, how
For
about
that extra
Chad Brown has
$100,000
4 or
bonus?
5 or 6 in a turf maiden race?
Yeah,
Magic Mac might as well just write the check, right? I mean,
This 7th at Churchill, we're on the turf here at 1 1/8 miles, as that was a quick look there at My Boy Jack, who was a veteran of the Triple Crown last summer.
do you guys remember My Boy Jack opened up as the favorite on the Friday before
Yeah,
the
he did.
Derby last year over Justify? He ended up going off as the second choice. Everyone said, does everybody just name Jack betting on this horse? What's going on? He goes off at 6-1. He actually went off as the second choice in the Kentucky Derby just last year.
And he ran pretty good. He was 5th, only beat 7 lengths.
No. If he doesn't get stopped, he runs second in the race. He got dead stopped in the race. He loves a lot of moisture in the racetrack. That's the problem. Now they put him on the turf, and one turn mile, and he's lost a little bit of his luster. Now he needs a lot of pace in front of him. There was no pace in that last race. There was pace in the race before going a mile, but that's just too short.
Here's a look at Renaissance Frolic for David Fox, and Corey Lannery rides at 15-1.
Two-time stakes winner in Florida. Always runs his race. I just think others might be a tick better here.
My Boy Jack, so here he is, wound up going off at a little bit better than 6-1 in the Kentucky Derby last year.
For one of my favorite stables, Don't Tell My Wife.
Trained by Keith DeSormo. Yeah, Don't Tell My Wife stables. Colonel's Dark Temper, William Fire's trainee, tried to sprint forward to the front last time out, backed up to 5th.
Little sports crossover owned by Indy 500 driver A.J. Foyt. Source doesn't win, but he's made $750,000 in his career.
Wow, Zero Gravity, he's at 12-1, Joe Sharp trainee.
His race in the Grade 3 Commonwealth, 3 starts back on the grass, was a really, really good effort. 12-1 is a big overlay on him.
Noble Commander comes in off a win for Phil D'Amato.
Yeah, and Phil's a very, very good trainer, and he's looking to get his first win at the Churchill meet. This horse should run well.
It's a classy horse right here. Sir Dudley Diggs, a 6-year-old. He's won almost $1 million.
Former winner of the Barbados Gold Cup last year. Ken Ramsey with his shirt off, of course, famously in that photo, but hasn't won since.
Devaman, he's 4-5 off back-to-back wins on turf.
Yeah, he's the one to beat. He's really, really in good form right now. Brian Hernandez will be in the irons.
Another Joe Sharp runner here at 14-1, Tyler Bazabord Esmosh.
Yeah, Tyler's usually aggressive too, and this horse has got some early giddy up, and Joe Sharp's having a nice little meet. Might be the one to catch.
And this one intriguing and has speed as well. Look out for this one on the front, Lamartine.
This is the interesting horse, purchased privately from Brazil by Phoenix Thoroughbreds, Amir Ahmed, but he's
Multiple
been in
Group
front.
1 winner.
He's been in front. I don't think he wants to be on the lead. I think if he can get cover, if Esmosh can go and Ricardo can sit behind and finally give him a little cover, we'll get back to his best effort. We haven't seen it yet here in the States, and you're 13-1 right now for a Steve Asmussen horse.
Yeah, might be worth a shot. Multiple Group 1 winner in Brazil, and now trying to get into the winner's circle for the first time here in the States and start number 3. So we'll see if indeed there's a change of tactics here from that outside post.
We saw a Grade 1 winner yesterday from Chile here at Belmont win, so maybe we'll see a Grade 1 winner from Brazil over at Churchill Downs. Devin Money keeps taking the money at 4-5, and I get it. There's a couple others in here that have run some good races. Zero Gravity to 5. I don't get why that horse for Joe Sharp is 11-1.
What Noble Commander, too. This is a stakes winner at the end of the year in the Woodchopper last year. He's never run on the grass before, but he was sold in January in OBS Winter. Breeze on the Polytrack in 33 flat and was purchased for $135,000. Noble Commander won last time at Indiana. He should not be at 21-1. He was entered to run in the Wise Dan Stakes on Saturday. Phil scratches to run in the easier spot.
You have 14-1 as well on a Grade 3 winner on the turf in Esmosh. Why is Esmosh the 10 at 13-1?
That's a good question. And the horse is tactically very, very good. 7 for 13 in exacta. The last 2 starts, the horse has been right there at the wire. The race last time at Churchill Downs against Dot Matrix, I thought was pretty good. I mean, it was a slowish pace, and Dot Matrix got away, but I agree with you, Wolf. There's so many prices you can go to in here.
The only thing you'll see, though, is Adam Bazika shows up on Zero Gravity. You think between the two Joe Sharp horses had his choice, and Zero Gravity with a huge drop just now from 12-1 to 5-1 on one click.
That horse is live. I really do. I think the 5 is live. You go to the inside horses there, you see the 3. Colonel's Dark Temper for Jinx Fires. You know, this is another horse that hasn't been on the turf in a long time, since May 3rd of 2018. But Split a Field of 9 did not disgrace himself at all against Mr. Cobb, first Premio. So, I mean, I know you're reaching a tiny bit at 25-1, but not awful with some speed.
We know obviously Devamonte's coming in very sharp form.
Yeah.
Does this horse deserve to be anywhere near even money?
I don't think even money. No, because the 1 has run a race that can win this race. All these horses have run a race that can beat Devamonte. Devamonte has not run a monster race. I mean, Sir Dudley Diggs has run 3 races better than the 8th run.
You got 5 stakes winners in this field, and the one who hasn't even run in a stake race in the United States is the favorite. His only try in stakes, he was in a Group 3 in France, finished 6th, beaten 8 lengths.
This is a fascinating race. So even money, Devamonte off back-to-back wins. But, you know, as you said, to your point, like that last race, even though he only won by half length, it was the easiest of half lengths.
Well, it's the curiosity. It's why is Christophe Clement, a guy who, yeah, you can ship to Monmouth or Delaware. He comes to Churchill. It's not easy to get a 3 other than allowance race to go on the grass, and I do think maybe he's just avoiding the Chad Brown factor. Chad Brown's not shipping to Churchill.
Yeah.
He thinks, hey, if I come here, I'm going to be even money, maybe reading the condition book the right way, thinking, I just want to get this horse a little bit more confidence before we take on some of the big boys in the stake races.
You know, you talked about that Roxalana ungraded stake coming up tough. This for this condition came up pretty tough, didn't it?
Came out giantly tough. I mean, like we were talking, I mean, you could see Zero Gravity's got a race that just won by 5 lengths on a sloppy racetrack, and you can honestly say it's not his preferred surface. He's a turf horse. Sir Dudley Diggs, Noble Commander, we talked about them all. Lamartine on the outside, you said even yourself, has got early speed. Right. So many things can happen in here, and I get it. Devamonte's coming off 2 good races, but is also shipping to a new surface, shipping all the way to Churchill Downs.
New rider aboard.
Different ball game, yeah. And I'm not saying anything against Brian Hernandez, but I read Ortiz Jr. can ride a little bit.
So we'll see what happens coming up. 8-5 on Devamonte. As we take a look at him right there. From what I know we're thousands of miles away, Chad, but his composure on the racetrack, what are you seeing?
He's not the biggest horse in the world, but these Dubawis aren't the biggest horses in the world, but they all run. It's amazing. It doesn't matter what country you're in, dirt, turf, it makes no difference. All these Dubawis seem like they can run. And he's cool, calm, collected, and that's what you want to see on a horse who has made that 800-mile ship.
And win last time out, that was on a yielding turf. Proved he could win on the firm going, though. He did that at Gulfstream prior. And he did that. Both his wins, actually, he's overcome some trouble in those starts.
No, he has. He's overcome trouble in multiple starts. That's his issue. He needs to get out of the gate. As you're looking at the pick bar, Jonathan likes a 7 a little bit, and I can see where he's going with Sir Dudley Diggs. I'm looking for a prize of Renaissance Frolic because I just know tactically that he's going to sit in a very, very good spot. He's never been over the Churchill Down surface. But he's carried his form on other different races. He was 96-1 3-back against Breaking the Rules, and he ran well. Therapist was in there who was scratched out of a race here last week. But since getting on the turf, he's gotten better and better as a 4-year-old.
What do you guys think about my boy Jack? Any chance that, well, let's head out real quick to Louisville. We have Gary Stevens with us. Gary, your final thoughts here as they load up.
Well, it's a difficult race. All the action is coming on the heavy favorite here for Graham Motion, Devani, and it's hard to not like. I like the 5-horse just a little bit. Zero Gravity, got some back class on the turf. What about you, Jonathan?
There must be a lot of people in Louisville that have kids named Jack. I don't understand why my boy Jack always gets bet. My top horse here is Sir Dudley Diggs. The ground's going to be a little bit soft. He's run on soft ground 10 times, 5 wins, 2 seconds, and a third. Back to you guys in New York.
All right, guys, thank you. Devamonte, we'll see if he can get it done. He steps in right now in those West Point Thoroughbred Silks for Christophe Clement. Let's go to Travis Stone here, race 7 from Churchill.
Lamartine, the last one. They're in the gate. And they're off. Renaissance Frolic for that inside post broke well. So did Noble Commander. Those two looking for the lead. Esmosh on the far outside. Lamartine farther out than that as they come by us for the first time. Noble Commander out there setting the pace, joined by Lamartine on the far outside. Esmosh backs off between them to be third. Renaissance Frolic reserved at the inside fourth. Colonel's Dark Templar firmly held while fifth by 3. Devamani comes away in 6th. Zero Gravity is 7th. My Boy Jack near the back with Sir Dudley Diggs as they move into the clubhouse turn. Noble Commander, unopposed so far, leads by a length and a half through an opening quarter mile in 24 seconds flat. Lamartine for that outside post worked over to the tube path to stalk the pace in second. Esmos to that one's outside, keyed up running along in third. Colonel's Dark Temper is pulling at the bit as well in fourth. Renaissance Frolic is covered up inside fifth. Then it's Zero Gravity and Devamani. Devamani's about 4 lengths off to lead in some traffic there, though. Break it 2 back to My Boy Jack and Sir Dudley Diggs. Moving for the far turn. Noble Commander still in control. Lamartine on the outside cranks up the pressure now, putting in a bit on the outside within a half a length of the lead. Esmosh is racing in third. Renaissance Frolic set to strike inside fourth. Colonel's Dark Temper is fifth. Devamani set to strike as well. Still has to find a way out. It's buried and bottled up in behind horses. They're stacked across the track as they turn for home. Lamartine comes away with a narrow lead. Noble Commander's boxing on. Esmosh has got a shot. Renaissance Frolic trying to find a seam as well. Devamani pops outside, 3 lengths to make up. Zero Gravity get on track very late, but there's a 16th to go. Lamartine in front by 2. Devamani runs up into second, running out of racetrack. Lamartine won it by a length in the end. Devamani was second, Zero Gravity was third, then it's tight for fourth. Renaissance Frolic, My Boy Jack, or Esmosh.
Lamartine gets the first win here in the States, but Devamani just had absolutely nowhere to go.
Yeah, I mean, probably the best horse in this race by many, but we talked about it. He finds himself in trouble a lot. Now, Ira Ortiz has been able to overcome it, maybe get some lucky breaks, and the old saying, sometimes better lucky than good. Best horse didn't win. Nothing against Lamartine, but man, really good effort here. Just unlucky for Devamani.
And Paul, he's facing 6-horse fields before when he did find some room overcoming trouble. This time having to deal with a much, well, there was a few scratches, but couldn't find that opening today.
No, and he quickened when he had to. So did the 5, who was launching from way out of it. He got shuffled out of it early, zero Gravity. Here's the beginning of the race, and you'll see the 5 sort of broke a tiny bit sideways and was behind the 8 ball at the beginning. Broke about 2 or 3 lengths slow, made up a ton of ground. But Devamani was able to quicken, but so was the 11, Lamartine. You look at the other horses that were chasing, they really weren't going. The 1 had a good trip, who I liked. I thought Lannery gave the 1 a great ride, but had no punch late. The 11 was striding away for this group, and look at her ears.
And you saw the strategy. You saw the strategy. Lamartine, Ricardo Santana was trying to take back, trying to get under cover, but they were crawling. They went 24-49. He was able to get them back at least enough over the pace setter Noble Commander, and that was enough to make it go on. This is a nice horse, and you got rewarded at 12-1 for Steve Asmussen.
Wow, big performance, but I come out of this race liking Devamani even more in defeat. Royal Ascot, what a day for Frankie Dettori. We're going to take a look back at his magical Thursday afternoon that was reminiscent of the late 90s when he swept a card at Ascot. We'll be back.
Colt by Runhappy out of Addison Run. We bred here at Montfort Hall. Well, he's a big, strong, good bone, big old hip on him. Moves really well. Has that kind of big cat-like walk when he just relaxes and gets rolling up and down the lane.
Runhappy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than americasbestracing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. americasbestracing.net is A sport for you. Live it, love it, bet it.
Warfront, a leading sire on all surfaces and all fronts. His recent Grade 1 winners include Omaha Beach, Helmsman, Fog of War, Lancaster Bomber, and European champion U.S. Navy flag. Plus Preakness Stakes winner War of Will. And these recent group and graded winners. Sire of the highest price yearling sold in North America in 2018, this son of Danzig continues to dominate both on the track and in the sales ring. Warfront, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Back on America's Day at the Races, La Martine for trainer Steve Asmussen, Ricardo Santana Jr., Phoenix Thoroughbreds, and the son of Shanghai Bobby. Multiple Group 1 winner in Brazil. Picks up his first states win.
Yeah, look at the mare. Just put a U instead of the I. It'd be the Duca mare. Good deer. Congratulations to Ricardo Santana. Yeah, listen, a Grade 1 winner in Brazil. Well, we saw a Grade 1 winner in Chile win here. Grade 1 winner in Brazil wins at Churchill Downs.
Let's go to Gary Stevens.
Thanks, guys. Ricardo, we talked earlier this afternoon about this horse, and you're in love with this horse. You thought you had a pretty good chance today.
Well, the first time I rode him, I don't really know him, so they give it to me different instruction, and I try to take it back, and we get stuck. Today we bred from the side. I really love my position today. I can do whatever I want with my horse, and we put it in a perfect position. And when I ask him to turn for home, he give it to me a nice kick.
Did he give you the feel of a Grade 1 horse in America too?
He gave me a nice feeling today. You know, the track is really, it's a little wet, you know, and he wrong, yeah, so today.
Congratulations, Ricardo.
Thank you so much, Pa.
Thanks, guys. Back to you.
Gary, thank you very much. Hall of Fame jockey, interviewing a jockey who may one day earn himself the right to get into the Hall of Fame. He is talented as can be.
And that's the interesting thing, though. We see that the turf is listed as firm, but Ricardo Santana saying the turf is heavy. And if you go back that Brazilian form, those Group 1 wins in Brazil came on heavy ground in Brazil.
The nightcap at Churchill Downs. This is a look at the field. Current odds, $10,000 maiden claiming event at 6.5 furlongs. And right now the favorite, the 11 in there, Midland for trainer Randy Morse. Tyler Bates just beat a neck for 20, now drops in for 10.
Yeah, I think the horse to beat. I mean, been knocking on the door. Love at the Turkey Club. One of my favorite names, the 9, is the horse I'm betting on. Blinker's coming off today.
I think you're just hungry.
I'm getting a little hungry, yeah.
It's been a long day for this guy right here. Rosie Napravnik, she's a 2-time winner of the Kentucky Oaks. She won close to 2,000 races over the course of her career. She is now still hopping aboard horses, even though she's no longer a jockey, helping horses transition into their second career. She's going to take us behind the scenes here in another edition of Riding with Rosie, taking a look at my man Sam, former Kentucky Derby entrant, transitioning to jumping.
My name is Rosie Napravnik, and I train off-track horses. I have a background in hunters, jumpers, dressage, eventing, fox hunting. I like to, take each horse as an individual and figure out where it is going to do its best work. My man Sam ran in the Kentucky Derby in 2016, and he was actually quite competitive and beat almost half the field that year. It's not necessarily what you might think of when you think of a Derby horse. He's not big and massive like a Justify or an American Pharaoh. He's kind of a moderate size but well put together and has a real fun attitude that you can tell is why he was successful. When starting a horse in training, what I like to do on the first rides is I take them out by themselves and I show them all kinds of things that they have never seen before. I take them through water, through streams, across ditches, over jumps, past scary obstacles that they're not familiar with. And that really gives them an opportunity to figure out that they can trust me. You're all right. I mean, he went from not trusting me at all to putting tons of trust in me in a very, very short period of time. He jumped over a big, scary ditch that some of my horses who've been schooling for a couple of months aren't so confident about. He walked right into the stream, which was, a couple obstacles in. Good boy. So I'm really excited for this, for the next ride and to continue on and really start to throw a couple more things at him and see how he handles it. Because I think he's going to be a really, really fun horse.
Little different experience for my man Sam than hearing 150,000 roaring fans and walking from my old Kentucky home into the starting gate in the Kentucky Derby.
Yeah, it's pretty cool stuff what Rosie is doing. And by the way, the horse we just saw, La Martine, who is the sire, Shanghai Bobby. Who rode Shanghai Bobby? Rosie Napravnik.
It's about the greatest retirement speech of all time, maybe.
Yeah, right.
I mean, that's got to go down top 10
It was
of all
the
time.
walk-off, yeah.
Right, you win the Breeders' Cup Distaff on Untappable. Hey, Mom, I'm pregnant. I'm done.
I'm going home. Yeah.
That's all that needed to be said.
That's
yeah.
great.
What a morning it was before we even came on the air, of course, racing across the pond over at the Royal Meeting at Royal Ascot. And this evoked memories of back in 1996 when Frankie Dettori won all 7 races on the card. This is how he started things off in the opener in the Norfolk Stakes. We're hoping to see Maven in this race for Wesley Ward. He walked over the turf condition, decided to scratch the son of American Pharoah, and A. Ali, a maiden, first maiden to win this race in 29 years.
This is when you know you're going to have a good day. He needed that hole to open up, and the sea parted for him. Paul, this is like kind of you're getting going on your day, and you get a ball, and you hit it perfect. This is just a great ride. Hole opens up, and this horse, by the way, loved the heavy going that Wesley scratched from.
Yeah, listen, I mean, it's Frankie Dettori. When you're pushing all the right buttons right now, and that's what he's been doing. We've been seeing flying dismount after flying dismount, and this horse was game. The other horse was getting to him late. The wire got there just in time.
This kicked off his day. It was a win and you're in for the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf. Simon Crisford, the trainer, of course, he's teamed up with Dettori for so many years together, over 20 years at Godolphin when they were together, and a jubilant Frankie Dettori to kick off the card. And unfortunately, there's that famous flying dismount. Did not get to see Maven in this spot, eyeing a race in France in early July for Wesley Ward. Hampton Court, Frankie Dettori kept it going for Sir Michael Stout. Sagarius, after traveling smooth into the straight, momentarily trapped for a little bit of room, but got through.
Yeah, and this is the horse that broke his maiden first time out, and then they went over to Newmarket in a Grade 1 in the second start, and he did not disgrace himself, and then boom, goes the dynamite. Man, Sir Michael Stout, does he know how to get him ready for a big race?
I mean, and just the explosion that you see right here. I mean, that Royal Ascot is a demanding, trying track, and Frankie just rides it so well.
But you don't win like that. You don't win races by that much, Greg, with that kind of quality in your third career start. This is the son of Kingman that's got some kind of future.
I like the orange line by the wire, by the way. It looks like they're scoring at the University of Tennessee.
Sagarius gives Sir Michael Stout, I want to say it's number 82, I believe, for Sir Michael Stout of the Royal Meeting. He is the all-time leader there. And another victory, of course, 2 for 2 to start the day for Frankie Dettori. Yet he had a lot more work to do coming up. There again, another flying dismount. Protect those knees, old man, because in the Ribblesdale, he would do it again for trainer John Gosden on Starcatcher.
Yeah, he did an unbelievable job on him. He really lays down his body, does Frankie. And he's doing sort of like the Kent DeSormo. We see this a lot with Kent DeSormo here in America. He doesn't use the whip an awful lot. He went left-handed and then he went right-handed, and he's just sort of throwing the reins at the horse.
But Fleeting's coming to him here, and it looks like Fleeting's going to go by at any time, and all of a sudden Frankie just finds more.
Yeah, he does, right there. When he went back left, you're right. I don't know if the other horse saw it, but when he went back right-handed, man, he had a little bit extra.
Well, credit to Tori, too, because he told John Gosden after she broke her maiden, don't put her in the Oaks. I know you're going to be tempted. This is the Ribblesdale for her. She's not got the strength for the Oaks. John Gosden listened, and it paid off.
And he's a favorite in Ascot, right? I mean, everybody loves Frankie Dettori.
He's not paying for dinner tonight anyway.
This is the premier race of the entire meet, the Group 1 Gold Cup 2.5 miles. The defending champ, Stradivarius, looking to go back-to-back for the first time since Yates won 4 straight over a decade ago, I should say.
And a different kind of race than what was seen last year, but this horse loves this track. Frankie loves this horse. And Cross Counter's coming. Look, Cross Counter in the blue for Godolphin is coming on the outside. This is a horse that was a Group 1 winner in Australia, a Group 1 winner in Dubai last time out. Charlie Appleby had him ready, but Charlie Appleby said, listen, we're just not good enough. We're not in the same level as Stradivarius is.
No, this is the best stayer in the world right now. And let's just be honest. He's a 5-year-old son of Sea of the Stars, and maybe 1.5 miles. I'd love to see him come over here for the Breeders' Cup Turf, but 1.5 miles is probably too short for him. But he's got over $2 million in the bank, and he is some kind of animal. 8 for 11.
And this was
lifetime.
not even his preferred kind of course. He got a lot of weather yesterday, today as well. John Gosden was concerned that he wasn't going to like this kind of turf course, but got it done. 4 for 4 to start the day for Dettori. He nearly won a 5th as well. He ran 2nd in the 5th race of the afternoon, but what a day for Frankie Dettori as we send it out and get the thoughts of Gary Stevens and Jonathan Kinchen.
Frankie was magnificent today. Every time I see Frankie jump off a horse, I think, man, I hope that Gary Stevens wouldn't try to do something like that.
I did that one time in Dubai after Silver Charm won the World Cup, and Bob Baffert would never let me do it again. The knees didn't hold up to it, but what a day for Frankie Dettori. He was in the zone today. He's been in the zone before, had gone 7 for 7 at Ascot before. It wasn't Royal Ascot, but today was different. All of them graded races, and I think John Gosden said it best when he said the 47-year-old kid is like a kid playing in the Wimbledon semis and then the finals. He was toned in. He said he's just beautiful rides today, and his ride in the Gold Cup on Stradivaris was sort of a back-to-back from the race before, but just textbook ride. He kept him covered up and saved the best for last, and everything was well-timed today.
There's something wonderful about Royal Ascot. You get to eat pancakes and drink coffee and bet on world-class horses. I enjoyed it this morning. I'll enjoy it again tomorrow. You've won a couple times over there.
Yeah, it's a great experience. I was fortunate enough to win a race for the Queen of England on a horse named Blueprint back in the day for Sir Michael Stout. But great atmosphere, and it gets bigger and bigger every day, every year. And it's a lot like having Breeders' Cup 5 days in a row, all those graded races and the best horses in the world competing.
So we had some American representatives over there, and unfortunately John Velasquez got himself into a little bit of a pickle. He's got 9 days. What do you know about that story?
Well, John, in the Queen Mary Stakes, it was coming down to the wire, and about the 16th of a mile from the finish line, John had gone to the whip, and he went over the maximum limit of how many times you could strike a horse, and he also, they said that he didn't give the horse time to respond to the strike, so he was handed a stiff suspension of 9 days. That will interfere with the Stars and Stripes Festival at Belmont Park concerning the Belmont Derby, the Belmont Oaks, and the other big races. He'll also miss because of that on the 11th, the opening of Saratoga, so a hard hit for John.
Now you've gotten days from Europe before as well, correct?
Yes, I have, for the same thing, exact same thing. Big money race, and the American riders, it was back in the day, and we're not used to all of those rules. We are getting more used to them here in the United States now, but the jocks in England, they know the protocol. Their minds are accustomed to it, and it's engraved in their minds, and I feel bad for John. He's not the first that it's happened to, and he won't be the last.
Royal Ascot continues tomorrow, 9:30 Eastern. We are going to wrap up Churchill Downs with a $10,000 maiden claimer, a little bit different from Royal Ascot, but nonetheless, there's still four-legged animals running in a semicircle that we get to wager on, so we're very thankful for that. 2 horses caught my attention in here. My top pick's the 8 Alpha 2 Omega, off 551 days, but is 9-2 on the board.
You're a brave man, Jonathan. I'll tell you what, I'm looking at the horse that I like, and that's the 11 Midland. He's the shortest price right now. He's favored at 5-2, but he's by far coming off the best race. It was for maiden 32,000. Thing that worries me, he's had 10 attempts already, but taking a drop in class down for 10,000. Tyler Bay is just getting set right now.
Guys, they're heading out to the track. We're going to follow them out there. We'll catch up with you in a few minutes.
Guys, thank you very much. And yeah, that's certainly tough for John Velasquez, and unfortunately going to miss some racing here at Belmont. Going to miss opening day at Saratoga as well.
It's the second time it's happened, though. When he was there with Miss Temple City a few years ago, he got a 5-day suspension, and Angel Cordero was very crafty at the time, his jockey agent, longtime jockey. He told the stewards, our big day of racing here in the States are Mondays and Tuesdays. I go Finger Lakes and Parks. Can you suspend me on Mondays and Tuesdays? And they did. So last time he got away with it. This time, not so fast, my friend.
That was on Kamari for Wesley Ward that happened.
But Gary makes a good point. You know, those guys over there are programmed to hit their horses a certain amount of time, stop, let their horse respond for a certain amount of times. They just sort of know the rules. Johnny V's in the heat in the moment. He's trying to get his horse to the wire. That's just the bottom line.
Now how do you overcome it, though? He's got to ride there Friday and Saturday. Is that in your mind when you're riding the races not to do it again?
Not Johnny. Somebody else, but not Johnny.
Hall of Famer.
To me, he's
been
the
around
most unflappable guy that's in that room. He's the leader in the room when he's here. A lot of the young guys go to him for advice. So not him. And here's the thing. He's not appealing it. He's accepting it like a man. He's accepting it when he gets back here.
Post parade coming up for our nightcap at Churchill Downs. 5-2 favoritism on Midland. We start off, though, with Titanium Black for Pat Huffman.
Well, this horse ran on the grass first time out. He's going to drop in class and go to the dirt. Maybe that'll wake him up.
Royal Edition. Been going long forever, it seems like. 0 for 19 so far. D. Wayne Luke is going to shorten him up.
Hoping number 20 is a lucky number. I think they're going to try and hustle him out of the gate and try and get to the lead and hold on.
Survey 19-1 off the claim.
Yeah, 19-1. Not much to look here. Do you ever take those surveys when people offer you, like press 1?
I do not.
Yeah, neither do I.
Who has time?
Nah,
Cliff's Place, another one. They're going to try and shorten up. And this horse coming in with a bullet drilled Ellis Park.
You know, 4 starts. This horse has been hot at the claim box. Now drops for 10. I would think a player in here.
Greg Foley trains this one at 7-1 on the board. Blinkers on.
Julian Leperoux going to take over the mount with Tyler Gaffleone in England. Ran against better horses, but he hasn't shown much.
This one debuted against Maiden Special, got to the lead, then backed up at Gulfstream. That was in 2017. We haven't seen him since.
Yeah, you got to love it. Jonathan likes this horse. Looks the part for 10,000, considering he was beaten by 23 lengths first time out 550 days ago.
Blinkers come off on Love at Turkey Club for Phil Bauer.
Blinkers didn't work last time. Distance didn't work. Cut back in distance going to help him.
Kenny McPeak trains Wicked Max, Brian Hernandez Jr.
I like this horse a little bit at 8-1. Running some full fields and has been part of some paces and has hung around a little bit. I think 6.5 furlongs will be okay.
The favorite right here, he drops from 20 to 10 after missing by a neck last start.
The defending, I mean, he's the deserving favorite. Got beat a neck last time, and he's the only one that's shown any form of late.
And Gambit at 6-1 on the outside for Rusty Arnold.
Blinkers were added 4 starts back, and one race over the sloppy racetrack has been better. All the other ones really have not.
2 minutes to post in the finale on this Thursday night in Louisville, Churchill Downs of the Twin Spires. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be back to bring you this race live next on America's Day at the Races.
So my name is Robbie Herzl. I'm the yearly manager here at Claiborne Farm, and we've got the first crop of Runhappies this year. Overall, I'm very, very pleased with them. So first we have a colt out of Rapid Repair. He's a really nice colt. Very happy with how he's come along as a yearling. So there was a lot of demand for the weanlings last year. They sold for over 6 times their stud fee, and we're really excited for the yearlings to come through the sales, and we're expecting big things from them.
Runhappy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
This successful son of A.P. Indy has sired 6 millionaires, including Eclipse champion West Coast. This year, Flatter is adding even more stakes winners to his outstanding record at stud. In the auction ring, Flatter topped the 2018 Fasig-Tipton July sale with a $520,000 yearling. And this year, his juveniles have sold up to $375,000. Success on the track, success in the ring. Flatter, standing at Claiborne Farm.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than americasbestracing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. americasbestracing.net is a sport for you. Live it, love it, bet it.
What could be better than standing 1 Triple Crown winner? Standing 2.
Here comes American Pharaoh. Justified, turning for home in front. And American Pharaoh has Justified. He's unstoppable. The 37-year wait is over. American Pharaoh, Justified, has won
the Triple Crown. Coolmore, America, home of Triple Crown champions.
Back on America's Day at the Races, our nightcap at Churchill Downs. It is coming up, and they're beginning a loading process here for the 6.5 furlong sprint. $10,000 maiden claiming race. Midland, second, beat a neck for 20. Maiden claiming last start. That is the horse to beat, but has had some head-scratchingly bad performances, too.
Yeah, he has. But you know what I love about him? He showed a lot more speed than he's usually shown with Tyler Bays aboard, so he'll get him involved early. In 110-4 against this group, I would think with a drop wins the race. No?
Let's go back to Jonathan and Gary.
Guys, thank you so much. Look, Paulie was poking at me a little bit with my 8-horse, Alpha 2 Omega. Off 551 days, that is true. If the horse was 10-1, I would have changed my pick here. But because he's 9-2, I feel like he's getting a little bit of money. Gary, we talked about another horse, the 6 Cliffs Palace, claimed off from Asmussen, cut back. I love it when Hall of Fame trainers claim a horse and change what they were doing.
Change what they were doing and dropping off of the claim from 20 to 10. Took the horse to Ellis Park off of the claim. Been training there. Has got 2 black letter works. So live on the board right now. Just stayed at 6-1. So not up, not down, but live enough.
Absolutely, yeah. It's always something to look for when these trainers are switching something up, especially when they're claiming it. They claim and they move them to the grass. They claim they stretch them out. They claim they add or take off the blinkers. I think this is a strong move for Asmussen.
Yeah, well, my angle here is Santana. He talked to me about that horse in the feature race that just won, ran off the TV screen. He never mentioned this $10,000 maiden claimer in the last. That worries me.
Well, maybe he wasn't sure yet. He was focused on that one. Now his mind's right on this one. Fellas, back to you.
Gary, Jonathan, great job this afternoon. Thank you for that.
Good job, boys. Yep.
They load up here. So, final verdict here. You going with Midland?
Cliff's Place, he breezed out of the gate. That was the thing that's interesting here. He's been at Ellis Park. This is a matter of who wants to lead more. They're going to break hearts. Who's going to be in front early?
Yeah, that's actually a good point. I like the 10. I'm sticking with Wicked Max. Kenny McPeak. I think he gets the money.
There's the favorite that moves in. Midland, the 11 horse. Let's go to Travis Stone. Nightcap, Churchill Downs.
They're in the gate. And they're off. Alpha to Omega, awkward start, so too for Survey. 7 No Trump is racing for the lead. Gambit is there on the outside, and Wicked Max between them. Cliff's Place comes through toward the rail. 4 across the track. Alpha to Omega comes on to be 5th early. Titanium Black is inside in 6th. Love It Turkey Club in a full-out drive 7th. Midland is in the clear while 8th. And then it's Royal Edition and Survey at the back, moving for the far turn. 7 No Trump, plenty of company. Gambit is there on the outside, and Cliff's Place is at the rail. 3 of them right across the track. Alpha to Omega rolls up into 4th now with 3 furlongs to go. Wicked Max is back in 5th, followed by Titanium Black in 6th. Royal Edition is picking it up from 7th. Survey finds a seam at the back in 8th. Still 6 lengths behind, though, and a quarter mile to go. It is Gambit in front, a little bit wide off the turn. Alpha to Omega rolls up alongside. Big effort there. 7 No Trump gives way in behind. Royal Edition is coming on late. Survey down inside. There's 1 furlong to go. Alpha to Omega comes away with the lead. Royal Edition to the attack. Here's Royal Edition on the outside of Alpha to Omega. Royal Edition nose in front. Alpha to Omega battles right back. These two to the wire together. Here's the finish. Royal Edition with a nose down first. Alpha to Omega, big effort to be second despite the slow start. Then it was Gambit and Midland and Cliff's Place.
20th time the charm. Patience pays off, and so did the cutback in distance. Royal Edition for Dwayne Lucas with John Court.
What a great call here by Jonathan Kinchen. What a run by the 8, who actually battles back here late stages to make this a nose bob. And Travis Stone with the call of the 3. I love it. Ooh, he did get the nose down. 9-1 Royal Edition with Johnny Court, and a bad beat and a good call by Jonathan Kinchen to play a horse off a 551-day layoff, and he was game too down the lane.
I mean, you got to feel for the connections, right? To
He
go
didn't break good
that
either.
long of a break, got smashed a little bit coming out of the gate, and still was able to kind of re-rally and run a big race. But congratulations to John Court.
He's been riding well. He
Royal
really
Edition,
has.
wow, swerved outside out of the gate, then ducked inside, and then finally got straight and started to run very well on the stretch.
Yeah, I'd like to actually see the break. I'm wondering if the 3 and the 8 were the 2 horses that were compromised the worst by the break, and they ended up breaking away from this field. But yeah, the 8 sort of didn't break well and might have been best, but I'm with you. Royal Edition sort of didn't break that well either, but you can see they both start rolling, or at least the 8 gets to the front end, and the 3 sort of just swings off the cover of the 8.
Just good for Royal Edition to pass horses here. He'd had a problem doing that in the past, and that's why he was still a maiden. And today gets the right level, gets the right group, and gets that confidence to pass horses here. And congratulations to Philip Maloof, part owner with Dwayne Lucas, the Las Vegas guy. I thought it was going to be blackjack. I thought it was going to be start 21.
Yeah, right.
That he broke his maiden.
Yeah, let's go back to the start and see what happens to the 8. You can see the 8 it gets left. Now I want to see what the 3 goes.
Just the 3
sideways
just breaks in.
And just breaks sort of
out,
I guess, and then back in. But the 8 sort of is way out of it a little bit. So the 8 was a little bit worse of a break than the 3, but still, they both ran well.
And they battled to the end here. Alpha to Omega, the 8-horse, hadn't raced since December 2017. Not bad off the bench, but can't get by. The horse cutting back in distance, son of Bernardini for Dwayne Lucas with John Court.
And Dwayne just finds a way to win races, doesn't he?
9-1.
I want to see the pick 5 to that one. For 50 cents, $80,000.
Wow. Yeah. Was the 32 to 1 shot involved in that?
80,000.
Yeah. Kicked it off, right?
If you had, well, they were all paying 80,000. They were both, if you had the 3 or the 8, but 80,000 for 50 cents.
And we saw one pay 75,000 last week from Churchill as well. Coming up this weekend at Belmont Park, the Wild Applause. And Chad Brown, he holds an awfully strong hand. He will send out Seek and Destroy, Nova Soul, and Blowout.
Yeah, and listen, Nova Soul, it intrigues me a lot. I mean, listen, I can't even, it's like tossing them up like, well, which one to Chad Brown do I want to play? You know what I mean?
Listen, I like Seek and Destroy a little bit, but, I mean, you got to go back to the memories of silver racing. You have here Feel Glorious for Christophe Clement and Blowout, the 3rd member of the Chad Brown contingent.
And you're going to watch in the 2-horse. Watch him sort of stumble right here when he tries to make sort of a move. Does he clip heels right here?
Oof.
Yeah, he definitely does clip heels.
Checks up a little bit.
Yeah, like what happens is when you have a horse like that who he was on the bit, ready to go, he asks him to go, and boom, Blowout goes, okay, I'm ready to go. And now he gets into trouble, tries to go outside. Now he gets in a little bit of a squeeze, but he's still showing me a lot of courage to go through that hole and sticking out that neck, going, I'm getting to that wire. I'm going to eat that wire, and he gets ripped at the wire.
But Feel Glorious is a really nice horse, and he had a little bit of a rough trip last time with Eric Cancel, so I think she can definitely improve. This is a typical Chad Brown work, what we're seeing here. Blowout, Nova Soul, right? When you can have 2 stake horses just working together, luxury that Chad Brown and few others have.
Nova Soul, troubled trip in the Hilltop to Dog Tag, was favored in that race.
Chad Brown horse.
And blew up late. I mean, this horse was rolling late. I think I like maybe him the best, but like you say, like apples to oranges. All 3 of these horses can win this race. That's why he holds the key to who wins it. But I'll tell you what, man, she made up a ton of ground over that Pimlico.
And the one thing I like seeing in this work here, the gallop out after the wire. Both horses, plenty of energy, look like they're coming into this really, really well right now.
Well, this is coming up this weekend, the Wild Applause, mile on the turf. And it'll be fun to watch the stablemates, 3 of them for Chad Brown, going postward in that race. Royal Edition, $20 to win to close out the card. And again, the pick 5 ending here. Would you say 80,000?
Yeah, $80,000 for 50 cents. So amazing if you had that. Good luck if you had that.
What about the trifecta? $1,193 for a 7-2 and a 9-2 in 2nd and 3rd if you had the faith in Dwayne Lucas. And Dwayne Lucas loves the last race at Churchill Downs.
That's right. 10% this year.
Hey, we had a fun Thursday Twilight. Was this our last Twilight card?
Is it our last Twilight?
I don't think so.
More?
No, we got one more.
Okay. We'll be back tomorrow, Fox Sports 2. We are on 1:30 to 6. We will see you then. And we're on Fox Sports Prime Ticket, Fox Sports San Diego, from 4 to 6. Cento. I learned that lesson earlier.
Vinny.
From Vinny
Scuderi. I lost all my centos when he won.
Getting the win. And Take Charge Angel getting it done out at Churchill Downs after having faced Kofefe running so solid. We'll see you tomorrow on the show. Take care.